League of Legends, The Lord of the Thousand Year War. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276, The Mad King. The return journey was smooth, and with a favorable wind, we returned to Comavia in just 65 days. The result was not beyond our expectations. Queen Isolde died after all, and her body was locked in the kingdom's high tower by her mad husband. The entire Morning Country became restless because of dissatisfaction with the rule of the Mad King, but was slaughtered by the tyrannical General Hecarim of the Iron Legion. Everything was in chaos, and following that Mad King, everyone fell into madness. In the end, even the most loyal General Callista was imprisoned on charges of treason by her uncle the king. And then what? Cork asked, but Kylan deliberately glanced at Lester, and seeing that Lester did not show any surprise, he spoke with a little disappointment. I don't know much about what happened later, because the kingdom of Comavia had become a country of riots, order collapsed, bandits were rampant, and even soldiers from the Iron Corps killed people and slaughtered villages in the name of suppressing rebellion. After sending General Callista off the ship, we waited for 2 more days and received the absurd news that General Callista was imprisoned for treason. Seeing that the soldiers on land began to focus their crazy eyes on the ship, after replenishing supplies, we dared not stay any longer and dared not continue to wait for the reward from the kingdom of Comavia. Under the captain's order, we quickly headed north and left the crazy country that was completely plunged into blood and violence. More than 6 months later, we successfully returned to Bilgewater Bay. At that time, we heard the news of the changes in the Blessed Isles. No one knew how the sacred giant island turned into a place filled with black fog and ghosts, but I think it should be related to General Callista and the crazy Comavians. It can be said that the current state of Fukumitsu Island is related to the people on our ship, so you'd better not spread this secret to avoid trouble. The people present, including several sailors passing by, remained silent. They were shocked beyond words by the captain's news, and immersed in the historical secrets of the dramatic changes in Fukumitsu Island. Only Lester still had a calm expression, which made the vain captain a little unhappy, and he couldn't help but say something. Lord Nicholas, do you already know everything I said? Including the first mate and the helmsman. Everyone looked at the calm and indifferent demon Lord Lester. Everyone had enough curiosity and jealousy about this man, who secretly went out to Ionia under the alias of Nicholas Lester, but no one dared to show it due to the Lord's majesty. Seeing that Isolde was dead, Callista knew that things had reached the worst point, because the wizards on the Blessed Light Island had long said that even the water of life could not save a dead person. Callista originally did not want to tell the news of the water of life. The man's calm voice was like a huge wave that hit Captain Keelan's heart. He couldn't believe that he, who had personally experienced major historical events, didn't know as much as a young lord. In the state of chaos that Comavia had fallen into, almost no foreigners could leave the island smoothly, which meant that the secret would be buried in the depths of the sea and swallowed by the black fog. How did the young demon lord know this? The other sailors cast their respectful eyes on the man. The man waved to the happy little dragon bird flying in the air and continued to speak amid Zaya's cheerful chirping. For Vigo, who has lost his mind, hiding something from his niece, Callista, is tantamount to treason, even though Callista has been busy for almost a year for his absurd order to save his wife, and even though Callista has been busy for the absurd order, running around day and night, Vigo decided to use torture to force his most reliable general to reveal the concealed information. For Isolde, the king of Comavia has gone completely crazy. In the end, it was Hecarim, the new general of the Iron Legion and the king's guardian nominated and appointed by Callista, who persuaded Vigo to give Callista some time. The cruel and heavy historical truth was continued in the mouth of another legend. Everyone dared not breathe. Even the always suspicious Captain Keelan could not find any unreliable loopholes in his words, as if the story told by the Demon Lord was a continuation of his own real experience. Could it be that Lester was in the kingdom of Comavia at that time? Shaking his head, the captain was almost frightened by his own outrageous guess, but Lester didn't care about the captain's performance, but sighed instead. With Callista's trust in him, Hecarim persuaded Callista to believe that, as long as she took Vigo to the Blessed Islands and let Master Helia personally explain to Vigo that the dead could not be resurrected, Vigo would be able to let go of his obsession with the Queen. Hecarim also promised that, if Vigo still did not repent, he and the Iron Order would stand on Callista's side and forcibly take King Vigo away without causing any trouble to the people of the Blessed Islands. Not surprisingly, Callista, who never believed that she would be betrayed by the person she trusted the most, believed Hecarim's words. She told her uncle, King Vigo, who had fallen into gloom and hatred, everything about the Blessed Islands, and even the secret of the amulet that could travel through the white fog. She didn't know that she had become the first betrayer without knowing it. She betrayed the Blessed Islands and broke her promise to Master Helia, bringing disaster to herself and the Blessed Islands. A nervous sailor suddenly farted, but the people present had no time to laugh at the idiot who couldn't hold his breath. They just breathed silently, not caring that the stench was being purified in the most efficient way, and began a secondary cycle. Only Lester waved his hand, took a step back, and dispersed the stench. Under the guidance of Callista, several fast ships carrying the Iron Core, with the Mad King and the Cold Queen, sailed towards the Blessed Islands in the east with the army of the Comavia Kingdom, under the guidance of Callista. Even though the white fog surrounding the Blessed Islands and the Helia Guards had refused to allow the evil-minded army to enter from the beginning, the amulet in Callista's hand became the key to open the door, making the natural spirits and guards of the Blessed Islands lose their defensive function. The Helia people, who had never experienced a cruel war and lived in peace and abundance all day long, only pursued exploring the unknown and creating a brilliant civilization. Watch the warriors wearing steel armor and holding heavy swords and halberds calmly get off the ship and line up in battle formation in full view of the public. After being confused, the Helia Guards did not think of summoning mages to prepare to resist the invasion, but asked the philosopher to persuade the crazy king to give up his fantasy and leave the Blessed Islands with guilt in his heart. The master told the king that his queen's soul had been taken away by the Mother of Masks, saying that no one could resist death, no one could truly defy death, and no one could resist the laws of nature. Naturally, the king responded to the master with an ancient magic sword inherited from his family. The sword easily pierced the master's body and used the cold sword to shut the master's mouth. Then, amid the screams and fear of the Helia people, Vigo gave Callista an absurd order to march to the Fountain of Life and kill all those who stood in his way. Chapter 277 Blessed Light and Shadow. Callista never thought that this scene would appear in front of her, nor did she think that the amulet given to her to pass through the white fog out of trust would become the reason for the injury of the Helia people. She was upright and would naturally not obey Vigo's absurd order. She shouted to stop her uncle from falling into madness again. After getting no response, she came to Hecarim, whom she trusted the most, because they had an agreement at the beginning. Callista always regarded Hecarim as her most trusted subordinate, the new general of the Iron Legion who was promoted by her. Naturally, such a matter-of-fact order made Hecarim, who was jealous and unwilling to be inferior to others, hate him. He stabbed Callista, who asked for help from him with the spear in his hand. After piercing his superior, Hecarim led his Iron Legion cavalry to kill the Helia people. Loyal soldiers were killed one after another by their colleagues in the Iron Legion. As Callista, who had suffered betrayal, struggled, more and more spears were pierced on her body. Her hatred for the betrayer made her die with regret, but she could do nothing and fell to the ground. Unable to mobilize effective resistance, the Helians could only let the Iron Legion march forward. Led by another traitor from the Blessed Isles, the Iron Legion entered the central Holy Land and found the Fountain of Life. Following the former Iron Legion general, Hecarim finally became the general under one man and above 10,000 people after killing the second commander and controlled all military power. Vigo also successfully soaked the body of his long-dead queen in the Fountain of Life, constantly calling out his wife's name. From initial suspicion to disbelief, and then to deep conviction now, Captain Keelan understood that the demon lord in front of him was not making up a story, but had personally experienced this incident. However, when the captain thought of the meaning behind this, the old man's body felt a little cold. If a person could survive the disaster of destroying Camavia, he must be the same age as himself. What kind of monster is this man who looks only 20 years old? He dared not say, nor did he dare to ask. Sir Nicholas, did Queen Isolde survive? Cork asked in a low voice. Of course, she survived, but snatching someone from the hands of the Mother of Masks is not something that an ordinary person can do. After a pause, Lester said the final tragic ending. The queen who was forcibly stripped from her death was not a normal queen. Influenced by the evil spirits, Queen Isolde fell into an absolute madness from the beginning. She looked at the countless wronged souls killed by Vigo. She looked at the ghosts lingering around her, looking at her with tears of blood and hatred. She recalled again and again the puppy Vigo who was as childish as a hopeless baby, and circled around her all day long. Isolde, who had already collapsed, pushed her licking dog husband away, and pierced her husband's chest with his king's sword. The two of them fell into the fountain of life with a sword. Infected by the violent and evil sword of the king and the resentment of mankind, the curse of ruin polluted the fountain of life. Yin and yang were reversed, and day and night were difficult to distinguish. The spiritual spring emitting the blessing light turned into black ink, and the holy white mist quickly turned black, becoming a habitat for ghosts and demons to wander safely. In just a few minutes, the Fuguang Island was polluted by the mutated evil spring, and turned into a GD where no one could enter. Under the attack of evil spirits and black mist, the civilization on Fuguang Island quickly disappeared, and the glorious civilization they created was reduced to ruins. After Lester's story, many seafarers, including the captain, fell into deep thought. Finally, it was Kirk who mustered up the courage, and asked in a low voice, Lord Nicholas, we all understand the meaning of you calling King Vigo a puppy, but what does this licking dog mean? What does it mean? Facing the puzzled eyes of the crowd, Lester pointed to the beautiful dragon bird in the sky. Look at my dragon bird Zaya. Is she beautiful? Beautiful. Everyone responded in unison. Call the resurrected Vigo over here, and let him fawn on Zaya all day long. Ask Zaya about her well-being, prepare 3 meals a day, and come and go at her call. Do you think Zaya will like him? Looking at each other, everyone was stunned, and shook their heads. Just kidding. Using such disgusting behavior to mess with the dragon bird. The dragon bird would be good to him if it didn't eat him in one bite. Do you think the tailor girl Isolde married Vigo for love? Recalling Vigo's outrageous behavior, everyone could imagine the scene where Vigo, who was tempted by beauty, broke into the tailor shop with a group of guards and gently invited Isolde to dinner. The kind of gentleness of I will kill your whole family if you don't follow me. Everyone could even imitate Isolde's embarrassed but polite smile. It was disgusting, but damn it, the key was that they couldn't refuse. As expected, everyone who cursed Vigo in their hearts still shook their heads. Lester smiled. To flatter someone who doesn't like you with your dignity is called a dog licker, and dog lickers often don't have good results. You are worthy of being the devil face. Lord Nicholas, you know a lot. After being flattered by everyone, Lester's interest in chatting faded a lot, so he said goodbye to everyone. Coming to the deck, Lester comforted Zaya, who was a little satisfied, and returned to his captain's room. Without the captain's room, the captain naturally slept in the first mate's room, and the first mate slept in the boatswain's room. The boatswain had no choice but to sleep with the sailors, smell each other's farts, and smell each other's big feet. Even so, for ordinary sailors, sleeping 4 hours a day is a luxury. On the sea, the crew adopts a shift system, and the rest time of each person varies, about 1 hour to 4 hours. When it is calm, they can sleep a little longer. Once there is wind and waves or rather bad weather, even if they just touch the bedboard, the sailors have to be pulled down by their companions and work with their eyelids propped up. Of course, for Lester, this is not a problem. After all, he is just a person who pays for the boat ride. He is the sponsor and can sleep as long as he wants. In the captain's room, Lester sat on the newly made mattress and entered the Lake of the Soul. Quickly sinking to the bottom of the lake, Lester came to the runestone platform and held the green rune in his hand. Dad, a childish voice came from the rune, and the green light flashed, which was very cute. The man's face softened. Elena, how much do you remember about the past? He asked the rune with his mind, and the rune also responded by telepathy. Dad, Elena doesn't understand, it's okay. What does Elena want? Dad will buy it for you. After a moment of silence, the rune responded again. Dad, Alina really doesn't understand. Sighing, Lester touched Alina and said softly, Alina, you have to grow up quickly. Dad is waiting for the day when we will meet again. Dad, I don't quite understand. It's okay. You will understand when you grow up. After carefully putting Alina back in her place, Lester glanced at the red rune and quickly exited the meditative state of the mind lake. He certainly knew what Alina needed, but he still hoped that Alina could recall her past experiences and not just become a rune that knew nothing. But now it seems that this road is still very long. Chapter 278, Paula's Island. As the night deepened, the sea breeze suddenly increased, and the afterglow of the setting sun was as big as a disk, sinking at the end of the horizon at different speeds. A three-masted sailing ship was sailing on the Sea of Watchers, with 3 large sails fully opened. With the strong southeast moderate wind, the ship's speed gradually increased. For sailors and crew members, the most refreshing thing is that the wind direction is consistent with their own course. Captain, we are almost at Paulus Island. First Mate Cock, who was lying on the lookout pole, put down the monocular telescope hanging on his chest and held a handrail with one hand to prevent himself from being blown to the ground by the strong wind. Falling from the 20-meter high lookout pole is enough to cause one more death on the ship. My first mate, be careful, don't be blown away by the wind before you find the beautiful girl on Paulus Island. The sailors laughed kindly. Cock didn't feel embarrassed when the captain joked like this. On the ship, the most taboo thing is to say the word die or turn over. Saying I can't find the direction is just as sissy as scolding others on land. Hate, how can you say such uncivilized words? However, Cork would rather everyone be a little more sissy and not say those taboo words on the sea, which would make everyone unhappy. Facing the land that is about to arrive, the sailors also did not give the captain face and laughed. Captain Killen cursed and laughed, shook his head and shouted, "Fuck you, don't listen to Cork's nonsense. Let alone the madam, I can tame even the most fierce girl in Bilgewater Bay. Everyone, work harder. We haven't had sex for more than 2 months. Let's go into the port tonight and relax." Oh. Zaya, who was taking a nap on the bow of the deck, raised her head and tilted her head to look curiously at the suddenly excited human, a little confused. After the first mate safely jumped down from the lookout pole, Keelan smiled and patted Cork on the shoulder. "Go and inform Lord Nicholas. Remember, just inform him, and don't disturb him." "Captain, why did Lord Nicholas go to Ionia? Is it related to the dragon bird named Zaya?" Keelan kicked the curious Cork and scolded him. "Little bastard, don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Don't talk too much about the Lord's affairs. He is someone we can't afford to offend in a lifetime, understand?" "Oh, I see. I'll go then." Realizing that he was a little too proud of himself, Cork reflected on his behavior, patted his face, walked into the cabin, and came to the captain's room. Knock, knock, knock knocked on the door 3 times, and Cork spoke carefully. "Lord Nicholas, we are about to arrive at Paulus Island. Do you want to get off the ship with us?" Just when he was wondering if his reminder was heard, the wooden door was opened, and the demon lord walked out. "Tell me about the island of Paulus." Paulus Island is a large island in the east of Valoran, adjacent to the northern dock of the magnificent barrier, Dragon Gate. It is the only way for the route between Valoran and the First Earth. With its unique geographical advantages, Paulus Island has developed its own island culture, with ports and shipyards sufficient to meet the needs of large ship repairs. The forces on the island are complicated, and many forces have extended their tentacles to Paulus Island. They want to control this transportation hub for cross-sea trade, but because it is close to the domineering Naxos, many people have to give up the idea of forcibly occupying it, and eventually formed a regional power cluster headed by the representative of Naxos, Ursus family. Powerful forces can use their fists to share a share within the rules, and forces without strength will be eliminated, and the territory will be shared by other forces. For the fleets of free forces, they naturally don't care who is in charge on Paulus Island. Anyway, they have to pay for supplies and sales of goods, and they can't avoid being ripped off. After the summer slowly docked at the dock, friendly gangs from the dock approached the first mate, Cock, who got off the ship first. Look who's here, the beautiful Summer. She's still as beautiful as ever. Captain Keelan is really a master of training. My dear first mate Cock, what good things did you bring this time? Cock smiled as he hugged the man with a cross tattoo and a single braid. Do you want some? 5 gold coins each. Fuck, 5 gold coins each? Are you fucking robbing me? Take off my pants and see how much you can sell me for. I'm not even worth 5 gold coins. Just sell me and give me 2 when the time comes. After looking at each other, the two laughed, and the atmosphere gradually became cheerful, and the other old acquaintances also started talking. Okay, no more nonsense. We'll be going out to sea again in a few days. You have to introduce me some pretty girls tonight. Don't bring me a Holonet monster in the dark again, or don't blame me for turning my back on you. Jerome scratched his head awkwardly, speechless. Last time, Miss Karina introduced me, and I couldn't refuse. I didn't know that the slightly fat she mentioned was actually the kind of fat that could lift a warship. Brother, I apologize to you. I'll treat you tonight, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. What if there's another Enoch? If there's another Enoch, I'll go first. Are you satisfied? Lester didn't get off the ship with the rest of the crew. Before the ship docked, he rode the well-fed Zaya to Palace Island in advance, and landed in a place with complex terrain and relatively few people. After telling Zaya to move freely and be careful of danger, Lester left the more remote hills and came to the bustling port town. Chaos, noise, restlessness, and danger. This is Lester's first impression of Sea Whale Town. The omnipresent smoke and miasma, the gang members or faction members carrying swords and homemade trumpets, the burly thugs with a rebellious look and bound hands, and the various agile and skillful pickpockets. Apart from the wolves, who are always keeping a close eye on the fat sheep from outside, there are also many streetwalkers with revealing clothes and seductive bodies. If you don't look at the messy smoky tattoo macup, as long as you don't mind the dirt, you can still try it in the dark. Unfortunately, for Lester, he would rather go to Zaya to play than waste energy and time on these women. This time, he just strolled, and found the aimless piece. Pi, the League of Legends fanfiction The Two Cities, I Build a Mech in Piltover, written by Dao Ying, currently has 290,000 words, ready to be slaughtered. Key tags, LOL fanfiction, League of Legends universe, adaptation of the Battle of the Two Cities, as the name suggests. This is a story about a man named Li Lin who uses a mechanic system to build a mech in Runeterra, and uses the Truth Kingdom Mecha God to maintain world peace. Interested readers can go and appreciate it. Chapter 279 Wonderful Fate. You. Yodel? The embodiment of disaster. Stay away from me, naughty kid, or I'll make a hole in your garlic head. Hey, come with me, uncle, I'll take you to a fun place. Carefully holding her spiral flower staff, Lulu shook her head seriously at the bald man with yellow teeth. Just as she was about to say something, she was pulled by her good friend Pix and disappeared into the crowd. Under the acceleration of magic, Lulu had to hold her thinking cap tightly to prevent it from falling to the ground. The magic light flashed through her eyes, and the crowd on the street still caused some commotion after all, but no one deliberately made trouble for the Yodel, because the Yodel itself was troublesome enough. TSK. Boring. The man who wanted to make a small fortune was too lazy to care about it after grabbing nothing. Yodel has always meant a lot of trouble. If you catch it, you can sell it once, and if you don't catch it, there is no loss. After all, there aren't many people who are not afraid of trouble, dare to buy Yodel, and dare to fight against Yodel. Rescue team. Lulu, it's not fun here. They came to a store with a strange hill pattern, and the purple fairy Pix, who looked like a stickman, spread her transparent thin wings, and sat on the shoulder of the purple Yodel with a pursed mouth. But, I'm almost fainting from hunger covering her belly, that was roaring with thunder. Lulu stared at the surrounding environment with her mosquito repellent eyes, wondering if she could turn something into something delicious. Before we find something fun, we should eat a delicious cake. Just when the Yodel and her fairy were worried about where to get food, the woman in a rippled skirt snuggled up to the man's chest and slowly walked out, scraping away the last bit of gold in the man's trouser pocket in the most primitive way. Compared to attracting attention, attracting money is her main business. Wow, looks so obscene. Hearing the dwarf Yodel say that she was obscene, The woman couldn't help but roll her eyes charmingly, which made the man who had no stock left feel like seeing his first love again. Startled by the intimate actions between men and women, when Pix covered his eyes, Lulu also tried to cover her eyes with her fingers, but she soon found that her curiosity made her fail. After all, her fingers still cracked with her own thoughts, allowing her to see clearly. At this moment, a pair of palms gently covered Lulu's eyes, making Lulu stunned. Bebe could no longer see, and there were two more white hands. Good boy, don't look at these things, your hands are so beautiful. Lulu was not afraid, but was attracted by the palms that blocked her sight. After several months of adventures with Pix in the material world, she had never seen skin as delicate as that of Yodel people. Most of the humans she saw on weekdays had various flaws and acne. This was the first time she saw flawless hands. After hearing Lulu's words, Pix opened his eyes and looked at the human who had come to him and his good friend Lulu. With magical spots of light from his wings, Pix flew around the man twice cautiously, but could not sense any malice. The fairy could not help but widen his eyes with curiosity. Who are you? I don't hate you, me. The smiling man flattened his right palm, and the fairy Pix landed steadily in his palm, looking at the man seriously. My name is Nicholas. You can call me Little Lenny. I like making friends with Yodels and fairies the most. I wonder if I can be your friend? Great, Lulu and Pix have new friends, Lulu cheered while clapping her hands, and the magic wand she let go of was involuntarily pointing at the man and woman who were still clinging to each other. The magic light flashed, and the man's right hand turned into a smooth thick branch. With a click, the spiral flower wand fell to the ground, and Lulu let out a cute exclamation. Ugh, my staff. Ah. My hand. Ah, your hand. To the man's horror, although his hand had turned into a thick branch, he still had a sense of touch, and it was even more delicate. The hand, which had its own ideas, could not help but move on its own. Ugh, don't move. Slow down. Slow down. Not knowing what was wrong with her body, the woman only felt that her happiness had been magnified several times. Finally reacting, he quickly took the branch back from the woman. The man who came to his senses no longer cared about happiness and looked at the culprit angrily. Asshole Yodel, you turned my hand into this. How am I going to live in the future? Ah. Standing in front of the somewhat panicked Lulu and Pix, the man named Little Lenny first picked up the flowery staff and returned it to Lulu, then turned his head and spoke calmly. She can change you back, but if you keep this attitude, it might not just be your right hand that will turn into wood. Reading the threat in the man's eyes, who was standing in front of the Yodel, the romantic sailor became more rational, but his tone was still not very good. Anyway, I need compensation. I see that you have a good relationship with this Yodel. After changing my hand back, compensate me with 5 gold coins, and the matter will be settled. Pointing at himself with a wooden stick, the sailor sneered. Otherwise, believe me, you will never leave Paulus Island. No one can leave here alive. After provoking the Black Fist gang. Facing the threat of the gang sailor, Lester turned around and looked at the uneasy Lulu and Pix. Don't be afraid, I will take care of this matter. Lulu gently pulled the corner of Little Lenny's clothes and whispered. Little Lenny, Huahua's magic will soon disappear. How about we run? Yes, unless it is deliberately cast. The things that Lulu's staff changes are temporary in this world, and they can't last long at all. This human is just making trouble. With his hands on his waist, Pix flew to the man's ear and whispered angrily. Don't be afraid, I'm here. You don't have to run away, just leave it to me. Under the anxious little face of the Yodel, he gently adjusted Lulu's cute thinking cap and pinched Pix's small hand that was only a few centimeters long. Lester stood up again, skipped a woman who was drooling at him, and looked at the middle-aged sailor who was already a little impatient. I can give you 5 gold coins, but it's not compensation, because the magic effect will disappear soon, and your hand will not turn into a piece of wood forever. The handsome man's overly calm expression made the sailor a little uneasy. When the big guys encountered small troubles, they seemed to be indifferent. I'll buy your hand with 5 gold coins, the man said calmly, transforming an ice sword with the ice element in his right hand. If you agree, we'll complete the transaction now and exchange the money. The sailor's face froze at first, then he observed the man with an oppressive aura again, and finally backed off. Humph. Since magic is not permanent, I won't hold you responsible. You want to buy my hand with 5 gold coins? No way. Go. Hate you can bully others. The woman also wanted to find out what kind of fate she had with the magic stick, so she didn't pursue the fact that the man was penniless, forced by the helplessness of life. Although she was doing a not so clean business, she was also a lover. But she was still reluctant to part with the extraordinary man who didn't give her any words. Even when she was talking nonsense, she turned her head to look at the man outside the door. When the wooden door was closed by the sailor, the woman withdrew her sight and returned to reality from her dream. Dreams must wake up after all. Life must go on. If you want to discuss the plot with the author, you can join the group. The group number is in the introduction. Chapter 280 Cake War. Wow. Little Lenny, you're awesome. Lulu happily held the man's hand and jumped around, and Pix excitedly danced with thin wings, as if he was really happy to drive away a big bad guy. Gurgle before she jumped a few steps. Lulu's little belly made a gurgling sound, which made the little yodel a little disappointed. I'm so hungry, let's go eat something delicious. Yeah. Little Lenny took Lulu's hand and asked Pix to sit on his shoulders. The 3 friends of different races walked towards the bustling food street. Little Lenny was naturally Lester, who was aliased as Nicholas Lester. As if it was fate, when his leisurely steps were separated from subjective factors and stopped at the door of the ambiguous shop spontaneously, he saw Lulu, who was in trouble. He definitely didn't come to this place because he wanted to visit the nightlife of Paula's Island. Counting Cled, who was still fighting the Howling Wind in the Emerald Territory Support Army, and the evil little wizard Vega, who was almost abducted back to the Emerald Territory, Lulu was the 3rd Yodel hero that he saw with his own eyes. Poppy was only famous in Demacia, and the two had never met each other, so Lester naturally had no chance to abduct her. However, the Yodel who looked like a panda and made strange sounds when walking and sitting, Dudu, and the halfling like little Lala, who were entertained at the Excalibur ceremony, were also very cute and simple, especially little Lala, who looked no different from humans, very cute and charming, and could be considered a legal lolly. It was a pity that after the Excalibur ceremony, the 2 reluctant Yodels still said goodbye politely and returned to Bandle City, where the portal was near the Emerald Territory. However, Lester believed that sooner or later, more Yodels would come to the Emerald Territory as guests, and even stay forever. Perhaps influenced by Alina, Lester always maintained enough patience and love for these innocent children who were no different from the little fairies in fairy tales. Lulu and Pix excitedly walked around Lester and came to the place they had wanted to visit for a long time, the downtown area of Paula's Island. The strange trio quickly attracted a lot of attention. Many gang members began to exchange information secretly about the new faces, preparing to make a small fortune. There were also several free men who had already had lustful thoughts about Lester. Just because Lester himself hated endless troubles, he deliberately released some murderous aura and used his cold eyes to force back the greedy eyes. The man's overly sophisticated performance also made the surrounding malicious eyes more vigilant. It seemed that they understood that the new faces were not easy to mess with, and the undercurrent temporarily subsided. At this point, the strange trio broke away from the group of fat sheep and temporarily integrated into the chaotic and orderly food street. Grilled octopus from Bilgewater Bay. Delicious grilled octopus. 1 skewer for just 1 silver coin. 20 skewers. Lulu, do you like spicy food? How about Pix? Delicious Ionian aphrodisiac nuts. 2 for 1 silver coin. Don't miss them. If you pass by, give me 10. Come, try them all. They'll help you improve your sexual performance. What are aphrodisiacs? Holding the unfinished grilled octopus in her left hand, Lulu held the thumb-sized nut that Lester had peeled in her right hand and threw it into her mouth with a smile. Aphrodisiacs can make men full of energy. It tastes very classy. Rejecting the scary grilled octopus tentacles, Pix sat steadily on the man's shoulder, holding an aphrodisiac nut in her little hands and chewing it. Although he was a fairy who didn't need to eat matter, he could also directly convert the matter in his mouth into magical energy. After using detection magic to confirm that the food had no additional ingredients, Lester also relaxed for a rare time and finished the food in his hand. Seeing the man spending a lot of money, or thief who was hoping for luck finally approached Lester under the order of the leader, and quickly stretched out his right hand with a small blade, reaching for the back of the man's robe. Several pairs of eyes stared at the thief who stretched out his hand, waiting for the result of the first wave of attempts. It seemed that the man just turned his body sideways, and in the blink of an eye, a wooden stick that had just been skewered with grilled octopus pierced the palm of the pickpocket at an unpredictable angle, causing the thief to scream and fall to the ground with his hand covered. Observing the small friction that happened in the blink of an eye, the people who were ready to make a move completely gave up the idea of taking risks. If you don't even know how others attack, looking for trouble is tantamount to seeking death. Little Lenny, how is he injured? In the puzzled eyes of Lulu and Pixar, Lester smiled and shook his head. Nothing, maybe I accidentally pricked my hand when eating the octopus skewers. After that, Lester took Lulu and Pix to eat expensive cakes. Although the seller claimed that it was wheat, eggs and cream from Dalmatia, it was a veritable Dalmatia cake, but Lester could see that it was just an ordinary cake, not refined wheat at all. After Lester pointed out the fact that he had deceived, the seller admitted it and sold several large pieces at a fair price, so that Pix and Lulu had a mouthful of cream. Even Lester ate a lot. However, Pix, who had been planning for a long time, still launched a sneak attack on the old comrade. Lester, who was careless and did not dodge, also had a Pixar-shaped cream mark on his cheek, turning the majestic Emerald Lord Demon face into a confused little Lenny, and Lulu, who had already turned into a cake garlic, laughed and threw away the flower staff. The staff happened to turn the girl waiter next to him into a Snow White kitten. After turning into an animal, as if it had completely released its suppressed desire, the kitten meowed and jumped into the man's arms, nudged the man's chest with its little head, and licked the back of the man's hand. Lester didn't care, but cut a piece of cake in his hand and fed it to the girl, who turned into a kitten. He also stroked the docile kitten a few times, which directly made the man's shadow explode. With a strange whoosh sound, Evelyn, who had long been unwilling to be lonely, turned into a shadow cat and jumped out, baring her teeth in protest at the little white cat. It can tolerate playing with yodel people and strange little fairies, but it absolutely cannot tolerate being so close to another cat. Evelyn jumped up and tried to push the little white cat out of Lester's arms, but the little white cat was not willing to be outdone. It slapped the shadow black cat on the face with its claws and teeth. Remembering the man's order not to attack others, Evelyn instantly transformed into a non-material shadow state. The material and non-entity shadows crossed each other. In the surprised eyes of everyone, the black cat and the white fur overlapped in the man's arms, which was quite interesting. Lulu clapped her hands and threw the cream everywhere. Pix looked at the black cat that Evelyn turned into with vigilance. After not finding any hostility, the little fairy was relieved and smiled again. Okay, Lulu, look at you. You threw it everywhere, and you have to clean it up later. Be obedient. Feed you tonight, dear. After feeding Evelyn a piece of cake, it was unknown where the cake went after Evelyn ate it. Evelyn nodded with satisfaction after getting the man's promise and jumped into the man's shadow again and disappeared. Reoccupying the man's arms, the white cat girl meowed happily twice, while Lulu, whose face was covered with cake cream, opened her cute little mouth, pointed at her tongue, and said something that surprised Lester. Little Lenny, I want you to feed me too. After hesitating for a while, Lester still stuffed the big cake into Lulu's mouth, fulfilling the little wish of the yodel. Lulu is so cute. I love it so much. Chapter 281 Life at Sea. Because it was commissioned by someone, and there were strange new guests, the Summer did not stay on the palace island for too long as in the previous ocean trade process. After 5 days of replenishing the corresponding supplies, it left the dock and officially entered the deep sea. Before it could replenish supplies and confirm the direction of navigation through the port towns along the coast. In the second half of the ocean journey, it must accurately arrive at the Philo Island in the west of the first land and avoid the wrong direction as much as possible to avoid adding extra trips. This is something that only the old captain can do. Not everyone can carry out ocean trade smoothly, which is also an important reason why Cork cannot be independent. In more than 3 months, the Summer will not receive any fresh water supply and land supply. Fortunately, the normal food reserves before unloading the cargo are enough to last for 4 months. After the cargo hold is fully loaded with fresh water and food, even if the dragon birds that can eat and drink are counted, it can last for about 4 months. Not to mention that the dragon birds will catch fish and eat on their own, which saves a lot of supplies. After confirming that Xayah didn't hate eating fish, Lester agreed to Captain Keelan's proposal to kill the remaining cattle and sheep as soon as possible, because this would reduce the consumption of freshwater resources. Thanks to this, the crew and Lester ate beast meat in various ways for 2 weeks and successfully eliminated those creatures that were afraid of the sea. The blood they drained did attract a lot of sharks, but it was not a big problem. Compared with the sharks, the rest of the crew was more afraid of the Yodel wizard on the ship. A dwarf with purple skin and a flower staff, and a mysterious fairy with transparent thin wings. A powerful wizard lord, a mutant dragon bird queen, plus the Yodel wizard and her fairy. Oh, I really hope nothing goes wrong on this voyage. In the chart room, a sailor who was helping Cork was worried. He clearly remembered the funny scene of the Yodel turning the captain's big hat into a tulip on the first day he boarded the ship. The reason given by the Yodel was that the captain's big felt hat was too serious. Is there a more outrageous and naughty reason than this? Without responding to his confidant immediately, the first mate focused on his work. With his eyes leaning on the small telescope, Cork carefully adjusted the index mirror of the sextant so that the sun in the index mirror and the sea level in the horizon mirror overlapped, and then recorded the turning angle of the index mirror. By constantly comparing the approximate direction on the nautical chart, Cork confirmed that the direction pointed by the bow did not deviate from the route to Xi'an province, which made him feel relieved. On the open sea, deviation often means sinking into the deep sea. Calibration of the route is a daily task that cannot be neglected. The reason why Cork has not become a captain yet and let old Keelan live a good life with his family is that in extreme weather, only experienced old captains can remain calm and avoid the sails being torn by the storm. Only experienced captains can keep the bow pointing to the other side of the symbol of life and step on solid land with hope. That Yodel is the guest of Lord Nicholas. I think you should know what this means, not to mention that Lord Nicholas is someone we absolutely cannot afford to offend. Carefully returning the sextant to its original position, Cork then focused his attention on the sailors he wanted to train. Ricardo, who was currently serving as the helmsman, was good in every way. He was able to endure hardships, was willing to learn, and was not a stupid wooden lump. Apart from being jealous, the only problem was that he was prone to say some discouraging words sometimes. This had a great impact on the life on the ship, which was very particular about the atmosphere. Many times, conflicts arose because of 1 or 2 discouraging words, leading to the tragedy of the ship being destroyed and people dying. Recalling the demeanor of the old captain, Keelan, Cork said seriously with his hands behind his back, "No matter what position you are in on this ship, we are the ones who need to obey orders. Before you have your own ship and sailors, you need to obey the absolute authority of the captain and recognize all the decisions of the captain. It is not our business to let anyone on board, understand?" Just as the future old captain was imparting experience to his first mate, in the captain's room, Lulu, with her eyes closed, was peacefully holding her spiral wooden staff and lying upright on the bed, which made the calm fairy Pixie a little bored. After a flustered inspection and tossing, Pixie also understood that his friend was not just seasick. Pixie knew nothing about this abnormal situation of lying down and looking peaceful. There were many cases of taking a boat in the previous adventure, but such a thing had never happened. Yodels are magical creatures. How can magical creatures get seasick? Pixie was also helpless about this. Inexplicably, he chose to use the back of his hand to confirm that the smiling Yodel was not suffering from fever or other symptoms. Lester covered Lulu with a small quilt, making the sleeping garlic smile more charmingly. I don't know what the little guy is dreaming about, but he's laughing so happily. Rather than a disease, it's more like some kind of sudden quirk, a non-subjective body action mechanism similar to sleepwalking. The cause is probably the power of the world rune. As for the deeper mechanism, Lester can't make too many guesses. Pix, if Lulu has any other abnormalities, let me know. I'll go out for a walk first. After flying around the man, Pix nodded with all his strength and lay on the quilt to watch Lester leave. It has been half a month since leaving Paulus Island. Even Zaya, who is very interested in the sea, has become a little bored. She lies sickly on the front deck and lets the sun bask in her butt. When the salty and humid sea breeze and the endless waves become life from beautiful scenery, fun becomes torture. Hearing the approaching footsteps, the dragon's eyes slowly opened, desolate in vigilance. Seeing that the person coming was his spouse, the cold vertical pupils instantly turned into a joyful and harmless egg shape. The dragon bird finally regained some energy, carefully adjusted his body, lowered his head in the direction of the man, widened his eyes, and whimpered pitifully. Woo 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 woo. Lester had experienced Zaya Silvermoon's cuteness that was not inferior to Lulu's many times. He skillfully stroked the dragon bird's scaleless chin with his cold palm and tickled the sensitive part of the big guy. In the non-estrus period, this way of stroking is enough to replace the conventional means of venting, making the dragon bird comfortable and addicted. It didn't take long for the silver-winged dragon bird to squinted comfortably, and the negative emotions disappeared without a trace. If it hadn't restrained its tail, the bow would probably have been beaten to pieces by the shaking tail. I know. I'm here and I'm not going anywhere. Oh. The sailor working on the ship looked at his employer, who was training his dragon bird, with admiration. In the moment of trance, he imagined that the male protagonist would become himself. It was not until the cold water splashed on his face that the sailor suddenly woke up and realized that he was just an ordinary sailor who had been working hard for a living on the ship for more than 10 years. He was not a lord who ruled over hundreds of thousands of people, and he did not have a handsome and beautiful dragon bird as a pet. However, the loss had not yet been completely brewed. The voice from the lookout pole made everyone nervous. Go and tell the captain. There is a speedboat approaching us in the southwest. Chapter 282 Soul Harvest. The blue sea and the blue sky are not always smooth sailing. To make a living on the sea, you will never avoid meeting some people who get something for nothing. They have many names, such as pirates, and sea plunderers, but the most famous one is pirates, because only cruel pirates can completely control this turbulent sea world and become the king of another field, the Pirate King. Although he had already had the corresponding psychological expectations, Lester was still a little surprised to meet pirates so soon. Obviously, some hostile forces had been eyeing the somewhat mysterious Summer when they were on Paler Island, which led to the arrival of uninvited guests less than a month after leaving the port. Captain Kellen hurried out of the cabin and looked at the distant sea level with a precious brass telescope. 4 clipper ships were in an arc shape, approaching the Summer quickly with the wind like a big net. Behind the clipper ship, there was a 3-sailed ship with a black flag of a skeleton pirate. A short hand axe was embedded in the cracked skull, showing indifference and ruthlessness to its prey. It's the fleet of Herrig the Skullbreaker. Don't panic. With Lord Nicholas here, we won't be harmed. Putting down the brass telescope, Keelan came to the front deck amid the pale faces of the crew members and saluted the handsome man who was stroking the dragon bird on the deck. Sir, with our strength alone, we are definitely not the opponent of those pirates. Please allow me to ask you for help. Patting Zaya, who was somewhat dissatisfied with Keelan. To make the little guy less resentful, Lester stood up and casually looked at the clipper in the distance, with a strange smile on his face. The reason why it is strange is that, even though Keelan has seen many other people's faces, and is good at interpreting emotions from expressions, he can't understand why the man in front of him has such an expression. He just feels that such an expression is very scary. Captain Keelan, you don't have to be so polite. Protecting this ship is part of our agreement. I just need you to wait for me here for a while. Of course, we will wait for you until the moment you return triumphantly. Fold up all the sails. After hesitating for a moment, the sailor still folded up the 3 large sails according to the captain's order, allowing the ship to stand still on the sea. This is a manifestation of absolute trust. After taking a deep look at the old captain, Lester rode on the excited silver-winged dragon bird and flew towards the pirate ship in the distance under the excited and admiring eyes of the Sumerian crew. On the deck of the Skullbreaker, several wooden cages tied with chains swayed slightly with the hull. The mummies that died in the sun in the wooden cages, used there as agile souls, to sing praises to the great achievements of the Krillman, and intimidate other disobedient slaves. Harag, who was enjoying the service of a beautiful woman on a leather chair, heard the curses and uneasiness from his men, and could not help but frown. He asked the woman beside him to stop feeding grapes to him, so as not to anger the pirate leader with his inappropriate behavior, and be rewarded to his men by the moody man, becoming the next dried corpse. My lord, the secret on the Sumeria is a mutated dragon bird, and the dragon bird is flying towards us. Before Harag could open his mouth to reprimand his men who did not know the seriousness of the matter, Leopold, the centurion under the pirate leader, explained. I'm afraid that dragon bird is going to attack us. Dragon bird? A dragon bird? Are you fucking dreaming? Harag, who had been engaged in robbery for more than 10 years on the Watcher's Sea, and became the overlord of the Watcher's Sea, thought he was well informed, but he had never heard of such an outrageous thing. A dragon bird kept on a ship? It can also attack other ships. Are you kidding? Did you see a ghost in broad daylight? Put the dragon bird on the ship and raise it as a parrot? No longer waiting for victory, Harag came to the side of the ship and took the telescope handed by Leopold. In the sight, a silver-scaled dragon bat with dark ink-colored stripes just landed on a clipper, and then a vague black shadow jumped down. Damn, am I dazzled? There is another person on the dragon bird. With an expression of disbelief, the telescope was in Leopold's hand again. After looking for a long time, the pirate's face was a little strange. My lord, you are not mistaken. There is a person on our ship. Before Leopold continued to speak, the faces of the two suddenly changed. Even without the telescope, everyone present could see that a terrible cold wave broke out on the clipper, and the entire hull was instantly frozen and sank rapidly in the seawater. There is no doubt that dozens of pirates on the clipper have turned into popsicles and buried in the deep sea along with the hull. Dozens of fresh lives quickly withered in a dozen seconds. The whole process was so simple that it made the Krill pirates shiver all over. They were not afraid of dying in battle, but the dead should not die like this. There was no value or honor in dying like this. The dragon bird spread its wings again and flew towards another clipper ship, obviously intending to repeat the same trick. Ice Mage. There is a powerful Ice Mage on the dragon bird. Retreat immediately. Full right rudder. Turn the sail to the northwest. Retreat immediately. After recovering from the shock and fear, Harag no longer cared about the demeanor of the pirate leader and shouted at the crew. The helmsman who received the rudder order began to turn the rudder, and the trumpeter was about to blow the retreat horn, but was stopped by Harag. If you don't want to die, just shut your mouth. Otherwise, I don't mind leaving you here. Nodding nervously, the trumpeter understood what Harag meant. There must always be sacrifices in the retreat. The 3 surviving clippers have lost the chance of escape, but they can fight for the chance for the Skullbreaker to escape. Even facing a flying dragon bird, the chance of such an escape is slim, but it is still a way out. The bow began to turn and yaw, and it was naturally impossible to sail against the wind. After quickly adjusting the sails, the Skullbreaker sailed quickly to the northwest. The ruthless killing behind the big ship continued. Watching the other 3 clipper ships sink into the Watcher's Sea in the ice storm, the pirates of the 4th clipper ship were completely desperate and gave up the idea of escaping, choosing to wait for death on the spot. Before the dragon bird fell, a handsome man in a simple black robe jumped off the back of the dragon bird. It was Lester, who had killed hundreds of pirates and plundered the souls of the pirates into the Red Runes and Dark Seals. No matter which one, they are all big soul users. For Lester, the souls delivered to his door are not many. Please, Master Mage, spare our lives. We are willing to be your slaves for life, as long as you can let us go. Some people knelt on the ground and kowtowed, hoping to get away to live. Unfortunately, I don't need slaves now. Stroking the Dark Seal on his right index finger, Lester placed his hand on the kneeling man's head, and the cold air condensed. What I need is your soul. The ice air exploded, and the black magic lingered on the body of each frozen person, stripping away their souls. As the 4th clipper sank into the sea, the silent summer had a god who must not be offended. Chapter 283 New Captain. The wizard is coming. When a certain voice echoed above the skull splitter, some things were already doomed. A few completely crazy and hysterical pirates jumped from the side of the ship and plunged into the sea. Most pirates looked up blankly at the shadows high above, waiting to die in fear with a look of bewilderment. A few pirates raised their projectile weapons in their hands and shot arrows at the powerful enemy in vain, but their confidence was broken by the hard armor plates and they began to curse everything around them. As the boss of the Skull Splitter Pirates, Harrog had his own bearing. From a small thief on the island of Pallas, he grew up and struggled all the way to become the leader of the power. Harrog's pride would never allow him to beg for mercy from anyone. It was not good to just sit there swaggeringly, so the man could only stand slightly stiffly beside the comfortable animal skin chair, waiting for further developments with a solemn face. It was called development, but in fact, it was just waiting for the ice wizard on the dragon bad to jump down and pronounce his fate. Compared to mortals, mages are no different from gods, not to mention powerful mages who can easily sink ships. Hang it. After circling in the sky for a few times, Zaya slowly landed on the deck of the bow, stepping on the hardwood that was strong enough to resist years of corrosion from seawater, and then Lester jumped down. After looking around, he smiled at the more than 200 extremely vicious pirates. It seems that you are ready to die, and you have some backbone. Master Mage, we have no grudges. Why did you attack us? Kill so many lives? There was silence for a long time. A pirate who hid behind the crowd and was good at speaking tried to persuade Lester to spare his life with a sense of morality in the crowd, but he didn't expect that the mage would actually walk all the way to him. The pirates who blocked the way along the way gave way one after another, like irrelevant spectators. Soon, a short pirate with a pointed chin was isolated by his silent companions in despair. The rest of the people were hoping that the skinny monkey could convince the scary wizard, but they also wanted to distance themselves from the skinny monkey, lest his behavior anger the wizard. It was a contradiction to the extreme. At least at this moment, the skinny monkey, who had not received much attention in the past, became the only focus among more than 200 people. Oh, what's your name? Are you the captain of this ship? Hearing the wizard say this, Harrog frowned. Is he blind? Didn't he see himself like a star-studded moon? Oh, my name is Oscar, sir. I'm not the captain, Sir Harrog is. I was just talking casually just now. Please just treat it as if I was farting and forgive me. Oh, so you're not the captain. I thought you were the captain. After all, there are so many people on a ship, and I only saw a living person who can talk. It was not until the wizard stood in front of him that the skinny monkey completely understood what it meant to be in the abyss of fear and oppression. The little courage that could not be maintained completely dissipated, and the skinny monkey knelt directly on the ground. But you are right. Although it may sound a bit quibbling, there is no need to apologize to me. We can indeed say that we have no grudges against each other. At least in this conflict, I was the first to start. After all, I like to strike first, and don't like to be passive. Lifting the collar of the skinny monkey with one hand, and pulling the skinny monkey up again, Lester patted the skinny monkey's dirty clothes, which made the skinny monkey shudder. It's just that, Oscar, you have to understand that in this world, many times you don't need a reason to be killed because of your identity, especially the identity of pirate. I think there seems to be nothing wrong with me killing pirates at sea. What do you think? Yes, you are right. What else can the skinny monkey say? He can only nod and agree. Okay, it seems that you understand this point, and others should understand it too. If nothing unexpected happens, today is the last day you can see the Sunday. In the desperate expressions of the pirates, Lester smiled and suddenly lowered his tone, so that everyone present could hear it. But I'm in a good mood. Accidents always happen, don't they? Oscar, tell me, if I give you a chance to live, what will you do for me? His breathing suddenly became rapid, and the thin monkey's brain worked quickly, and he understood the master wizard's meaning with a completely different agile thinking. In addition to killing, the wizard in front of him wanted greater benefits. Providing more generous benefits to the wizard is the only possibility to keep his life. Recalling the indifference of his companions, Oscar looked at the boss Harrog, whose face changed, and his eyes became fierce, and he knelt on the ground again. I will run a powerful fleet for you, plunder treasures for you, and become a chess piece you can use on Pallas Island. Hearing the response of the thin monkey, Lester nodded without comment. It sounds good. It's easier said than done. So what are you going to do? After getting the answer that was not unexpected, the thin monkey stood up, took a deep breath, and looked at Leopold standing not far away. On the Skullbreaker, Leopold always played the role of the first mate, and worked for Herrig with respect and responsibility. As Herrig's confidant, Leopold also controls most of the pirates who can fight. It can be said that Leopold is Herrig's right arm, and his left arm, Spark, has died on the Clipper, and can never come back. As long as he can win Leopold's support, then this fleet may be in his hands, and become a bargaining chip for his own survival. Coincidentally, Oscar knows a secret truth that Leopold absolutely cannot accept. This incident was the reason why Leopold boarded the pirate ship, but now it will result in Herrig's death. Leopold, your wife Matilda did not die at the hands of Captain Sparrow. As soon as he said half of the sentence, a hidden arrow shot from a certain direction at Oscar's back, and then was blocked by a magic shield outside the body, which made Oscar very scared. Smiling at the ugly face of the real captain, Lester said lightly, "You continue." "Yes, Master Mage." Oscar no longer paid attention to his own safety. He understood that he was the safest person on the entire ship. "In fact, your wife died at the hands of the treacherous Villain Herrig. He had long been eyeing your ability and wanted you to join him, but was afraid that you would refuse, so he framed Captain Sparrow. After raping and killing Matilda, he tricked you onto the fleet in the name of helping you avenge, and continued to use you to help him develop his power and eliminate his enemies." Leopold turned his head woodenly and looked at Herrig's unnatural face. Counting the poison arrow from Herrig's hidden man who wanted to kill and silence him, the truth of the matter was already certain. Seeing that he had persuaded Leopold, Oscar spoke while the iron was hot. "If you are willing to help me control this fleet, Leopold, I will tell you the whereabouts of Matilda's body." "Oscar, you are talking nonsense." "Stop talking nonsense here." No matter how hard they tried to explain, the matter had been exposed, and there was no room for maneuver between the two. Leopold drew his sword and walked towards the desperate Herrig in front of everyone. The situation had reached the worst point, and Herrig could only draw his saber. On the other side, the beautiful woman who served Herrig had already moved away from Herrig and set her sights on the new captain. As for the more perfect man, she knew that she could only take a few more glances. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284. The storm is coming. No one on the Summer knew what happened on the other ship that left in the southwest direction. No one dared to ask when Lester did not speak up. A catastrophe was eliminated silently. Cork, who was originally prepared to follow Lester to fight the pirates, could only stare at the side of the ship, looking at the Dragonbird mage who easily suppressed and destroyed a powerful fleet with admiration, and witnessed a shocking legend with other people. The capital for bragging increased a lot, and the people on the ship seemed a little jubilant, sweeping away the boredom of the long voyage on the sea, and regained their vitality again. The three-masted sailing ship continued to sail eastward, farther and farther. 2 months passed quickly, as if in just a moment. The originally blue sky turned into a black curtain covering the sky, gradually pressing down, as if to crush life and bones. There was no ripple on the calm sea, and the fish and seabirds that used to swim disappeared one after another, presenting the gloomy silence to the world that was no longer fresh. The strange vision in the sea and sky made Kirk call Captain Killen. Killen determined with just one glance that an unprecedented storm was about to sweep across the deep ocean. This was a huge disaster that was enough to overturn the Summer and swallow all lives. All sailors, including the helmsman Ricardo, who had just had his bed touch the bed, cancelled their rest and came to their posts under Killen's command, ready to fight for their lives. Lester, who was playing with Lulu, who had regained her vitality in the captain's room, heard a knock on the door. "Lord Nicholas, an unprecedented storm is coming. The captain asked me to ask you, in order to prevent your Dragonbird from falling into the sea, whether to tie the Dragonbird to the deck at the bow with a rope." "Wait a moment, little Lenny," Lester said softly, touching Lulu's little head. "I'll go out and take a look. You just stay here and don't be naughty or touch the flower staff." Pix, you watch Lulu. There might be some trouble outside. There must be no trouble in the boat. Leave it to me. I won't let Lulu touch her staff. After flying around Lester, Pix struggled to hold the staff and put it on the high cabinet so that Lulu, who was only a little higher than the bed, could not touch her flower at all. Fortunately, Lulu was a very sensible yodel. She knew that she was sometimes unreliable, and she obeyed the restraint of Lester and Pix, sitting obediently by the bed, waiting for her good friend to come back. It was not very obvious in the cabin, but the moment he walked out of the cabin, the low pressure filled his body. At noon, there was no sunlight. Frowning, Lester could not feel any sea breeze on his face. Looking into the distance, even the end of the sea turned black. Woo. Tight. Woo. Woo. The restless Zaya kept circling in the sky, but she didn't dare to fly too high, so she could only fly at low altitude. The moment she saw Lester, the silver-winged dragon bird let out a joyful cry and quickly landed on the deck. Among the busy sailors, Lester quickened his pace and came to Zaya's side to comfort the frightened little guy. Don't be afraid, it's just a small storm, I'm here with you. Woo-hee-lulu-woo. When Zaya regained her composure, Lester thought about it and called the busy captain. In terms of experience in dealing with storms, an old captain is much more reliable than a modern killer. If Zaya is tied to the bow, will it affect the balance of the ship? Yes, sir. Keelan's face was very serious. In a storm, only by reducing the weight of the ship can the ship maintain balance in the turbulent waves. Your dragon bird is huge. It's okay at ordinary times. In a storm, Zaya's weight is enough to destroy the center of gravity of the ship, greatly increasing the possibility of tipping. It's just because it's too dangerous to hover in a thunderstorm, so I considered tying your dragon bird to the bow, and then pressing all the heavy objects in the bottom warehouse at the stern to maintain balance, so that your dragon bird will not be at risk of being hit by lightning. After thinking about it, Lester shook his head. In this case, there is no need to tie Zaya up. I will find another way. Hearing what Lester said, Keelan said nothing, bowed silently, and quickly turned and left. Before the wind blows, the sails need to be completely folded to prevent them from being torn by the storm. As a captain, he has a lot of things to do, and naturally he is unwilling to waste too much time on unimportant things. Coming to the bow, leaning against Zaya, Lester felt the increasingly oppressive world. At a certain moment, the man suddenly saw a small blue bird flying through the dark clouds, and couldn't help but frown. The next moment, an elusive wandering breeze blew from the front, as gentle as the caress of a lover. This reminded him of a hero from Zorn. After a moment of hesitation, Lester released Alina's vitality from the green rune again, and his whole body was filled with vitality. He whispered in Shurima, January Moo, who as if it really heard Lester's call, the breeze that brushed Lester's cheek made a naughty cyclone, and then turned back to the man again. This time, with the help of Alina, Lester felt the kindness and curiosity from the wind. This made him sure that the one lingering around him at this moment should be Janna, the fury of the storm. What puzzled Lester was that Janna, a Zorn elf, could come to the Narkson ship. During the 2 months he lived on the ship, he did not see anyone who believed in this Zorn natural deity. Obviously, outside of Zorn, this beautiful and kind goddess of coolness did not live well. Although, whether it was the Zorn people or the Piltover people who had not yet appeared, they always treated the demigod elves as tools that could be summoned and dismissed at will, and they could only remember them when they were needed. Well, this goddess did not live well from beginning to end. Thinking that Janna, who loved humans, had always been so pitiful, even Lester had a kind of compassion for the orphan and widow. In the field of demigod belief, Keenly Moo was the only one who could do so badly. The cyclone blew around Lester for a long time, which aroused the curiosity of Zaya and Evelyn. Zaya looked up and felt the strange wind element flow around her body with a puzzled look. Zaya, who has the blood of the wind dragon, naturally has a different perception of wind than an ordinary mage. At this moment, the dragon bird saw a strange energy life wandering in the wind element, and instinctively stretched out its claws to the man. Evelyn also opened her eyes from Lester's shadow, and looked at the strange energy body in the material world in confusion. Carefully feeling the difference between herself and the energy body, Evelyn found that she and the energy body actually had some similarities. The incarnation of the wind, only 998. You can take it home. Chapter 285 Wind Spirit. Lord Nicholas. The wind is blowing. The storm is coming soon. You'd better hide in the cabin. Out of his duty as the captain, Keelan shouted at Lester on the bow in his spare time. Captain, don't worry about me. After greeting Keelan, Lester put his hand on Zaya's paw, letting the curious Zaya put down her big paw. As if to confirm the captain's warning, the oncoming wind became stronger and stronger, the dark clouds in the sky began to roll, and the calm sea surface began to rise. All the changes around were foreshadowing the coming of a terrible storm. Zaya, you will keep flying at low altitude for a while. If you are tired, take a rest on the floating ice I made, and try not to return to the ship. Heal while Lester was talking to Zaya, Evelyn's transformed black cat jumped onto Lester's shoulder, curiously looking at the energy body surrounding the man. Why did you come out? Who? Lester stroked the cat's head with wide eyes, and didn't care about Evelyn. He was thinking about how to communicate with Jana, who turned into wind. Jana, who responded to the name Jaina Limu composed of ancient Shurima, was very likely to understand ancient Shurima. So trying to communicate in ancient Shurima might have unexpected gains. Recalling the cool and attractive high combat clothing of the Phoenix girl in the game in his previous life, Lester was instantly filled with man's piety to Jaina. Sometimes, whether you can become a devout believer depends only on the object of faith. Jaina Limu, I'm your most loyal believer. Ancient Shurima. As the voice fell, Lester only felt that Alina in his body became active, and the high purity life energy from Alina quickly passed away. A mysterious deep connection appeared in the spiritual world. With the Lake of the Soul, where Alina was as a transit station, Lester sensed where Jana was. At this moment, the goddess of wind was in the chaotic wind element in front of him, but she was not the elegant form that made people blush in the game, but a sky blue bird that was looming and waving its wings happily. Lester didn't know what the nature of the blue bird that could control trace amounts of wind element was, but he was sure that the blue bird in front of him was definitely not an ordinary magic element. My believer, why do you know my name? After circling around the man twice, seeing that the human who loved her took the initiative to extend a friendly finger to her, Keenalam, who absorbed the man's pure life energy, transformed into a blue bird that became more solid. With joy in her heart, she jumped and landed on the man's finger, tilting her beautiful bird head to stare at her most reliable and loyal believer. Since the beginning of his birth, his life has lasted for thousands of years, but he has never seen a human who can provide so much devout faith. In addition, he can see himself. There is no doubt that the lovely human in front of him is his most devout believer. Facing non-believers, he still has compassion and is willing to consume his own original power to help humans out of trouble. Not to mention that he has seen true believers who are different from those false believers who only pray when they have something to do and don't come when they have nothing to do. The human in front of him is the true believer to whom he should show the most love and tolerance. The only thing that puzzled Keenalimu was why in the thoughts conveyed by his devout believers, he was not in the form of a blue bird, but in the form of an elf holding a staff. Although in his heyday, he also appeared in the world in the form of a human, but in the human world, his form and appearance should definitely not be so specific. What's more, he has never seen the human believers in front of him, let alone showing his elf form in his heyday to the human believers in front of him. Carefully stroking the little blue bird standing in the palm of his left hand with his right hand, Lester responded in ancient Shurima. Because you are one of the gods I like, I understand you. Feeling the man's love from the bottom of his heart, the blue bird also simply responded to his love for the devout believer. I too love you. The increasingly strong winds at sea made the waves bigger and bigger, and the ship began to shake violently. The black clouds in the sky kept flashing terrible lightning, and the thunder rumbled, making the sailors' nerves more tense. Under the command of Captain Kylan, all the big sails had been removed, leaving only one or two small sails driving the ship to drift irregularly in the strong wind, like a fallen leaf struggling in boiling water, which could be doomed at any time. And the rainstorm has not yet arrived. This is just the beginning. The waves hit the bow, splashing Lester and soaking Zaya's body. Only the shadow-like black cat Evelyn was not affected at all. I'll help you. The power was not enough before, but now after receiving the power of faith from Lester, the wind elf also has some ability to fight against nature. just when it wanted to spread its wings and fly into the sky, using the little power it had left to calm the strong wind and blow away the thunderclouds. The blue bat was protected by the man's 2 hands and only poked out its puzzled little head from the opening where the palms intersected. This was the second time that Janna was puzzled. My elf goddess, your power is not strong enough. Don't always force yourself like this. You can rest here occasionally. Lester continued to whisper when he found that he had moved the blue bat in his hand. You have protected humans so many times. Please let me protect you once in this storm. He picked up the blue bat with a complicated look and placed it on his head. Lester, holding the blue bird, stood in the waves at the bow and patted Zaya's head. Take off, Zaya. Let's dance a unique storm dance in this most vast power of heaven and earth. Take it. After receiving Lester's order, the excited Zaya shook her wet wings and took off, as if she felt the provocation from humans. The moisture brewing in the dark clouds has reached its peak. In the next moment, with lightning and thunder, heavy rain poured down. The wind was surging, and the waves were surging. The water curtain under the black curtain mercilessly soaked the swaying boat completely. In the captain's room, the bumpy Lulu and Pix held their little hands and prayed for the people on the whole ship. In the water compartment, the first mate Coke commanded the exhausted sailors to desperately use wooden barrels to drain water. On the deck, amid the terrible sound of the mast squeaking and twisting, the captain led the rest of the crew to constantly adjust the direction of the small sail to prevent the ship from being blown down by the strong wind and maintain the balance of the sailboat. In the wind and rain, Lester moved. Chapter 286 Abducting the Goddess. Taking everything in front of him in his eyes, he transformed into a rune mutant in a few seconds. Lester's hair and beard quickly turned into a silver white color like snowflakes. His left hand gently stroked the dark seal on his right hand. Under the curious gaze of Bluebird, the man suddenly opened his right hand and raised his arm high. The next second, powerful arcane energy suddenly burst out from the dark seal on his right hand. After the triple amplification of Rune Alien Body, Amplification Array, and Dark Seal, a super large rune array quickly formed more than 20 meters above the ship. The arcane energy formed an arc-shaped ice blue barrier with a diameter of 100 meters. All the falling raindrops turned into part of ice crystals the moment they touched the ice blue barrier. They rolled down the slope of the arc-shaped shield in the form of ice beads and fell into the sea, completely isolating the heavy rain from the shield. It was like a transparent ice umbrella was opened for the big ship. The people on the ship looked up blankly at the miraculous scene. It was not that no one had seen a magician, but it was the first time to see a magician who could cast a 100-meter magic shield. Seeing that the magic circle had stabilized, Lester estimated Zaya's weight and the buoyancy of the water surface and created a large floating ice on the sea for the silver-winged dragon bird. Zaya, who was flying in the rainstorm, became a little exhausted at this moment. After seeing the floating ice on the sea, she landed on it without hesitation and hung on the solid ice wall with her hind claws. Without the dilemma of leaking rain, the problem of water accumulation on the ship was quickly solved. Captain Keelan finally had time to come to the man who maintained the magic circle. After taking a strange look at the black cat that appeared inexplicably, the old captain asked respectfully, "Sir, how long can your magic shield last?" "A few hours shouldn't be a problem." "That's great. According to my past experience, such a violent storm generally won't last too long, especially since it's already November. With your blessing, we will definitely be able to reach Philo Island smoothly before the new year." "Captain Keelan, can you see what's on my head?" The old captain was stunned and shook his head in confusion. In his opinion, there was nothing strange on the head of the powerful Emerald Lord. Instead, the man seemed to have become more attractive at this moment, making him feel like approaching him involuntarily. Realizing his thoughts, the old man's cheeks turned red. "Ahem, your hair and eyebrows turned silver white. Is it because of magic?" "Yes, it turned silver white. It's nothing, Captain Keelan. I'm fine here. You go and do your work." After the captain, who had become a little strange, left, the bluebird lowered his head and looked down at Lester's eyes. "You are very powerful, stronger than many people. I have never seen anyone like you." The ethereal voice came intermittently from the depths of consciousness, bringing a smile to the man's face. "What would it be like If the wind elves of Zorn could be brought to the Emerald Territory, my goddess of wind, Janalum, why can't other people see the bluebird you have transformed into? Janna responded softly, after jumping a few times, to adjust her sitting posture, pouting her bird fart, and placing the bird fart comfortably in her thick silver hair. Without faith, I cannot show myself. Only you can see me. The ship was shaking violently. Even Lester, who was fixed on the deck by magic to maintain his balance, had to adjust his position to avoid falling. However, the bluebird always squatted on the man's head as steady as a mountain, slowly absorbing the life energy from the man, to make up for the previous deficit. At this moment, Lester found himself like a wireless charger for Janna's mobile phone. Can the faith I provide you maintain your incarnation? Lester was referring to the life energy he transmitted through Alina. Since Janna could absorb it, it meant that this life energy should be similar to the power of faith that Janna mentioned. Nodding, Bluebird sensed the power that was slowly replenishing itself and confirmed. Yes, your faith is very strong and can maintain and replenish your strength. Hearing this reply, the man's attitude became more gentle and kind. My goddess, as your most loyal believer, can I make a small wish to you? There was nothing wrong with it. In Janna's view, he was still trying to fulfill the requests of ordinary believers, and satisfying the small wishes of a true believer was not worth mentioning at all. What's more, he had been constantly drawing the power of faith from this devout believer. Yes, I know you are so weak now that you can't even transform into a human form. After the Rune Wars, not only did Valoran suffer serious trauma, but even Shurima was also in chaos. I heard that Zorn is still being rebuilt. In this disaster, many statues and temples belonging to you were destroyed. This is not conducive to your recovery. In my opinion, you should gain more power of faith to maintain yourself, so that you can better help more people in need. Janna listened silently. She knew that her believers were right, especially after the opening of another safer Valoran Shurima route. Merchant ships passing through Zornport would have fewer risks of going to sea. The new route is good news for the sea people who yearn for peace, but for Janna it will seriously hit the speed of her strength recovery, because most Zorn people will only pray actively when they encounter a shipwreck, and there are very few believers who pray sincerely and provide faith every day on weekdays. This is why Janna set her sights on the Valoran Ionia route and came to the vicinity of the summer, which was about to withstand the storm. He needed more faith to maintain himself, so he naturally had to perform more miracles to attract believers. However, doing so would only lead to a vicious cycle, making the situation worse and worse. Many people didn't even know why the storm suddenly disappeared, so there was no gratitude or faith. Even so, this time, the plan to dissipate the Bluebird incarnation and blow away the thunderclouds and storm was destroyed by a strange devout believer. After a lot of trouble, not only did he not consume a bit of his own power, but he also got a lot of supplements from the believers. Even if he had lived for thousands of years, Janna had never encountered such a situation. Speaking of which, such believers have always been the existence that Janna most desires. Unexpectedly, when there was no expectation, he met one. Naturally, he didn't know what the Wind Elf was thinking. After making enough preparations, Lester stated his request directly. I hope you can stay by my side during the rest of the journey, so that I can help you recover your original strength as soon as possible. In return, I will try to make more people believe in you and build a unique elven temple for you. When the logbook turned to a new page, the passing time also naturally came to the next year. In the spring season, the summer finally saw the emerald green land in the distance. 3 weeks have passed since the shocking, stormy night, but the crew still can't forget the legendary scene. Just witnessing the ice magic that can resist the vast power of the sky and the flying dragon bird flapping its wings in the wind and rain is enough to make any old sailor who has drifted on the sea for decades brag for decades. Not to mention that the two appeared together under the sky-covering rainstorm, in the irresistible wrath of nature, presenting a stunning dance of extraordinary people to mortals. The storm that was enough to destroy everyone made the crew of the Summer full of determination to conquer the sea. Even the old captain, Keelan, said that he would continue to fight on the sea for another 10 years to tame the waves. After the disaster, perhaps with the help of the gods, the second half of the journey of the Summer was unusually stable. Not to mention that there were no more unlucky pirates who didn't have eyes. Even the wind direction was always blowing along the ship's course, making the dumbfounded sailors become somewhat idle and were driven by the first mate cock to clean up the garbage. It can be said that it was really smooth sailing. Thanks to this, the original 1-month voyage was shortened to more than 20 days, and the summer arrived at the large island west of the land of the first berth, which was called the island of Philo by the Ionians. Because Leicester's target was not Philo Island, the summer only replenished some fresh water and food on the coast of Philo Island, and continued to travel east until it arrived at the port city of Linai on the west coast of Navali province. Passing by the towering and steep mountains on both sides, the three-masted sailing ship docked at the dock of Linai and dropped anchor. After nearly half a year of ocean voyage, the crew urgently needed a break to vent their emotions, especially when they had obtained a large amount of wealth. Eating, drinking and having fun for a few months was inevitable. After leaving a contract letter for Captain Keelan to receive gold coins in Emerald, Leicester, who was not going to continue to hide his whereabouts, signaled Zaya to fly away first, and he took Lulu and Pix to follow the captain down the ship and came to the dock. While the old captain was talking to the person in charge of the dock, Leicester began to observe the customs from the land of the first berth. Although there were fishermen slaughtering fish and beasts on the coast, the fishy smell was not strong, but the natural fragrance and the fragrance of flowers and plants were very strong. It is worth mentioning that, before killing fish with a mallet, the Ionians would put their hands together and chant something, as if praying that the fish would not die too sadly. Except for pure humans, the boatmen who come and go all have some beast characteristics. Among them, the Vastair with beast ears and tails are the closest to human form, and the beast-eared girls are the most in line with human aesthetics. According to different races and the degree of blood concentration, the degree of beastization of Vastair is also different. The human-faced beast pattern is the lightest, and the beast-faced beast body is the heaviest. In simple terms, it is the difference between a human-like beast-eared girl with fox pattern and a big fox walking upright. The former can still be seen as male or female, beautiful or ugly under the beautiful fox pattern, while the latter has a beast face directly. If you go up and pat your chest, you won't know whether it is male or female without slapping it. Of course, in Ionia, such behavior means a serious offense. If you don't encounter a hot-tempered person, you usually need to apologize and repent sincerely to get the public's forgiveness. Sir, Linai is a very beautiful port city. The last time I came here was the last time. Leicester. Seeing the reliable old captain restlessly burying his eyes in the arms of a particularly plump Vastair bunny girl not far away, Leicester, who wanted to get some useful information, found that this reliable captain was not particularly reliable. Obviously, this is not a good time to talk, and if the old captain continues like this, I'm afraid that his ambition to fight for another 10 years will eventually become an empty dream. This is a loss of energy that even the water of life on Fuguang Island cannot make up for. Perhaps because the old captain did not say anything useful, Leicester decided to hide the bunny girl's sensitive points, causing the old captain to lose a valuable piece of information. Wow. So many fish. Red, green, blue, and black. Lulu hugged her flowery staff tightly and exclaimed at the pile of fish pouring out of the fishing net. Pix, do you want some? The elf used a standard hand knife to hit Lulu's thinking hat, and the pointed thinking hat was severely crushed. Lulu covered her forehead and pouted with dissatisfaction. That can't be eaten. It's raw. We need to put it in the fire. After getting stuck, Pix frantically gestured for a long time before speaking confidently in Lulu's aggrieved eyes. Yes. Wait until it turns black before eating. Nonsense. Black is black. How can it turn black again? While the two strange creatures were exchanging their life experiences, Leicester also said goodbye to Kylan and his crew. Then, Captain Kylan, let's say goodbye now. Sir, do you need us to wait for you here? Or can we arrange a time to pick you up? Leicester could only refuse the old captain's kindness with gratitude. No, I will stay here for a long time until I finish my work. When I finish, I will find a way to go back by myself. Well, Lord Nicholas, please take care of yourself. Lester observed the natural environment around him, which was completely different from the Valoran continent, and felt that a kind of harmonious beauty between man and nature was perfectly reflected in this land. Backed by a towering brownstone mountain, the half bright and half dark light was cut by the high mountain, separating the bustling dock and the cool working stone house. Most of the houses are built with simple cut natural bluestone and logs. There are beautiful patterns on the wooden window panels. There are all kinds of unknown flowers and plants around. The green vines hang delicately under the eaves, shaking their heads in the breeze. A few houses are built directly on the caves in the mountain. The door of the cave is a tilted arched wooden board, which looks very strange. Even the docks, that symbolize blood and slaughter, are surrounded by flowers and vines. Even the most demanding nature protectors may not find any faults. Taking in the wonder in front of him, Lester bent down slightly and took Lulu's raised hand. Let's go eat fish. Oh, fish. I want cake. How stupid. How can you eat fish with cake? Of course you have to add bread. Looking at the two funny people with a smile, Lester touched the blue badge Anna, who was hatching eggs with her eyes closed above his head with his free hand, and walked towards the exit of the dock under the strange gaze of the Ionians. In addition to the Yodel and the two elves, if we count the dragon bird in the sky and the cat Evelyn in the shadow, I'm afraid he can't escape the title of a circus trainer. Chapter 287, Landing in Linai. Linai means the sea outside the mountains in Ionian. It is adjacent to the Temple of Philo on Philo Island, and has a very rich natural faith, among which the sacred Ionian spirit is the most prosperous. Unlike the dense forests and gardens further inland, this town built on rocky landforms does not have too many green plants, but there are many simple huts built on the open space. Outside the huts, there are practitioners and monks in monk robes, meditating and feeling the high integration of nature and spirit. Not knowing much about Ionia, Lester stood in front of a signpost outside the pier. After leaving the dock, on the small road not far from the signpost, there was a half-occupied ox cart, and the middle-aged driver wearing a small straw hat was shouting to attract passengers and collecting fares. Turning back, the man looked at the simple signpost, and the tadpole language of Ionia came into view. Thanks to his diligence in learning languages in the Emerald Territory, he could recognize where the three gravel paths pointed to by the fork in the road led to, but he didn't know what the three place names meant, and how far these three directions were from his destinations: the Hall of Eternal Life, and Ga Mountain. The Hall of Eternal Life was where the Ionian soul karma practiced and lived, hiding the secret of the reincarnation of the Ionian soul, and Ga Mountain was the secret place of Vastayazaru marked on the dragon skin scroll, provided by the flesh and blood black mage, spokesman of Slaanesh Helena. Lester had only 3 reasons to set foot on the firstborn land. One was to find a suitable way to prolong his life for his woman. The second was to help Shia Silvermoon complete her transformation. And the third purpose was naturally to get rid of the pursuit of the bald purple potato spirit Riz. Although he was sorry, he had to go around Riz and let the savior waste more time. If you count them, if Riz followed closely enough, they should have boarded a pirate ship by now. You know, most of the ships willing to go out to sea now are pirate ships. Little Lenny, where are we going? Lulu asked, as if she noticed Lester's hesitation. A refreshing breeze brushed across his cheeks, and Lester felt the kindness of the bluebird above his head and smiled. This time on the trip to Ionia, he decided to follow the wind. Let's take a ride and eat delicious food. The strange trio came to the middle-aged coachman, and the coachman, who had noticed the 3 people a long time ago, put his hands together and saluted, smiling kindly. Travelers from afar, you want to take a ride, right? Get on quickly, we are about to set off. It seems that the coachman has seen many strange creatures, and the combination of Yodel and Elf is not surprising to the coachman. Including Lulu and Pix, the 3 people returned the salute to the coachman, and Lester smiled. Thank you, but how much is the fare? Can I pay with Shurima coins? The driver looked at Lester in surprise, but he didn't care about the fare. Traveler, your Presidian accent makes me feel very friendly. Get on the car. It's rare to meet a foreigner with a local accent. I won't charge you this time. Little Lenny, Thank you. Hey, you're welcome. The 3 of them were greeted by the enthusiastic driver and got on the cart. Lester stopped Lulu, who wanted to talk, and winked at her to calm her down. Lulu always trusted and liked little Lenny and was willing to believe in little Lenny's decision. "Let's go." The bullwhip was waving in the air, and the simple but clean ox cart began to move. The slow and leisurely scenery was quite unique. Including the 3 people who just got on the bus, there were still 6 people sitting on the bus. 2 of them were Vastaya, and the other 4 were humans. Lester glanced at the young man with a black cloak and fluffy brown hair, and retracted his gaze before the young man looked over. During the bump just now, Lester noticed that there was a hard object under the young man's cloak hitting the wooden board, making a faint collision sound. In addition, the young man could sit steadily without holding the car, by relying on his body balance. Obviously, the young man was not a simple character. Although he could not reach the level of a Nightblade assassin, he had undergone special training, and had taken several lives. However, no matter how extraordinary it was not a problem in Lester's eyes. He was still a little confident that his current strength was slightly better than that of ordinary people. A yodel, an elf, and such a handsome young man. It is hard not to be curious about how such a combination came together. The Ionian accent of the Vastaya man was a little awkward, but it did not affect communication. Looking at the Vastaya landwalker sitting opposite him, who looked like a tiger man, Lester smiled and said, "It's just a beautiful accident. You know, there are always many accidents in this world, and the beauty of the journey will turn the accident into a wonderful encounter. Having more friends is a kind of encounter. I'm very lucky." His eyes lit up, and the man with wavy animal patterns on his face stretched out his furry animal claws, and the several thick braids behind his head swayed slightly. "I like you very much. My name is Spotted Tail and her name is Little Claw. Little Claw is my sister. We are Vastaya tiger people. This time we went to Lanai to get Uncle Black Panther's pickled fish. Just as you said, beauty can turn accidents into encounters, and meeting is fate. I always feel that we get along very well. Can we shake hands?" "Of course, Spotted Tail. Little Claw, nice to meet you. My name is Lester, and this is Lulu and her elf Pixie." Lester shook the tiger man's warm and soft paw, pressed lightly on the black and red pad with curiosity, and said apologetically after Spotted Tail withdrew his right hand with a flushed face, "I'm sorry, I was rude. In our hometown, it is part of etiquette to hold hands tightly, but I brought it here. Which offended you? Please forgive me." "No, nothing. If you can respect our handshake etiquette, I'm willing to respect your tradition, Little Claw. You can also shake hands with Lester." The Vastaya girl with claw marks on her face stretched out her furry right paw and covered half of her cheek with her left paw clumsily. Little Claw was a little shy. "Hello, I'm okay. It's so itchy." He, the young man in the black cloak, watched the little episode on the cart with interest and did not say anything. The other Ionian fisherman laughed in a friendly and kind manner, which made the tiger girl even more shy. Unlike the rough black and red pads of Spotted Tail, Little Claw's pads are not only more delicate, but also pink, and feel very tender to the touch. Of course, the feel is very good, which makes Lester have a lot of good feelings towards the tiger brothers and sisters. After confirming the authenticity of the information on Helena's scroll, Lester let go of Little Claw's right hand and let Little Claw cover his face with his right hand, looking at him secretly through the gap between his claws. "Spotted Tail, Little Claw, thank you. What's there to thank me for? Just, can I trouble you again?" After hesitating for a while, the straightforward Spotted Tail stretched out his right claw again. "Nothing, I just want to experience a different handshake again." "Oh, yeah." Before the evening came, the slow ox cart finally stopped at the entrance of the village. Lester first carried Lulu off the cart, and then held Little Claw's hand very gentlemanly to let the Vastaya girl get off the cart with shyness on her face. After saying goodbye to the tiger brother and sister who were reluctant to leave, Lester gave the driver a hug in the name of gratitude, and stuffed a Shurima gold coin into the driver's pocket. In Lester's view, the good qualities of honesty and enthusiasm are more precious than the gold coins that can only be earned by 1,000 fares. This is the fare he is willing to pay. After receiving the introduction of the middle-aged driver and the warm hospitality of the villagers, Lester successfully entered the village built in the green forest. This self-sufficient forest village near Lanai is called Praia. Praia is mainly engaged in gathering. It is not too far from the inland river, Fantasy River, in Navali province. It only takes a few dozen kilometers to reach the small village near the Fantasy River, change boats to sail northeast, and change carriages at the end of the Fantasy River to reach President of Navali. Thanks to the convenient transportation and beautiful scenery, Praia Village has developed treehouse hotels and taverns similar to the tourism industry. Compared with Bona Village in the north and Mill Village, built on the Brown Rock area, Resman Mountains in the south, Praia Village with a better environment has more traffic and faster development. There are all kinds of tourists coming and going every day, which is very lively. Under the introduction of the village elders, Lester and his party had a Vastaya guide. The cat-haired boy named Ogman took Lester up the tree ladder and came to the treehouse hotel built by 6 tall living trees. When night fell, Ogman settled the 3 foreign visitors in the Linu Wanfeng Hotel. Judging from the name, it is quite poetic. Although Lester invited the Vastaya cat boy to have a meal together, the cat boy still firmly refused on the grounds that he had something to do. They agreed to come again the next morning, waved goodbye to the Vastaya boy, who was a little hurried, and came to the restaurant on the 2nd floor. Lester ordered a few dishes, mainly forest game and various vegetables. The smell of barbecue from other tree houses made Lulu and Pix drool, and the 2 little guys were ready to have a big fight. Little Lenny, you are so amazing. I didn't even notice that you stuffed gold coins into that uncle's pocket. Knowing Lester's secret heroic deeds, Lulu wiped her saliva and her eyes shone brightly. Lester himself seemed very calm. He took the flowery staff from Lulu's hand, and the yodel did not refuse. Lulu, this is nothing to brag about. Good qualities are always more precious than material things. Of course, the premise is that you have a little money, and I just have a little. Is a little enough? Don't worry, I've seen little Lenny's purse. There are so many big gold coins. Little Lenny is very rich. Pixar circled in the air and gestured with his little arms twice, successfully causing Lulu to exclaim. After placing the spiral wooden staff that could cause trouble at any time, Lester took down the invisible blue bad Jana who was constantly charging on his head and placed it on the dining table. Jana tilted her head in confusion and looked at her devout believer blankly, not understanding the meaning of his doing so. Putting myself on the table, I don't mean to eat myself, right? My elf goddess. Not knowing Jana's silly thoughts, Lester tapped the bluebird's little head with his index finger and said softly, will there be any bad effects on you if you go inland? Will it cause trouble for you to absorb the faith of believers? Jana had no intention of hiding the question about the nature of her power. She took the initiative to jump on Lester's palm and explained patiently, it won't absorb more faith from you. That is to say, all the other believers combined don't provide as much faith as I alone. Yes, it may be, because the Rune War just passed, and sailing has not risen again. Lester felt a little sympathy for Jana, and his eyes when looking at the blue badge changed slightly. Little bird, hello. Seeing the god and the person talking, Lulu greeted happily, and Jana jumped in front of Lulu, and waved her little wings in a friendly manner. As a magical creature, Lulu could easily see Jana's disguised incarnation, which was also related to Jana not hiding from Lulu. The food was quickly prepared, and the food on the table was quickly consumed while feasting. After saying goodbye to each other, Lester took the blue bad back to his tree house, closed the door covered with vines, and walked to the tree window with the quiet Jana. Completely different from the peaceful and tranquil night in the Emerald Territory. When night fell, Praia's forest hut really came alive, allowing Lester to understand the harmonious beauty of man and nature. Fireflies flickering with pale green light flicker outside the tree window. Colorful nocturnal birds that look like owls flap their wings. Unknown birds chirp in a clear and melodious voice, passing by the treetops like the wind. Squirrels holding chestnuts run on the wooden fence outside the treehouse and cast curious eyes. Night insects flickering with fluorescent light reflect dim red and green spots under the luminous plants dotted in the flower beds in the forest, and the spots of light and the rare open fires in the village complement each other, creating an interesting contrast. Looking up, the cavity in the center of the 6 giant trees that form Linu Wanfeng is like a skylight that penetrates the starry sky, letting the gentle moonlight sprinkle like silver yarn, giving people a refreshing feeling, and the huge bright moon is close at hand, as if within reach. Perhaps because the treehouse is made of a special material, there are no mosquitoes or ants commonly seen in the dense forest in the house, and it is not damp and drafty. The house is always dry and fresh. Every time you breathe, you can smell the smell of grass, soil, and trees, mixed with the fragrance of flowers, as if you have inhaled nature into your lungs, and you are reluctant to exhale. Even the bed you lie on is not a normal wooden bed, but a kind of red spotted living plant that shrinks like a sponge. It is gorgeous but not scary. It is shaped like a large petal, with a diameter of more than 2 meters when opened. The rhizome extends downward through the floor of the treehouse. The petals will provide upward support by themselves according to the different forces, perfectly fitting the structure of the human body, making the body as comfortable as lying in the sea. After people fall asleep, they will automatically cover themselves with soft umbrella leaves, emitting a fragrance that promotes deep sleep. Who's circling up from the shadows, under the curious eyes of the bluebird? It slid around Lester. This time, Evelyn did not transform into a cat, but directly transformed into a voluptuous shadow woman. She hugged the man from behind, staring at him with her golden eyes, and teased his earlobe with her tongue. Greedy ghost, want it again. Who Evelyn's hand that swam downwards without permission, had already expressed everything. Shaking his head in amusement, Lester patted the shadow demon's arm. With approval, the excited Evelyn made a new move, and the two creatures of different races quickly got on the flower bed. Seeing that the pendants on the man's body were getting fewer and fewer, Jenna, who was squatting on the man's head, did not jump away, but became more and more curious. Although she had seen countless scenes of humans getting close to each other in the past 1,000 years, Jenna was still very curious. Her believers could actually have an intimate relationship with a special being like herself. Such a novel experience was a mystery that Jenna had never seen before. Moreover, if she did this, her believers seemed very happy. Thank you for your monthly ticket support. I'm really busy recently. I will update more at the end of the month. Those who support the book remember to come back often, and don't forget others. Chapter 288 Catboy. Early the next morning, Vastea Catboy Ogman arrived at the Treehouse Hotel on time, and found Lester's family who were having breakfast. Although he was a little worried about the recent troubles at home, Ogman still kept himself in a positive and sunny state in front of the guests. Mr. Lester, how long do you plan to stay in Praia Village? According to your itinerary, I can introduce you to the good places in Praia Village. I believe you will not be disappointed. In addition to the La Praia flower bed, there are many things worth experiencing in Praia. Slowly putting down the knife, Lester put the cut fruit plate in front of Lulu, and wiped Lulu's saliva, making the little guy a little more decent. Purple skinned single-headed garlic is cute, but it is a little naughty and greedy, especially after following him. It seems to have found a big backer, and relies on him very much, and he actually feels like a father. Although it is a bit troublesome, Lester found the illusion of getting along with Alina in his previous life, and he doesn't hate it. After taking care of Lulu, Lester responded with a smile. I'm afraid we won't be able to stay for a few days. We'll go to Presidium soon. The man didn't directly say that his purpose was the Palace of Eternal Life, so as not to offend any Ionian taboos. With an expression that was as expected, Ogman sighed and spoke in a low voice. Well, I guess you want to participate in the Soul Blossoming Festival held in Presidium in a few months. Lester noticed something wrong in the Catboy's tone, raised his eyebrows, put a silver coin on the table, and pushed it to the Vastea. What happened? If possible, please tell me in detail. Sighing again, Ogman didn't take the silver coin, but looked worried. Do you know the origin of the Soul Blossoming Festival? Not too much. This is also my first time to set foot on the land of the Nascent. This time I went to Presidium because I wanted to see the customs of Ionia and get an unforgettable memory. There were many foreigners who came here because of the reputation. As expected, Ogman nodded and finally accepted the silver coin. Now, he felt at ease to receive this silver coin because he was going to tell you something that ordinary Ionians didn't know. Mr. Lester, if you are willing to waste your time listening to the stories my grandmother told me, I can tell you about the Soul Blossom Festival. I'm very happy to do so. After getting the man's affirmation, Ogman organized his words and whispered. This is a story my grandmother has told me since I was a child. The Spirit Blossom Festival is a very ancient festival in Ionia, so ancient that even the most knowledgeable masters would forget how long ago the Spirit Blossom flower first bloomed. Everyone only knows that in the First Land, every Spirit Blossom tree growing on the ground may have originated thousands of years ago. At that time, giants descended from the sky and ravaged the spiritual and material worlds of the First Land, destroying the balance of nature. Some humans gained unprecedented power through resonance and integration with the spiritual realm, defeated the giants, and restored harmony to the First Land. Pointing to his constantly beating grey cat ears, and boasting about his powerful ancestors, the boy was a little embarrassed, but his proud chest was held high, obviously very proud of this matter. Lester knew that the cat boy was talking about the giant war that took place in ancient Ionia. Those strong men with beast features were later called undead Vastaya Zairu, which is my ancestor, the origin of the Vastaya people. My grandmother said that the Vastaya people are the descendants of Vastaya Zairu and humans. At that time, many overwhelmed humans, in order to escape the giant disaster, inadvertently received the help of Vastaya Zairu, thus establishing a blood relationship with Vastaya Zairu, and becoming a family, and also gave birth to various Vastaya people affected by the spiritual realm. Listening to the novel story, even Lulu, who had a small piece of fruit on the corner of her mouth, stayed on the stool. It was Lester who helped Lulu to remove the fruit, so that the Yodel people lost a red fruit mole. Even Pix listened very seriously. Even though he had a certain understanding of this long history, he also wanted to hear the views of humans in the material world from others. And my grandma said that the birth of the soul blooming tree is related to the dead giants. Those giants could easily use magic to travel between the material and spiritual realms when they were alive. After death, their corpses turned into soul blooming trees that reach the sky, using the soul blooming flowers as a new bridge to communicate between the two realms, allowing the dead wandering in the spiritual realm to come to the material world from the spiritual realm through the soul blooming tree during the days when the soul blooming flowers bloom, and see their relatives who are still in the material world through the fragrance of specific stamens. People in the material world can also contact the dead through the soul blooming flowers, entrust their grief, soothe their sorrows, and bid farewell to the past. Grandma said that this is also the most important significance of the soul blooming festival. The soul blooming flowers can allow the dead to take away the regrets left by the living. There are always many regrets in this world, and we often cannot go back to the past to make changes, and can only die with regrets. The Soul Blooming Festival has changed this, giving us hope of relief, and giving us the possibility to say goodbye to our loved ones, and send blessings to our deceased relatives. Although he was a little shocked, Lester's face remained expressionless, and he ordered a glass of apple juice for the cat-eared boy. After saying thank you, Ogman took 2 sips of the apple juice with his furry cat paws, and continued. My grandmother said that there is a unique golden blossoming tree in the spiritual world, which was born from the original giant. It is different from the peach blossoming tree in the material world. In the spiritual realm, as long as the dead soul can pass the test of the golden blossoming tree, it can even bring people back to life. Unfortunately, this has always been a legend. Even when my grandmother told this story, she was skeptical. As for the golden blossoming tree, you should just listen to it as a story. In short, the Blossoming Festival is the most important festival in all provinces of Ionia. Preparations begin when spring arrives every year. Under the leadership of the master, the movement of the blossoming tree is observed at any time, and the day when the blossoming tree blooms is calculated. When it blooms, it is the Blossoming Festival. The date of the Blossoming Festival is not fixed. The specific date is determined by the blossoming trees in various places. On the day when the blossoming flowers in various places bloom at the same time, we will come to the blossoming tree with the thoughts of our deceased relatives, looking for the blossoming flower that belongs to our family. The blooming of flowers largely indicates that the relatives have passed away peacefully without regrets, and even if they have not yet left, they can meet their relatives who are still alive. The closing of flowers means that the relatives are still wandering in the spiritual realm, looking for their own salvation, waiting to meet their relatives in the material realm, and erase the regrets that day. Observing Ogman's unsightly expression, Lester whispered, Judging from your expression, it seems that there is a third result that is not so good. Nodding silently, the Catman boy put down the round wooden cup, his face a little pale. The third result is that the flowers wither, the vitality fades, and they become dead flowers. This indicates that the deceased relatives have suffered a huge disaster in the spiritual realm, and this disaster will also affect other people in the material realm. A huge disaster? That's what I want to tell you, Mr. Lister. Ogman took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. The first time the flowers of the Blossoming Spirit Festival in Ionia withered was 5 years ago. At that time, the blossoming spirit trees in Presidium experienced a terrible scene of large-scale flower withering. With the withered blossoming spirit flowers, many terrible spirits and crazy ghosts came from the spiritual realm to the material realm, possessed and killed many innocent villagers. Many people died in that terrible disaster, and the pain has not been completely eliminated to this day. Although the disaster was eventually quelled by a group of powerful practitioners, there are still many terrible spirits and ghosts who escaped the practitioners' pursuit and wandered around Presidium every night. Usually, the spirits and ghosts are not too powerful and dare not appear in front of the public, but every night when the blossoming spirit flowers bloom, the spirits and ghosts will turn into terrible monsters and choose people to devour. Therefore, the Blossoming Spirit Festival in recent years has been very dangerous. If it weren't for a group of practitioners who called themselves Guardians of Balance, who spontaneously organized themselves under the call of karma to maintain the order and stability of the Blossoming Spirit Festival, I'm afraid there wouldn't be many people under the Blossoming Spirit tree. Everyone is very afraid of those ghosts who can possess people and drive people crazy. Ogman shuddered, thinking of his mother's order to him to attend the Blossoming Spirit Festival, and his face turned pale. Mr. Lister, I advise you not to go, so as not to encounter any danger. After a pause, Lester did not respond to the boy's consolation, but reached out to touch Ogman's soft grey hair, and touched the cat's ear. If Helena's information was correct, this was the Catman's sensitive point. Don't be afraid, those things are not that scary. Meow, Mr. Lister. How can you touch someone's ears casually? The boy accidentally made a very shameful sound, and he slapped Lester's hand away in shame, and stood up suddenly. Sorry, I just thought of my sister. She is the same age as you, and when she was scared, I comforted her like this. I apologize to you. Please forgive my rudeness. Hearing the lost Lester say this, Ogman also relaxed a lot, and somewhat understood Lester's emotions, but being touched by a stranger in such a sensitive part, even he felt a little shy. Looking carefully, Ogman found that the appearance of the man in front of him was outstanding even among the Vastea Fox people. Coupled with his sincere tone and lost emotions, and the silver coin, that was enough to replace a 10-day guide. The cat boy felt more remorse and dissatisfaction with himself for just getting angry. What's more, he just accidentally thought of himself as his sister, and comforted himself who was scared. Why should such a good person be blamed by himself? No, nothing. I don't hate him. It's just that it was a little too sudden. I should apologize. I'm sorry, Mr. Lister, I overreacted. Hesitating for a while, Ogman used his cat claws to lead the man's hand and gently placed it on his head. He blushed awkwardly and turned his head away. This is compensation. Yes, by the way, didn't your sister come to Navali province with you? Gently stroking the boy's pure cat ears, Lester's sad emotion seemed to be resolved to a certain extent. No, she has her own things to do. When she grows up, everyone will make their own choices. It is difficult for fathers, brothers, and elders to have any influence. Meow meow. When the boy gasped, Lester decisively stopped his hand. His hand addiction to petting cats was satisfied to a certain extent. He didn't want to continue to play with the pure cat boy. Appropriate teasing can be regarded as a harmless little interest, but deliberately playing with emotions seems a bit mean, and he doesn't like it. Knowing when to stop is a life principle that everyone should understand. Unfortunately, most people understand it, but because of their insatiable desires, it is difficult to do it. If I'm not mistaken, Ogman, you should go to Presidium to participate in the Blossoming Spirit Festival? After several deep breaths, Ogman nodded dazedly, forgetting that he was going to the closer Whaley. When the time comes, let's go together. If there is any accident, we can also take care of each other. Just like that, with a dazed expression, the cat boy inexplicably agreed to Mr. Lester's invitation to form a team. When Lester and his party, who had obtained a persistent guide, set out on their journey again, it was already a week later. Counting the time spent on the road, it would take just 2 months to reach Presidium from Praia Village and reach their destination before the flower blooming time predicted by the master. It would be closer to go from Praia Village to Whaley, located at the southern foot of the mountain range, to participate in the Blossoming Spirit Festival, but Ogman had already promised Lester to go to Presidium to participate in the Blossoming Spirit Festival, so he had to give up the original plan and embark on a more dangerous and long road. Actually, you don't have to come. It's better to go to Whaley. Later, Lester, who learned that there was also a blossoming spirit tree in Whaley, also persuaded the cat boy to go to Whaley instead, but the boy with soft ears was extremely determined and insisted on becoming Lester's action guide in Navali province. Mr. Lester, since I have already promised you, I will not break my promise. My grandmother taught me to keep my promise since I was a child. As a man, I must do what I say. On the hired carriage, Ogman, holding his cat fist, looked serious and won the cheers and admiration of Lulu and Pix. Everyone was excited about the good qualities of the Vastea cat boy. It didn't take long for the three little guys to get along and become good friends. Lester, who was wearing the blue bandana, did not participate. The man looked out the bumpy window quietly and squinted his eyes slowly. After a long time, the man's lips curled up into a creepy smile, which made the bluebird a little uncomfortable. When the devout believer suddenly exuded a terrible murderous aura, the bluebird couldn't help but move his butt, put his bird but close to the man's scalp and hair roots, and adjusted his sitting posture, as if moving would make him more comfortable. In the sky, Zaya Silver Moon followed the carriage and flew slowly above the clouds, staring indifferently at the 1,000 meters behind the carriage. Out of the coachman's sight, 10 fast horses carrying cold-blooded men in black cloaks were following the carriage from a distance, with cruel smiles on their faces, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. Chapter 289 Ancient Forest. Mose, I didn't expect you to catch such a big fat sheep. Bumping on the horse's back, the bandit Leonin praised the brown-haired young man on the right. In just 1 week, including the gold coins given to that old man Bowles, this barbarian from Naxos has spent more than a dozen gold coins without any regret. It is really unjust not to kill such a fat sheep. We are going to make a fortune this time. If you follow me and work hard, you will definitely get benefits from your brothers. We will make money together and work together. Nan, we should not underestimate the enemy. Moss recalled what he observed on the ox cart, his face a little solemn. He always felt that his companions were a little too aggressive, and he had a bad premonition. He dared to spend money lavishly in a foreign land, and brought a yodel dwarf and an elf with him. That Naxan named Lister is definitely not a simple character. Don't worry, in order to deal with the yodel dwarf and the elf, I specially got a mixture of exorcism powder and purple bamboo paralysis. Whether it is a magical creature or a strong warrior, as long as they are touched by a little bit of this stuff, they will lie on the ground obediently. All we need is a suitable time to attack. Mose sneered, gesturing at the crossbow fixed on his right arm. As for that Naxan barbarian, I don't believe that 10 of us can't deal with him alone. After thinking carefully, Mose felt that what Nan said made some sense. Even the most powerful martial arts master in Navali could never resist the deadly poison of purple bamboo paralysis. The poisonous magical plant, red-spotted purple bamboo, is located in the poisonous miasma swamp deep in the rainforest at the northern foot of Gay Mountain. Even the most experienced master collectors who live on Gay Mountain and collect poisonous plants for a living can hardly guarantee that they can survive and walk out of the life-devouring Navali rainforest swamp. In the swamp full of poisonous insects and beasts, only special methods can be used to survive, including a series of professional items such as antidote potions, magic cloaks, or bone arms and miasma needles. If you rashly enter the rainforest swamp without sufficient preparation, there is almost no possibility of survival, unless you are a Vastea lizardman who lives in the rainforest and has a natural poison resistance. Okay, we'll reach Green Forest just ahead. They are indeed going to Bona Village to transfer to a boat. Speed up and follow the planned schedule. Don't blame me for being rude if you delay things. The 10 horses split into 2 teams, bypassed the main road, and began to accelerate from the narrow paths on both sides. They soon overtook the carriage on the bumpy road, and arrived at Green Forest ahead of time. Yes. A crisp cry came from the sky, which stunned Ogman in the carriage. The serious expression made Pix, who was holding the cat's ears tightly, loosen his hands and free the fluff on the cat's ears, so as not to delay Ogman's big thing. Pix has always been very clear about when to play. What's wrong, little AO? Why is there a wind beast here? Wind beast? What is that? Lester looked away from the car window, and was also a little curious about the strange name for dragon birds in Ionia. According to Grandma, wind beasts are a kind of pure-blooded sub-dragon beasts that live on Dragon Island. They have strong wind dragon blood, beautiful appearance, strong and loyal character, and are rarely seen in the Urus Mountains that stretch for thousands of miles in Valoran. Sub-dragon species in Ionia are very rare. At least this is the 3rd time I have encountered such a situation since I grew up. I could hear it this time because I was deeply impressed. After all, the crisp and light cry of wind beasts is very distinctive. Dragon Island? Ogman, can you tell me about Dragon Island? Shaking his head, the Catman boy was also a little helpless. I don't know much about Dragon Island either. I just heard from my grandma that Dragon Island is located deep in the sea, and there are all kinds of dragons living on it. Generally speaking, dragons rarely fly away from Dragon Island, but sub-dragon blood often appears on the Valoran continent. In addition to wind beasts, there are also bipedal dragons, eagle dragons and dragon blood lizards. Because the magic element in Ionia are too rich, the powerful dragon language magic often causes extraordinary damage, seriously affecting the balance between the spiritual and material realms. Therefore, Karma has signed a contract with the owner of Dragon Island. Unless it is a dragon traitor abandoned by Dragon Island, there will be no purebred dragons in Ionia. Even Lester, who is familiar with most of the background plots, can't help but be impressed by Grandma Ogman's profound knowledge. There is no doubt that this Catman grandma is a super grandma comparable to Grandma Irelia. Ogman, can I ask you a question? As if he noticed the solemnity on Lester's face, the Catman boy also became serious. Mr. Lester, please ask. Your grandmother is a knowledgeable elder. She must be very famous in Navali province, right? Can you introduce her to me and let me visit this Vastea elder? I thought it was a very simple request, but Ogman's face showed an embarrassment. Seeing that the boy was somewhat reluctant, the considerate Lester would naturally not do anything that was difficult. It's okay. If it's difficult, forget it. No, it's just. Mr. Lester, can you keep it a secret for me? Promise that what I said will not be told to others. Taking the initiative to hold Ogman's cat paw, Lester nodded seriously. Don't worry, Ogman, I won't say anything nonsense. Well, I believe you, Mr. Lester. The Catman boy retracted his cat paw and became a little lost. My grandmother, Amelia, is actually the immortal Vastea Zyru. I haven't seen her for a long time since I left Omikaron. She has many husbands, children, and grandchildren. Over the past 1,000 years, I'm just one of thousands of grandchildren. There is nothing special about me. Looking at the serious man, Ogman whispered about his life experience. Lulu and Pix also quieted down and listened attentively. My mother is the 75th child of Grandma Amelia. My father is a pure-blooded Vastea living in Omikaron. When I was young, I lived in Omikaron. Later, I was driven out when I reached a certain age. Driven out? Why did they drive you out? In Omikaron, all grown-up children need to undergo a special mental test. Because I did not meet the expectations of my grandmother and other Vastea Zyru, I had to leave Omikaron with my mother and come to live in the outside world. After hesitating for a while, Lester still did not ask about the more sensitive information about the mental test, but changed the subject. Didn't your father come out with you? Ogman shook his head and felt a little sad. My father died before I left. He had lived for more than 300 years. When he and my 15-year-old mother gave birth to me, he was already 295 years old. Before me, he had 56 children. I'm his last child, which means I have 56 brothers and sisters. Hearing the cat boy say this, Lulu and Pix opened their mouths into a big O shape, especially Lulu. She couldn't imagine what her life would be like if she had 56 brothers and sisters. Will she become 56 flowers? The same is true for Lester. If Lester hadn't known how chaotic the Vastayazaru lived in Helena's dragon skin scroll, I'm afraid his expression wouldn't be much better now. Shaking his head, Ogman, with his ears drooping, seemed a little ashamed. After living in the outside world for a few years, he also understood how unorthodox and unethical the lifestyle of his people was. This was also the reason why he didn't want to talk about it. In the past few years outside, only the special Mr. Lister made him want to talk. In short, Omakaelan is an ancient forest guarded by a mental maze, where some Vastayazaru like Grandma and many pure-blooded Vastaya live. My mother and I can't go back. Mr. Lister, you can't pass through the maze to enter Omakaelan. Those who trespass will be captured by the grandmother who guards the Forget-Me-Not Garden and will forget everything about themselves and be expelled from the forest, so you can't see my grandma. So that's how it is. Through the narration of the cat boy, Lester knew a little confidential information that was not introduced in the background of the game, especially for the so-called mental test. No matter how he thought about it, Lester felt that there was a conspiracy in it. Yes. Another sharp cry came from the sky, and the tone was more urgent. Lester touched Ogman's head, comforted the cat boy, and said to the driver, "Mr. Liang, please stop the car." Although he was a little confused about why his employer wanted to stop the car, the old man still chose to do it. The two horses slowed down and stopped on the lawn in front of the woods. Little Lenny, Lulu, be obedient and stay in the carriage. Pix, protect Lulu and Ogman. Pix saw something wrong in the man's eyes, and he became serious. Mr. Lister, is there any danger? Ogman also reacted and stretched out his cat claws from the flesh. The boy was a little anxious. I'll go too. No, it's just some minor troubles, not dangerous. After getting off the carriage, Lester walked to the old coachman Liang, whispered a few words, and asked the old coachman to get into the back of the carriage. After doing all this, Lester said in a calm and deep voice, "I think we can have a good talk, but it's a pity that I didn't prepare good tea, otherwise I could treat you to a good drink. After all, you have been chasing for so long, and you are tired from the journey." As soon as the voice fell, a man in a black cloak walked out of the woods on the east side, put down his hood, and revealed a mean horse face. "Narkson Barbarian, you are indeed extraordinary. You can actually find my existence." Lester nodded, not knowing whether to agree or not, and took a few steps closer to the horse-faced man. If you want to praise yourself, just say it directly, because it doesn't take much effort to find you. Instead of talking nonsense, it's better to talk about your purpose. I didn't provoke anyone, so you came for my money. I thought that the land of Ionia was only beautiful and harmonious, but I didn't expect that there were still a few bugs crawling around, which was disgusting. You are very smart, but you still don't understand who is standing in front of you. In order to confuse and intimidate the barbarian in front of him, the thief took out a snake-shaped dagger from his waist, played a knife flower, and his face gradually turned cold. A smart person should do what a smart person should do, instead of saying something stupid that might make me cut you into pieces. Listen, Narkson Barbarian, as long as you obey and leave the money, we won't hurt anyone, and you won't turn into mud in the forest. What about them? I will turn into mud, but what will these locals of Navali province become? The thief said calmly, after glancing at the carriage. We have always been very tolerant of Ionians. As long as they don't choose to do something unnecessary, there will naturally be no danger. I think we have said enough nonsense. Before I lose all my patience, leave your money and you can continue to leave in the carriage. I won't say it again. In the carriage, the anxious Lulu's mouth was covered by pics, and the old coachman Liang grabbed the cat boy's arm, signaling him not to act rashly. Mr. Lister is not an ordinary person. We just need to wait patiently. The old man's words were gentle and powerful. After a struggle, Ogman recalled what Lister said to him before leaving the carriage, and then he gave up the idea of rushing out of the carriage. When the two confronted each other, the thieves in the forest had raised their crossbows and aimed the poisoned crossbow arrows at Lester's body. From the beginning, they were not prepared to let their prey go. The reason why they had not taken action was because Nan had not yet issued an order. Alas, no matter where you are, you will encounter such bad things. Lester took out the magic steel dagger. He was not prepared to use magic to quickly end the battle. Instead, he was somewhat interested in the martial arts system of Ionia. The best way to learn is to fight in person. Since it is inevitable, it is better to use such things as a spice on the journey. It seems that you have made your choice. When the horse-faced thief made an offensive gesture to confuse Lester, Nan quietly put down his hand. 5 crossbow arrows flew out from the woods on the east side unexpectedly, and then 4 crossbow arrows from the woods on the west side blocked Lester's direction of action, making the airtight crossbow arrow formation make Lester have nowhere to escape. Just as he was about to use magic to block the crossbow arrows, a strong wind suddenly erupted from his body, blowing the 9 crossbow arrows all over the place. Lester suddenly realized that it was Janna above him who helped him. "Thank you, my wind spirit." Naturally, he didn't understand the ancient Shurim language to express gratitude. The horse-faced thief's face changed. Seeing that the Narkson was a wind mage, he no longer hesitated. He rushed up with a flash step and stabbed Lester's lower abdomen with a poisoned dagger. Too slow. A bloody blade passed by, and the right hand holding the knife fell to the ground with the poisoned dagger. Before the pain of the broken hand was transmitted to the neural network to react to the brain, the thief's neck was pierced from bottom to top by the magic steel dagger, directly destroying the brainstem through the cavity of the skull. Killing as many people as possible with one blow is Lester's unique professional style. Before he died, the horse-faced thief vaguely saw the strange blue bad squatting on the head of the Narkson. With a thump, the man fell to the ground with his eyes open. Kill him. It's a bit hard now. I just combined 2 chapters into one, so the number of words is more, but there are fewer people following the book. Everyone chooses to support the book monthly, and they are really not afraid of supporting the book to death CAC. Luckily, a few big people use monthly tickets to keep the book alive. What should I do? More subscriptions will reduce the average subscription, and fewer subscriptions will reduce the number of readers. I'm a poor person, and there are a bunch of apprentices who urge for updates every day, adding fuel to the fire, watching the fun, and not minding the big things. Which Dallo Jinkson can give me an idea, so that I can break this endless cycle of sending soup. By the way, the rhythm of the plot is okay recently, right? Chapter 290 Fantasy Evening Time. The trees on both sides were moving backwards in an unchanging manner, like an inescapable green maze. Holding the dagger, Mose ran forward in fear, not daring to look back, letting his robes be scratched and pulled by the thorns blocking the road, leaving bloodstains all over his body. At this moment, even a small stone on the ground became the most feared stumbling block for the man. From the moment the poison arrow was blown away by the strange wind, the direction of things was out of control. The companions around him fell one by one, and he couldn't even see what kind of moves the person who killed his companions used. In front of that man, even the strongest man was no match for him. How to deal with such an enemy? The expected confrontation ended the moment they touched each other. In terms of strength, speed, reaction ability and proficiency with daggers, he and others had a huge gap with the Narkson man, not to mention that the man was a mage. The simple and terrifying killing was enough to turn any determined strong man into a coward. In the hands of that man, life seemed to be worthless, and the results of more than 10 years of martial arts training were wiped out in the blink of an eye. His feeling was right from the beginning. That Narkson was not a fat sheep at all, but a terrible demon. The familiar route in the forest became extremely unfamiliar at this moment. He became more and more anxious, until he saw the man blocking the way again. Moss fell to the ground and finally dropped the powerless dagger. He gave up completely, not running anymore. Lester seemed to be used to Janna above his head. He touched the wind elf who actively added the speed buff to himself, and walked to his acquaintance with a faint smile. The man in front of him was the young man with a knife on the ox cart when he just left Lanai. I thought I only made friends on the ox cart to Praia village, but I didn't expect that I also gained a lot of enemies. And I have many more enemies than friends. These things always happen to me, as if I should have many enemies. Lester, who are you? Fear made Moss's legs lose strength, and even his throat felt as if it was filled with water, and it was difficult to breathe. I'm just an ordinary traveler. After seeing you, I knew that my luck was not very good. Nailing the brown-haired young man's hand into the mud with a magic steel dagger, Lester said lightly amid Moss's sharp wailing. Tell me about your origins. You can lie to me. As long as you can satisfy me, I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, you may be very unhappy. After finally recovering from the severe pain, Moss knew that he was doomed to die. Rather than being tortured by the devil, it would be better to suffer less pain. From the day I embarked on this road, I knew that sooner or later I would meet someone like you. Those who kill will be killed. I admit it. I only ask that you give me a quick death. After I finish speaking, I don't think you have room for bargaining. With one foot stepping on the hilt of the dagger, the wound on Moss's right hand began to grow bigger, as if it had become numb, or had adapted to the severe pain. The young man did not say a word, which made Lester look up to him, and he moved his right foot away, which made Moss breathe a sigh of relief. Hiss, we are a member of the Navalny Thieves Union, and our leader is Nan, the bald man you killed. I came to you this time purely because I was blind and hurt others. There's nothing else to say. Don't ask me where the headquarters of the Thieves Union is, because only the leader knows. I only know that there are many members of the Thieves Union, and there are spies all over the grey world of Ionia. The Union is in the business of buying lives for money and guarding important people. If the bargaining chips are enough, sometimes they will participate in power struggles on other continents at the call of the Union. They will also look for some lone foreigners and unlucky guys to make some dirty money. It's really unlucky to run into you this time. If I want to pay for my life, how can I contact the Thieves Union? The Thieves Alliance mentioned by the brown-haired young man reminded Lester of the Navalny Brotherhood in Ionia. In the game background, the Navalny Brotherhood in Ionia, the Dalmatia Revolutionary Army of Silas, and the Shurima Bandit Warlords are the three famous terrorist, harmonious, organizations in Runeterra. These forces are best at creating terrorist attacks, acting recklessly and ruthlessly, and proudly shouting I'm responsible after innocent people are killed and injured. The main force behind the human trafficking and slave trade in Runeterra is the Shurima Warlords. Fortunately, the Night's Edge cut off the Shuriman's hand reaching out to the Emerald Territory, letting the Shurimans who were in pain know where they can't make a fortune. If the Navalny Thieves Alliance is the predecessor of the Navalny Brotherhood, Lester is not surprised, but just listening to the brown-haired young man's words, it seems a little bit off. The Brotherhood is much closer than the Alliance. Find the black market. If you find the black market, you can find the people from the Thieves Alliance. The rule is that you tell me who you want to kill. The more information, the better. The Thieves Alliance will evaluate the difficulty of the operation and the value of the target, and then give an estimate. You pay a deposit of 1/3, and then pay the remaining 2/3 after the assassination is successful. If it fails, the Thieves Alliance will continue to send assassins to assassinate you. Under normal circumstances, unless you provoke someone you shouldn't provoke, the Alliance will hunt you down to the end. Of course, if you fail, the deposit will not be refunded, but the remaining 2/3 will not be paid. This is a special emblem ring of the Thieves Alliance. I don't need it anyway, so I'll give it to you. Of course, you can also take Nan's. His ring is something that only the core members of the Alliance can get. Only with that ring can you get the recognition of the Alliance and get the qualifications to form a team and join the Alliance. Otherwise, you have to pass the harsh test of the Alliance to get the core ring. Taking the finely carved bone ring shaped like an octagonal flower from Moss's hand and recalling the other bone ring on the bald killer's finger, Lester discovered that the subtle difference was that the bones seemed to be different, not as simple as loose or non-loose, or whether to apply a plaster or not. After sending the brown-haired young man off with a magic steel dagger, Lester searched his body again. Apart from the crossbow and dagger, he did not find anything else useful, except 2 gold coins and a small porcelain bottle. It seemed that these thieves were not rich. He released the fire element magic, and burned the unknown enemy into bone powder. With the help of Jaina, he threw it away, and returned to the battlefield at the beginning. Soon, Lester collected another piece of spoils. In addition to the bald man's bone ring, the porcelain bottle suspected of containing poison, and a dozen gold coins, Lester did not intend to keep anything else. He burned them all, and used magic to roll the new soil, to bury the ashes in the ground. Dust returned to dust, and everything disappeared, as if it had never appeared. By the time the destruction of the corpse was completed, about half an hour had passed. During this time, the old coachman Liang and Lulu and others had all obediently hidden in the carriage, saving Lester a lot of effort in explaining. The carriage was on the road again. Both the coachman Liang and Ogman had a new understanding of Lester's strength, especially the Catman boy who secretly peeked at the battle process from the window. He had already wanted to become his apprentice. Being able to easily defeat those powerful killers he had longed for, Ogman had already understood what true strength was. The journey was long, and the laughter and joy in the carriage resumed again. The ruts gradually disappeared at the end of the green path. Only the Crimson Land told of the life that had passed away with the wind and would never return. The Fantasy River originates from the Sea of Watchers, flows into the west coast of the Ionian continent through the port of Lanai, and gradually transitions eastward. The farthest second branch is adjacent to the southern foot of the northern end of Dragon Ridge Mountain, close to the core city of Presidion, in Navali province, and connects the western Philo Island with the inland Presidion. It is an extremely important sea transportation route. After bidding farewell to the old coachman Liang in Bona Village, Lester and his party got on a small boat and sailed northeast along the Fantasy River. The boatman was a one-eyed silent middle-aged man named Naylor. After searching all the boatmen in Bona Village, only Naylor was willing to go to Presidion at the beginning of the Blossoming Spirit Festival. Although the villagers did not say the reason, Lester knew that it was probably related to the monsters and ghosts that were rampant during the Blossoming Spirit Festival. Because the terrain in the southwest is higher, the boat speed is faster. In the turbulent Uansy River, the boat goes downstream, letting the strange and beautiful scenery along the way quickly retreat behind. Soon the boat turns the first big bend and goes north along the Resman Mountains. Life on the boat is also interesting. During the day, I watch the scenery on both sides of the river with Lulu. Under the guidance of the boatman Nail, I greet and exchange food with passing fishing boats. Under the explanation of Ogman, I'll learn about the various fish living in the Uansy River. Lester even went down the boat to catch fish and grilled fish on the boat. Even the taciturn boatman Nail gave a thumbs up and ate all the grilled fish. He also took the initiative to learn from Lester how to stabilize the grilled fish with the element of fire. When night falls and all kinds of night birds flap their wings across the river, the boat will dock at the shore and everyone will return to the cabin to rest and fall asleep on the sparkling Fantasy River. However, Lester himself is very fascinated by the beautiful night scenery of the Fantasy River. It seems that the magic atmosphere is too strong. When Lester uses magic to perceive, he always finds that in the magical world, the Fantasy River emits 7 color light-like scales, which is not dazzling, but is particularly soft against the background of the night. In this process, Elena in the body will also become excited. Ogman said that this is actually magic element, a kind of spiritual energy similar to magic, but more primitive, which can be used as currency. Therefore, Lester can't be idle and takes the initiative to collect it whenever he has time. In Ionia, even the basic element of magic are full of unique vitality. The big snowflakes of ice element that originally existed on the Valoran continent have now turned into female elves with ice wings. I don't know if it was influenced by men's aesthetics, but the beautiful elf has a delicate face and wears a blue glazed skirt. The majestic ice peaks are about to emerge, and the peculiar snow peak shields are crumbling. The smooth shoulders interpret the cunningness to the fullest, so that Lester will take the initiative to pay attention to whether the anti-gravity ice wing skirt will fall down, allowing him to see some small ice balls that he shouldn't see. Fortunately, the ice elf with more human emotions also understood the man's concerns. After sensing the inner desire of his favorite master, the ice elf took the initiative to strip off the gorgeous ice skirt, making the body transparent, and finally confirmed that the old comrade had been deceived by the unethical. It turned out that the majestic ice ball was not the body of the ice elf, but the clothing shell of the ice elf, which was no different from the cover of a man dressed as a woman. The ice elf surrounding the body itself had no gender characteristics, and there was only a flat holy light on the chest. The reason why it turned into a female appearance was just because it was influenced by Alina and Lester, and took the initiative to create a false image that Lester liked more, and the specific gender signs were not complete. Unless the I self has a complete self-personality and the self-cognition state is female, it will change from a flat land to a holy and majestic Mount Fuji. Perhaps in the future, the I self will obtain a complete concept of female and self-cognition, but it is definitely not now. After thinking about it, Lester gave up the idea of using the vitality provided by Lena to forcefully feminize the ice elemental elf. It was enough to just admire the little guy wearing an ice wing long skirt and waving snowflake wings. Doing other things would just be superfluous and meaningless. He couldn't even, not necessarily, right? In short, while enjoying the peaceful life in Ionia, Lester did not rest. In addition to absorbing magic element, he often used meditation to feel the spiritual realm of Ionia, cooperated with Alina to further develop more active magic element, and studied the magic scrolls left by the Icathian destruction mage. When he was still in the Black Rose Mage Academy, Margaret gave Lester the magic scrolls in the Icathian mage ruins, discovered in Banthal village. However, for various reasons, Lester had never really released the strengthening magic and summoning magic recorded on the scrolls. When creating the amplification array, he absorbed a lot of the spellcasting concepts of the Icathian destruction mage, so the scrolls were not useless in Lester's hands. It is worth mentioning that the human skin scroll that records the magic of strengthening is completely different from the animal skin scroll that records the magic of summoning the undead. The human skin scroll exudes an evil aura, while the animal skin scroll simply records the casting methods and steps of arcane. Lester has always suspected whether the human skin scroll excavated together with the dark seal is a soul-stealing scroll of Megia in the game. In particular, the powerful spells recorded on the human skin scroll require the cooperation of the magic ring dark seal to be perfectly released. After several years of soul accumulation, the Dark Seal, which has devoured hundreds of human souls, has officially entered the first level and reached the basic stage of spellcasting mentioned in the human skin scroll. Above the basic stage, there are two different degrees of spellcasting limits, the intermediate stage and the advanced stage. Judging from the number of souls devoured, the Dark Seal is an undoubted evil weapon. Its greed for souls can be described as insatiable, which is in line with the overbearing style of killing more and more powerful in the game. Lester has always been vigilant about the unknown effect of the Icathian strengthening spell in the human skin scroll that is suspected to be a book of death. The scroll does not give a clear description of what happens after the spell is successfully released. It is difficult to guarantee that no bad accidents will happen after the spell is successfully released. Therefore, Lester has been using his free time to analyze the arcane composition on the scroll, wanting to understand the so-called enhancement before releasing it. To what extent and what side effects it has. He hates things that are out of control, not to mention that such things are likely to harm his weapons. Thanks to Absolutely Banned and Green Orange Brother for the reward. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291 Black Dream. In addition to self-improvement, Lester was also completely entangled by the Catman boy Ogman. Although he did not accept Ogman as his Vastea Catman apprentice, Lester was still willing to teach Ogman's fighting skills, and taught the Vastea boy the part of practice posture that can enhance agility and body movements, and taught him a set of fighting skills suitable for Catman. Ogman put 120,000 points of energy into the knowledge and skills taught by Lester. Whenever he had the opportunity, he would meditate and train. He learned well, and kept calling him master. The fulfilling days passed quickly, and more than a month passed in the blink of an eye. As the river became narrower and faster, the boat approached the dense forest along the coast to avoid the continuous rain and rolling spring thunder. It looks like this rain will last for a long time. After tying the boat rope to the thick trunk of the cloud-spinning wood, the boatman Nail picked up a fallen leaf. The moisture on the leaf veins made the man understand that the road ahead was not easy. Will it delay the trip? Lester, hiding under the umbrella of a big tree, observed the environment in the dense forest. Apart from the strange plants with Ionian characteristics and some small animals running around on the branches, he did not find anything unusual. If the rain can stop within a week, we should be able to catch up with the Blooming Spirit Festival. Seeing that the rain was getting heavier, everyone gave up the idea of going forward in the rain and huddled in the small cabin. Because Lulu and Dogman were not big, the cabin did not seem crowded. Nayla sat opposite Lester. Lulu and Dogman, holding the flowery staff, sat opposite each other. With the bluebird above their heads and the flying elf Pixar, they only needed a set of Magic to start playing. It's still early before dark. Let's take turns telling stories, one each. Lester used the simplest, but most effective way, to relieve the dull atmosphere. Great. Storytelling is fun. The bored Lulu clapped her hands first, and Ogman nodded, willing to join in. Seeing that the other three were looking at him, the boatman Nayla hesitated for a moment and nodded. Okay, let's start with me. Because there were children around, Lester picked a more beautiful story. When I was still living in Valoran, I accidentally discovered a very magical place. It was a vast forest, close to the Silver Mountains in the south. There lived many rare and exotic animals, which were rarely seen. People in the Nokmachi Plains called it the Quiet Forest. It was an early morning. I walked through the woods with mottled beams of light, stepped on the bluestone to the stream, and met a hornless little white deer. The little white deer also saw me. The strange thing was that it didn't seem to be afraid of me. After just looking at me, it continued to lower its head to drink water. I didn't continue to approach the kind little deer. I just quietly observed by the stream. After a while, another big guy also walked out of the woods. Guess who it was? Is it the big cat? No. Then Lulu and Dogman also expressed their guesses. Big guy, could it be a bear? Lester smiled and shook his head. No. Is it a magical creature in the forest? Shaking his head at Nayla, Lester revealed the answer. It's a group of army ants with human-like mimicry, densely packed, with more than 100,000 of them. Nayla's face turned a little strange. Wow. That must be spectacular. Did the white deer become good friends with the ants? Lulu put her hands together and looked at Lester with a gentle face. Yes, they merged with the kind deer and became the best friends of the white-boned deer. They will never be separated again. I believe that, even if they return to nature and enter the next cycle of life, they will be together. Nayla's face froze, and he pulled the corners of his mouth and smiled at the man reluctantly. This story is so horrible, just like the man in front of him. What a wonderful story. Is it my turn? Well, let me tell you a story about Bandle City. It was a beautiful afternoon. I accidentally passed through the portal and found my good friend, Tristana, the captain of the Bandle City Gunners, holding her boom and confronting Mr. Rabbit outside the portal. The scene was really terrifying. I could even see the raging flames coming out of the boom. The bright emerald green eyes of the Yodel were like two flawless green jades, and the purple hair swayed gently with the owner's hand, expressing a cheerful mood. Facing the cold and ruthless Mr. Rabbit, Tristana had to be extremely alert to avoid being hit by the enemy's little nose. In order to prevent the two from really fighting, I had to stand between the two and prevent further conflict with Pix. Lulu proudly puffed up her chest and spoke vividly. At that time, Tristana's face was very serious. She said that some terrible creature attacked the portal, so she seriously suspected that the culprit was Mr. Rabbit. So I turned to look at Mr. Rabbit, who was twitching his nose, and asked him, "Did you attack the portal?" Sure enough, Mr. Rabbit turned his head away and started eating grass, not wanting to pay attention to my question. I realized that the fluctuation of the portal was not caused by Mr. Rabbit. How could a person who had done bad things continue to eat with peace of mind? If it wasn't Mr. Rabbit, then who caused the fluctuation of the portal? Lester found the right time to ask questions, making Lulu's eyebrows dance. He knew that the little guy liked this. Yeah, this is a puzzle that is difficult to get the answer, but it is not difficult for me. With the help of Pixar, I quickly found the answer and discovered the truth. The fairy Pixar rolled his eyes, folded his hands in front of his chest, and did not hesitate to reveal Lulu's past. Yes, I found the answer. It was you, Lulu, who used the whispering key to shuttle back and forth through the portal, causing the portal to fluctuate, which made Tristana nervous and ask a rabbit for accountability. After all, Tristana always attaches great importance to the safety of Bandle City and never misses any slight disturbance. Lester memorized the whispering key in his heart and smiled calmly. If he remembered correctly, the whispering key was the key to shuttle through the Bandle City portal, and at this moment, it was confirmed by Lulu's mouth. The cat Boyogman reacted blankly for a long time. His mouth gradually opened, and after a delay of 3 seconds, he burst into laughter and figured out the reason. Ha ha ha, after all this time, it turned out to be you. After apologizing to Mr. Rabbit and Tristana, I was forgiven. It's your turn, Uncle Naylor. Do you want to tell a story? Being stared at by the Yodel people, Naylor nodded, his voice a little heavy. Bona Village has always been a peaceful and beautiful village. Under the leadership of the elders, the villagers rely on fishing and mountain game to obtain enough supplies for survival. The boats traveling on the Huangxi River are also our trading partners. We can exchange furs and game for good things from other places. Everything was perfect until 12 years ago, when a shadow wizard came to our village. After a pause, the one-eyed boatman lowered his eyes, touched his blind left eye, and continued. The shadow wizard's name is Doppler. He is a middle-aged man in his 30s from Xi'an province. He traveled all the way north and finally came to our village. Knowing that Doppler could release shadow spells, the elders kept him and agreed to let him stay for a while. With the shadow wizard, our village began to harvest more, and life began to get better. The shadow, which does not need to breathe, can dive under the Huangxi River for a long time to catch rare freshwater fish that are hard to catch, and can also search for rare herbs and plants and animals deep in the green forest. Everyone thinks that Doppler's arrival is a good thing, and my wife and I are no exception. Bona Village completely accepted the guests from afar, and Doppler was warm and generous. In Bona Village, no one disliked him. Even the elders who stick to the rules were willing to let Doppler stay a little longer. I thought it would be peaceful forever, but on a night of a lunar eclipse, a nightmare fell on Bona Village. Fear began to appear on the man's face, and his only remaining eye seemed to have really seen something terrible. It was bloodshot and hideous. Lester held the frightened Lulu in his arms, hugged Lulu's little face, and gently patted the Yodel's back. Even the little fairy pigs became serious. At this moment, Naylor didn't care about other people's opinions. He just wanted to take this rare opportunity to express the depression and despair that had been suppressed in his heart for more than 10 years. Without exception, all the villagers and their dreams entered a real nightmare, and the owner of the nightmare was Doppler. When the villagers walked aimlessly in the dream, filled with fog and shadows, the disaster had just begun. A shadowy ghost of nothingness targeted all of us. Its voice was like the whisper of death, depressing and dull, full of malice towards life, spreading the fear hidden in the darkness. Whenever the ghost pounces on us, we will be pulled into a strange world. In that empty world, you have nothing, not even time. The only thing that exists is yourself. And every time you exit the empty world, someone will completely disappear in the nightmare with wailing. After the third person disappeared, Doppler, who was surrounded by the villagers, finally told the truth. Naylor's voice was full of pain, and the trembling syllables seemed like a scar that was torn again. It turns out that Doppler had long been targeted by the evil creature that could invade dreams. His so-called wandering was just an escape from the devil's pursuit. He wanted to seek effective help, but got nothing. Even the monks of the Temple of Shuaji and Karma of the Hall of Eternal Life could not deal with the evil creature. In desperation, in order to survive, he chose to find a village to live in when the night of the lunar eclipse came, and the devil was about to approach. In other words, our village was just a sacrifice used by Doppler to delay the evil creature. From the very beginning, we were deceived by a terrible and deadly lie. The gift he gave us with his shadow was the death ransom for us to use our lives to block his attacks. Smiling at himself, Naylor pointed to his blind right eye. My wife Sally's life and my right eye were bought by 3 rainbow fish and a wild boar. On the day I received the gifts, I even felt guilty towards that Doppler guy because Sally and I had nothing to give him except ordinary daily necessities. Isn't it ridiculous? As the demon attacked again, I hugged Sally tightly. To my surprise, this time Sally did not separate from me, and I did not go to the world of nothingness. Instead, we appeared in the green forest together. There was a flame-marked red leopard not far away. Before I could react to what happened, the red leopard pounced on Sally and me. I was about to push Sally away and face the man-eating beast alone, but a push came from my side, and I lost my balance. The man's voice was low and full of despair. It was Sally who pushed me to the red leopard. I staggered towards the red leopard with confusion and sadness, but the red leopard slapped me on the face with its claws, and its sharp claws blinded my right eye. After I fell to the ground, the red leopard bit Sally and tore my wife's throat. I looked at my wife who was being eaten in a daze and watched her die. I didn't even know what to do. I don't know how long it took. I came out of the green forest, and I didn't return to the terrible nightmare world in the world of nothingness. I was awakened by the severe pain in my right eye. I sat up from the bed. Sally, who had stopped breathing, lay next to me. Sally, who was holding my left hand, seemed to be asleep. There was no wound on her body, but she was as cold as a ruthless snowball. I pried open my wife's stiff but determined fingers, got up from the bed, and walked to the mirror. What I saw was an intact empty eyeball that could no longer see. A nightmare. I lost my right eye, and my wife lost her life. Because of Sally's push, I found that even the relationship between me and my wife had an irreparable rift. It was not until the next day that I learned that the reason we were able to escape the shackles of the nightmare was because Doppler died at the hands of angry villagers. A dream without its master was no longer a dream, and we successfully returned to reality. The demon who could travel through dreams and torture souls with evil powers also severed its connection with Boner Village, but the 5 people who died in Boner Village could never come back. In anger, the villagers burned Doppler's body on a pile of firewood into ashes, and the bone powder was used to comfort the dead souls. I thought my pain came from the departure of my wife, but I found that every time I had a nightmare, I dreamed of Sally's ruthless pusher. I wanted to protect Sally with my life, but she betrayed me without hesitation. This is a result that I will never be able to let go of. On every soul blooming festival, I will look for Sally's soul blooming flower. I want to get the answer she tells herself. I want to know whether our most beautiful feelings had cracks and suspicions before the demon attacked. What was the reason that made her willing to use the most heartbreaking way to protect herself and betray her beloved husband, even though I was ready to die for her? So, did you get the answer? The atmosphere was silent for a long time, and Lester asked softly, holding Lulu, who was no longer afraid. The man's ferocious face has returned to calm, and there is a little more relief on his face. For more than a decade, I have never found Sally's spiritual flower. Perhaps this is the answer I will never get until I die. Outside the boat, the spring rain was drizzling, and the dripping raindrops were beating on the branches and leaves. The 4th story became out of reach in the haze. The moonlight sprinkled gently, held up by the mottled night, and in a trance, it sank deeply into a black dream. Chapter 290 To the Palace of Eternity. Unaware that the target he had been pursuing had already reached the land of the firstborn, the rune carrier was approaching Presidium in Navali province. Riz stood on the east coast of Iloran, letting his hood blow off by the sea breeze. The wandering mage sensed the trace of the red rune fragment in a daze, estimated the approximate distance, and finally confirmed that he was on this side and the other person was on the other side of the sea. The question is, which side of the sea is the other side? The Watcher's Sea is so big, where should he go to find another rune fragment? Blue Flame Islands? Bilgewater Bay? Or Ionia? Will he chase it to the grave? If he directly uses the power of the red rune in his hand, can he save more than 10 years indirectly? Throwing the rune back into the rune scroll, his wandering thoughts stopped abruptly. The whisper of the runes in his ears gradually faded away, and the wandering mage felt a deep fatigue. Amid the sound of waves hitting the shore, Riz sat hunched on a large rock, propped up his chin with his arm, and became a thinker. The wandering mage was ready to sort out his thoughts so as not to become a headless fly. In his opinion, the journey can be tiring, can take detours, can be full of disappointment, but it must not be without a clear goal. Without a clear goal, let alone taking more than 10 years to circumnavigate the entire Valoran continent, I'm afraid I can't even walk 100 meters. If it's not a coincidence, then it's too much of a coincidence. I just happened to come to the southern continent of Valoran, and another person who mastered the red rune just happened to leave Valoran and go to other places. It's just like he knew my whereabouts and deliberately avoided me. But there are not many people who really understand me and know that I'm collecting world runes. In the eyes of most people, I'm just a wanderer. How could there be someone who has mastered the runes, whom I have never seen, and who knows me very well, deliberately use a cross-continental way to get rid of me? Impossible. Shaking his head, throwing away the idea that was too out of the ordinary, Riz sighed and admitted the cruel reality that he was not so lucky. Since it is not another premeditated action, it can only be a coincidence. Should I continue to track it? When Riz was a little confused, the Boundless Sea gave Riz the answer. If the world can reduce some disasters caused by runes, then crossing the sea will make sense. Let's go. We can't just stop here and hesitate. After thinking for a long time, Riz decided to give up the original route of searching for runes around various continents. Since the rune with legs has become an uncertain factor, it is better to keep moving in the general direction of the red rune and look for other runes along the way. This is at least better than searching like a headless fly. The sea breeze brought the heavy horn sound of the immortal fortress harbor, indicating that another large ship is about to leave. Riz stood up, patted his clothes, put on his hood again, and his tired steps became strong again. Before crossing the ocean, he needs to find a suitable ship. There are no requirements, as long as it can cross the sea. Presidium is located in the core area of the Ionian continent. It is the heart of Navali province and the first land. If the long-standing Magic Garden is counted, Presidium has a history of thousands of years. The prosperous and beautiful city is enough to make travelers stop involuntarily and stay in this magical land. There are hundreds of thousands of Ionians and foreign travelers living in Presidium. Under the leadership of the Apocalypse, the Holy Prophet, Karma, the Holy Land of Ionia has not suffered from large-scale rune wars and the ravages of dark tyrants. Presidium has always maintained the tranquility of thousands of years ago, demonstrating the harmonious beauty of man and nature, and the spiritual and material realms. The Temple of Eternal Life is a holy place in the Holy Land Presidium. It is the most respected place by the Ionian people. It also represents the spirit that Ionia has inherited for thousands of years. It is also the residence of Karma, the soul of Ionia in every life. The Temple of Eternal Life was built in a majestic and deep mountain stream under the design of ancient Ionian Feng Shui and astrology masters. The symmetrical mahogany hall rises from the ground, majestic, and is guarded by the Shuanglang mountain with dragons and tigers leaping in the depths. The stream stretches through and is thorough. It is not invaded by cold or heat all year round, and the flowers bloom unfading, and the clusters of brocade form a sea. Although it stands under the cliffs of the mountain stream, the sun can shine, and the moon can sleep. The yang energy rises at noon, and the yin energy lasts from midnight. The yin and yang are combined, and life is endless. 3 parts of a day, 4 seasons of the year, the sun divides the dawn, and the yin divides the dusk. The perfect Feng Shui pattern of the stars ensures that every 8 hours, the Hall of Eternal Life will have different celestial starlight sprinkled from the sky. As the saying goes, 3 parts of the sun, moon, and stars in a day, and yin and yang each occupy 1 part of the dawn and dusk. For Ionian practitioners who pursue the righteousness of heaven and earth, the energy of the sun, moon, and stars, it is a rare treasure. Thanks to the unique Feng Shui pattern, the elders and monks living in the Hall of Eternal Life have a long lifespan. The pure heart, few desires, and rhythmic practice life allow the wise old man to easily live to more than 100 years old. However, no matter how long-lived the old man is, he is far from being as long-lived as the real owner of the Hall of Eternal Life, Karma, the soul of Ionia who has been reincarnated for more than 500 years. If death is also the beginning of a new round of memories, then life is on an endless road. The origin of Karma is untraceable, but all Ionians know that there is only one master of the Hall of Eternal Life, and that is Karma. Karma is the only prophet of the apocalypse who can make any stubborn Ionian bow down to him. The pale samsara wood sways gently, and the crimson 6-leafed resurrection flowers dance all over the sky. The ancient and vicissitudes of the evening drum and morning bell echo in the red sunset before the sunset disappears, breaking the empty clouds of fire. The monks clasped their hands together in the hall and recited scriptures. The elders and masters who had bathed and purified themselves sat cross-legged on the cushions, meditating on the enlightenment of the prophet in the agar wood. The candlelight in the Hall of Samsara is endless, and the male old man who has entered the age of 125 sits cross-legged in front of the eternal lamp silent. The white-haired, kind-looking, peaceful old man was wearing a gorgeous silk cloak, and the twin dragon halos on the back of his head were endless. The power contained in the soul of Ionia was enough to move mountains and fill the sea, but it was smoothed out by Karma's peaceful and resolute mind from beginning to end, allowing the twin dragons to weaken their ever-expanding power in the process of attrition, so that the twin dragons always maintained a low spiritual energy level. When the melodious bell sounded completely, the last ray of sunset light also disappeared on the highest tile roof of the Hall of Eternal Life. The fifth reincarnation of Karma, the current Karma, Xiu, stood up and left the Hall of Samsara. When the door of the Hall of Samsara was completely closed, Karma Xiu did not see that the soul lamp that never extinguished swayed slightly in the absence of wind. Outside the hall, the monk Lu of the Shuaju temple who was guarding the door bowed his head in reverence. "Prophet, are we going to eat now?" The breeze brushed across his cheeks, but Xiu shook his head, looked up at the Samsara tree outside the Samsara hall, and whispered to the flying soul returning flowers. "LV, I don't have much time left. I have to do more things before I leave." The bald monk's face changed slightly, but he didn't say anything. He knew that Karma, who looked solemn, had something else to say. That was something more important than Karma's upcoming reincarnation. In meditation, I saw a sea of blood in the sea of blooming soul flowers. Just like in the past, those things that were ready to move are coming again. Hearing this, Lu's face changed drastically. The last time Karma saw blood was before the Blooming Soul Festival 5 years ago. During that Blooming Soul Festival, many terrible spirits and ghosts came from the spiritual realm to the material realm by means of the blooming soul flowers, breaking the balance between the two realms, and causing great pain to Presidium. If Karma had not gathered the group of practitioners and acolytes who voluntarily guarded the balance between the two realms, to guard under the blooming soul tree in advance, I'm afraid there would be more casualties. They are coming again. After a moment of silence, Karma nodded, his tone heavy. From the vision, this disaster is more severe than the last one. An evil spirit that can travel between shadows and dreams has appeared in the spiritual realm. It is it that has intensified the fear among the people and destroyed the balance between the two realms, making the dead souls unable to rest in peace and causing the monsters to become more numerous in the spiritual realm. Recalling the legend of the ghost nightmare that was circulated around the shadow wizard, Lu frowned. He did not expect that two unrelated things would be entangled together and cause such serious consequences. Then what should we do? Summon those practitioners who uphold the way of balance between the two realms again. I'm afraid this is not enough, but good and evil will eventually be rewarded, and we don't need to intervene too much. Summon the elders. We need to let more people know about this matter. If those practitioners want to build a temple, they have to do something well. The people of Presidium did not know the disaster that was about to happen to them, but they could see that a group of strange people had come to their hometown. A handsome and calm Narxan youth, a heavy-faced Ionian one-eyed man, a Vastaya cat boy, a palm-sized fairy and a purple-skinned yodel less than 1 meter tall. Such a combination is rare even in Ionia, a land full of miracles and magic. However, the peaceful and tolerant nature of the Ionians did not show any rude looks. Instead, many warm-hearted Ionians took the initiative to ask and wanted to help these guests outside of Presidium. Rejecting the enthusiastic Ionians, Lester, who already had Mela and Dogman as guides in Presidium, lived in a natural hotel in Presidium under the guidance of the boatman and the cat boy. Unlike the unique treehouse hotel in Praia Village, the hotel in Presidium is also built with many living trees, but it is not that high. Instead, it occupies a large area and uses some separate natural wooden boards and stones as partitions to divide the space. During the chat, Lester finally understood that the reason why the living tree as the main frame can grow into a perfect bevel structure is because there are special witches who pray for the tree spirits so that the trees are willing to change their growth state and become part of the Ionian houses. It is not only about construction, but also praying for mining in mines, praying for fruit trees and farmland to bear fruit, and praying for birds and beasts who are tired of living to voluntarily become food for humans. Witches are also called spirit summoners by the Ionians. They are a very respected profession in Ionia. As long as it involves things between people and nature, in the eyes of the Ionians, it will never go wrong to find a spirit summoner. If you want, people with constipation can even find a spirit summoner to summon Gong, as long as they can withstand the big slap from the spirit summoner. From the blue feather hair, it can be seen that the innkeeper is a Vastea feathered man, but I don't know if he can fly. Friends from Vastea, we need 4 houses for 1 month. Glancing at the foreigner with a pale green eye, the Vastea feathered boss took out a cyan magic stone and placed it on the table, saying indifferently, "The Spirit Blossom Festival is approaching. There are not so many houses left, only 2 vacant rooms. Lulu, you and I share one. Ogman, you and Mr. Naylor share one. Is that okay?" "Mr. Lister, that's okay." For the guide Ogman, just obey the arrangements of the sponsor, and the boatman nodded indifferently. At this moment, he would not care, even if he lived in the wilderness. "Great, I can sleep with little Lenny again." Touching Lulu's excited little head, Lester looked back at the innkeeper. "2 rooms are enough. How much do you charge?" "Just fill this magic stone." Putting his hand on the magic stone, Lester slowly injected the Ionian magic collected along the way, and the cyan stone began to flash regularly, and the exhausted magic was gradually filled. In Ionia, there are generally 3 ways of trading, namely barter with Shurima currency, or trading with magic element as currency. Barter is commonly seen in ordinary mountain villages and settlements, and is used to exchange each other's survival supplies. Barter with Shurima currency is more common among outsiders. Merchants from outside the first land prefer to trade with real gold and silver. Magic element is the most special, and is generally seen in transactions with Vastea and necromancers. There are also quite a few talented Ionians who like to trade with magic element. As a special energy of the Ionian continent, magic element is different from magic element. In Lester's view, magic element is more like a kind of spiritual energy, but it is called magic element by the Ionians. The practitioners and Vasteans of Ionia can use magic element for cultivation, and spiritual summoners also consume magic element when communicating with the spirits of all things. The total amount of magic element produced autonomously in an area where the spiritual and material realms remain unchanged is fixed. As more people use it, the amount each person can get will naturally become less. Each time a little bit is produced, it will be quickly divided up by everyone. In this way, in densely populated areas, magic element become a relatively scarce thing. If you want to obtain new magic element, you must go to sparsely populated areas to absorb them. This is why Lester often sees people sitting cross-legged on bare rocks, meditating and practicing. Chapter 293 Blue Badjana. Filling the medium-sized magic stone completely consumed 1/20th of Lester's stock. He didn't know if the magic he absorbed and stored was considered normal human reserves, but it felt good to be a magic tycoon. "This is your house number, don't lose it." Lester was speechless after receiving the feather-shaped house number from the Vastea Featherman. It was called a key, but it was actually a wooden feather plate with numbers written on it. The workmanship was as sloppy as it could be. If it weren't for the Vastea blue feather as a logo, Lester could have made countless of them. Noticing that there was no magical fluctuation on it, Lester knew that the hotel he was staying in was probably a good place, where no one would pick up things on the road and no one would lock the door at night. Even the treehouse in Praia village was like this. There was only a symbolic, harmonious bolt on the inside of the door. If no one was at home, the door would not be locked at all, and there was no way to lock it. However, apart from the basic bed and table, there was nothing worth stealing, unless it was to steal people. After a brief greeting to Ogman and Naylor, Lester, wearing a blue bird, held Lulu's hand and carried Pix on his shoulders back to the room. "Lulu, Pix, I'm going out to get some information. You stay here and wait for me. Little Lenny, Lulu wants to go too. Can you take Lulu with you? Please." Holding Lester's right hand reluctantly and shaking it, Lulu's emerald green eyes flashed with a charming light, like a little animal about to be abandoned, which made Lester amused, and gently pinched the delicate and smooth face of the yodel with his left hand. You've used the cute trick too many times. It doesn't work on me anymore. Be good. I'll bring you some delicious food when I come back. Lulu watched Lester leave with a pouty mouth. After the man left completely, the Yodel's smart and cunning eyes instantly found Pix and smiled evilly at the little fairy's speechless expression. Hey, little Lenny has left. I declare. Lulu and the Pixar Special Operations team set off immediately. Where are we going? To find little Lenny, of course. Lester was observing everything in front of him calmly, thinking to himself, if the Emerald Territory is a representative, harmonious, human gathering place where humans rule and transform nature, with a precise layout like a large war machine, then Presidium is a harmonious product of scattered villages and nature blended together by God's will, with a sense of utopia. Ionia, which is mainly based on gathering, and has a magical agricultural social form, is an ideal utopian society that allows animism to exist, and has no industrial ideology. Lester has always believed that there must be specific influencing factors. Normally speaking, this is an illogical and deformed form of social development. Compared to the moment when Naxos invaded hundreds of years later, Ionia at this moment is more primitive. So primitive that Lester can't even find the person in charge of a region. Simply put, the Ionians are a group of scattered soldiers, and they are not a big deal at all. No wonder Ionia in the future was slaughtered by Naxos as a fat sheep. If it continues to develop naturally like this, Ionia will still be like this in another 1,000 years, and there will be no progress at all until it is crushed by the wheels of history and becomes a thing of the past. Without a unified will, no matter how many and how powerful the heroes of Ionia are, they will only be divided, bought, and damaged in internal friction. If he wants, using the power of the Emerald Territory, and using soft means, Lester has a 70% chance of conquering the entire Ionia, and establishing a puppet regime. Take Presidium for example. Presidium covers an area of more than 100,000 square kilometers. It is rich in resources and fertile in soil. It is composed of hundreds of villages of different sizes. There are hundreds of elders and masters who symbolize the ruling class. There is no superior who can truly represent Presidium to make decisions. Whether it is in terms of liberating productivity or using productivity to maintain war potential, the efficiency is extremely low. Although the military dictatorship of the Emerald Territory is as backward as the aristocratic parliament system of Demacia, at least when mobilizing soldiers, it will not take a month to count how many elders can make legitimate opinions, and then another month to count how many legitimate opinions the elders have made, and finally another month to confirm whether the legitimate opinions come from the brain, not the buttocks. As long as he is willing, Lester can make half of the Ionian elders sit on the stools of Naxos and shout loudly, making the other half full of hesitation. Not to mention the individual combat effectiveness. Even the militia organizations established in each village are disorganized. In Lester's opinion, it is not so much the militia that maintains the law and order of Navali province, but rather the upright practitioners passing by and the heroes who like to draw their swords to help maintain the peace of Ionia. As for the provincial soldiers, who are no longer employed, what is that? Can they be eaten? Thousands of militia groups simply cannot resist the charge of the 100-man square formation of the Emerald Territory Black Iron Guard. Unless there are wind-controlling swordsmen like Yasuo and leaking or high-end combat power of the Shoji Dragon Monk, no matter how many militia groups come, they will die. Going to war with such a force that is not even an amateur army will only be a massacre. Walking on the dirt path of Presidium, there are all kinds of Ionians coming and going. The complex types of Vastair opened Lester's eyes. The man also noticed a few guys who seemed to be from the Thieves Alliance, but they were not wearing rings. As he was smiling and greeting the shy Vastair girl passing by, the aura of Janna above his head suddenly became much weaker. This discovery made Lester's face stiffen, and he felt very uncomfortable. He no longer had the heart to flirt with the beautiful Vastair girl. Under the disappointed eyes of the girl, Lester found a natural square to sit down and took the illusory blue bad off his head. Unlike the energetic look just now, Janna at this moment became much more illusory and directly returned to the state when he first met her on the Watcher's Sea. Lester suppressed his anger and spoke softly to the blue bad with his eyes closed. Janna Moo, why did you suddenly become so weak? I heard the call of the humans on the other side of the sea, and I went to help them, right? Yes. Did they give you the power of faith? Lester knew that he might have asked a nonsense question, but the man still had a fluke mentality. After a pause, Jana's voice came again. Give, a little bit. A little bit. I charged Jana for more than 3 months, and Jana used it up completely in one spell, and then I only received a little bit. A little bit. How much? Silently looking at the weak and unreal bluebird incarnation in the palm of his hand, Lester suddenly lost the mood to continue asking. For the first time, the irritated Lester understood how it felt to have his treasure, which he cherished like a treasure, abused and bullied by others. The key point was that his treasure was deliberately bullied, and there was no place to reason. As if it had noticed the man's unhappiness, the bluebird tapped the man's palm with its beak, and there was a hint of indebtedness in its tone that it had never had before. I'm sorry, I used your power to help others. You know, I don't care about this. I just feel that it's not worth it for you to hurt yourself. Don't be angry and sad, okay? Seeing that Lester still had a wooden face and didn't speak, the bluebird hesitated for a moment, ready to use the remaining power of faith to transform into an elf form and apologize to his believers. After all, in his opinion, his believers seemed to like this in-depth communication method. Even if such an act would cause his bluebird incarnation to completely dissipate, even if the next incarnation that could collect faith might take several years to recondense, he was willing to do so. I don't need you to do this. Lester suddenly felt Jana's own determination from the Elena translator and quickly wrapped the bluebird's small body with both hands, leaving only the bird's head exposed from the gap between his thumbs, just as he did when they first met. Anyway, just stay by my side. If you leave me, I will never forgive you or believe in you. After he finished speaking, Lester realized that his words had some childish meaning. He was stunned for a moment, then sighed deeply. Okay. Putting the bluebird back on his head, Lester, who was not very happy, suddenly added in a low voice. Also, write down the name of the captain who saved you, but did not believe in you, and did not provide you with strength, and tell me. Don't always be stupid. It will definitely not work if you just know to give blindly. You have to learn to take the initiative to create gains. When you want to help others in the future, remember to tell me, so that no one will feel sorry for you if you are bullied. After staring blankly at the nagging man, the bluebird lowered its little head and skillfully placed its fart in the comfortable hair nest. He is not a human being. He does not know what his mood is now, but he does not hate this state that allows him to relax and feel at ease. Before this, Keen Adam had always thought that he was just a gust of wind that blew across other people's cheeks, but could not take anything away. The wind is everywhere, but it isn't a shareable. The wind will never stop. It will only fly from one place to another alone. Since its birth, Keen Adam has existed to help humans sailing on the sea. Some people need to be prepared before the storm comes. Some people need to dispel the storm to save their lives, and some people want to have smooth sailing and use the breeze to sail to the other side of the sea to gain wealth. Through various thoughts and wishes, Keen Adam was born. Even the name, Keen Adam, was given by the people of Zorn. It was people who gave him life and will, so he was willing to fulfill his duties and always put people first. From the beginning to the end, Jan Adam existed because of human faith. He helped humans out of trouble and then gained the power of faith to maintain himself, waiting for the next appearance. If the power was exhausted, he would slowly condense his incarnation in the weak faith, accumulate strength again, and wait for the next time to save lives. It has always been like this for thousands of years, and perhaps it will be the same in reincarnation 10,000 years later. Maybe it was simply a problem with the communication method, or maybe humans themselves were ruthless and ungrateful creatures. No one had ever said anything to him other than asking for and being grateful, and no believers had ever thought about the problem from his perspective. Except for some crew members driven by desire who forcibly gave him the posture and godhood of female. He had almost nothing to gain in the past 1,000 years. Before the Shurima Empire issued the decree prohibiting the worship of false gods, he was the most powerful. Even at that time, the power he had was only enough to maintain the female elf incarnation normally. After responding to the requests of believers every day, He never left anything for himself until he met a special believer who said that in this world, when someone was bullied, he would feel sorry for her. Wasn't she? Bluebird was stunned, a little confused about the strange feelings he had, and the gender recognition he had for the first time. Recalling his past, Keen-Lee Moo found that only after contacting him, he was willing to become her willingly, because this was the only way to respond to his love for himself. The shadow creature that turned into a woman did the same, and said the same thing to him. His love for himself seemed to be completely different from that of other believers. Although he didn't know what it was, Keen-Lee Moo understood that, if he lost such love, he would be very sad. Jenna, who didn't know that she had tasted the primitive emotions of humans for the first time, had very complicated emotions. Lester was attracted by the hurried pace of the Presidians. Lester came out to obtain some unexpected information, so he would not miss such an opportunity. He quickly mixed into the crowd and walked in one direction. This is a very common open space in Presidium. It is common to see such an idle space at the entrance of each village, as if it would not be a village if there is no space left. On the open space, a short battle is taking place. The Ionian who is fighting is a monk of the Temple of Shoji with obvious characteristics. The other is an out-and-out weirdo. The wooden pole lamppost used as a weapon is randomly inserted into the ground. The weirdo is wearing a thick dark purple fur coat and a porous iron mask on his face. The whole person is wrapped tightly, and not even a hair can be seen. The weirdo has 3 fingers on each hand, and the dry skin is dry purple gray. After several rounds of close combat, the weirdo's 3 thick but flexible fingers are clenched into fists, easily blocking the monk's flying kick. The weirdo grabs the monk's calf with the force of the flying kick and throws the monk who has lost balance directly to the ground. Rolling to his feet, the monk raised his numb arms in a somewhat embarrassed manner and was about to launch another attack. Finally, after thinking for a while, the monk put his hands together and bowed to the weirdo. From a technical point of view, the monk who was knocked over had already lost the battle. If he continued to fight, it would be a disadvantage for the monk who pursued the spirit of martial arts. You are really powerful. I lose, and I'm convinced. With his palms raised in front of his chest, the 3-fingered weirdo also bowed his head slightly in return and watched the monk return to the crowd. The weirdo's etiquette was in place, but his tone was particularly domineering and arrogant. In Presidium, is there no one who can fight? Thank you all for your monthly tickets, and thank you to all the readers who have been following me. I will add more chapters next week, and I hope you will continue to support me. Chapter 290 for Weapon Master. I'll do it. Being mocked so openly by the weirdo, even the peaceful Ionians could not stand it. The man who spoke nimbly passed through the crowd that made way for him, his right hand on the hilt of the long sword at his waist, his face serious and solemn. You will taste the taste of failure, you weirdo who dares not even show your face. The 3 people before you said the same thing. I really hope your sword is as sharp as your mouth. Holding the wooden pole in his right hand, the weirdo pulled the strange lamppost cane out of the ground and made a beautiful stick flower. The weirdo shook off the mud at the end of the stick, and the ridiculous and clumsy lamppost pointed directly at the middle-aged swordsman, which was a bit imposing. Wandering warrior, Jax. Shadowless swordsmanship, Lankai. The long sword was unsheathed, and the cold sword light flashed by. Lankai understood that, if he could win this battle, the shadowless sword art he created would become famous in Presidium, and he would take the first step to establish a school and become a master. After all, this weirdo named Jax in front of him easily defeated the monk of Shoji Temple and Lino, a famous warrior of Vastea. If Jax loses to him, doesn't it mean that the shadowless swordsmanship he created is better than the martial arts used by the loser? Thinking of this, Lankai's competitive spirit increased again. The noisy crowd quickly calmed down. Before the fight, the momentum of the 2 began to clash head-on. Facing the bottomless hole in the mask, at a certain moment, when the breeze blew, Lankai's eyes were stung, and he couldn't help but blinked. Start fighting. Capturing the swordsman's flaw, Jax jumped towards Lankai, who was shocked by his momentum, without hesitation, and smashed down with a lamppost. With his agility, he dodged the powerful blow and the long sword of Lankai floated towards Jax's chest like an autumn leaf. This sword was so fast that it could cut off a fallen leaf. It fully embodied the word fast, which was in line with the sword concept of Shadowless. Even the knowledgeable Jax could not help but admire the style of this sword, but for him, being fast was not enough. No matter how fast it would not be as fast as those void demons that destroyed Akasha. Changing from a blow to a pick, the lamppost spun, and Jax used the end of the wooden stick to block the sword body that was cut, causing the elegant Shadowless sword to deviate from its original trajectory. Only a few people with special vision could see that the force-bearing surface of the wooden pole of the Jujubwood stick perfectly avoided the sharp blade. On the premise of avoiding being cut by the blade, it accurately hit the parallel surface of the blade, causing the swordsman's wrist, which was as stable as a mountain, to shake uncontrollably, and the sword began to deviate. This fleeting tremor is just a normal small mistake for most warriors, but it can be infinitely magnified in a duel between masters, and Jax is an expert in this field. He is good at attacking, and even better at creating flaws in defense, and counter-attacking at will. Before Lan Kai could strike the second sword, the lamppost that followed the rotating Jujubwood stick had hit the front end of the long sword for the second time. At the moment Jax landed, the two different directions of force on the long sword made Lan Kai realize that he had lost control of the long sword. He could neither advance nor retreat. The weapon in his hand seemed to have its own consciousness and trembled like a wave. The swordsman could not help but be a little horrified. After practicing swordsmanship for decades, this was the first time he encountered such a strange situation. It's over. As the hard metal lamppost hit the long sword for the third time, the long sword flew out of his hand uncontrollably, circling in the air for a few circles, before falling to the ground. Lan Kai stared blankly at his trembling right hand, unable to react. For a swordsman, there is no greater failure and humiliation than losing his sword. Jax also understands this. If a swordsman is willing to calm down and practice hard, he may reach a peak that he has never climbed. On the road of growing up and seeking companions to fight against the void, Jax is doing two things most of the time. He is eager to learn new things and integrate them into himself in the competition. He is also willing to give some pointers to confused warriors. Maybe after the other party has an epiphany, he can become his teacher next time they meet. At the very least, he can improve his combat effectiveness when he encounters the void. There is no limit on the road of martial arts. As long as there is enough perseverance and a certain amount of talent, anyone can be a master in a certain field. Jax pointed out the shortcomings of his opponent by reinserting the lamppost into the ground, turning it into a strange lighting tool instead of a weapon. Lan Kai, your sword is indeed fast enough to be called shadowless, but simply being shadowless is meaningless. In addition to speed, strength and accuracy are also very important. There should be a better way to pursue above being shadowless. You can dodge my flash. Your body movements are very exquisite. You can try to combine sword momentum with body movements to see if you can find a more suitable way. After a moment of silence, Lan Kai picked up his sword that had become a little unfamiliar again and whispered, "Maybe you are right. Simply being fast is meaningless. Master Jax, can I ask you a question?" Nodding, Jax did not care about Lan Kai's change of address for him. He had heard the word master so many times that he didn't feel anything. It was just a general word, and he had no interest in it. "Ask it. I just want to know, what is the name of your strange attack method? Why can it make my sword lose control?" Putting aside the laymen who were watching the fun, the faces of the other warriors watching the battle changed slightly, and they looked down on Lan Kai, who asked others about the true meaning of martial arts without authorization. However, despite his contempt, his steps did not deviate at all. He still had to listen to what he should listen to. It all depended on whether the martial arts master named Jax was willing to say it. What everyone did not expect was that the weirdo Jax did not have any intention of hiding anything, and answered without hesitation. "This is the skill of Vibration Blade, which I also call the Counterattack Storm. The so-called Vibration Blade is a combat skill specially used to seize the enemy's weapons. Its principle is to seize the enemy's weapons with weapons, break the enemy's weapons with points, and destroy the balance of the enemy's weapons, to achieve a state of vibration. There is a Vibration Blade master on the Shurima continent. I learned from him. As for his name, I'm not convenient to reveal it. I have learned from you. From today on, I, Lan Kai, will never step into Navali again. He bowed with a sincere heart, put away his long sword, and slowly left in the contemptuous eyes of everyone. Watching Lan Kai leave, Jax looked around the crowd and said nothing. Once the challenge was issued, those who wanted to fight would naturally come up, and those who did not dare to fight would naturally not make trouble for themselves. It didn't take long before a masked woman with long hair and a hot body wearing a dark green type ninja uniform stepped forward, took out a hooked sickle from her waist, and swung it twice. Her voice was cold and clear. "Mist Hidden Style Scythe, Xiaoyu, please teach me. Let me make it clear first, I won't be sympathetic to women," Jax said in a deep voice, after picking up the lamppost again. Xiaoyu had no intention of speaking again. She stepped closer to Jax with a few light steps, and hooked the fatal sickle straight to Jax's neck. As long as the iron chain wrapped around a link, the swirling sickle would cut Jax's throat. Even if he avoided the sickle, the iron chain would whip Jax's body like a whip, and cause serious injuries. Just in time. Jax did not intend to dodge the snake-like sickle. He jumped back half a step, and used the cast iron frame outside the lamppost to hold the front end of the sickle blade. The lamp pole twisted hard while turning, and directly twisted the iron lock of the sickle and the sickle blade outside the lamppost. As Jax pulled and released like fishing, Xiaoyu felt that her weapon had turned into a ferocious python, as if it was going to pull her unbalanced into its bloody mouth. Seeing that the weapon was about to fall towards Jax, Xiaoyu took the initiative to loosen the sickle handle, took out 2 special smoke bombs from her chest, and threw them on the ground, and took out 2 scimitars. The smoke bomb exploded, and thick pungent smoke enveloped the open space. The clanging sound of metal collisions continued to come out from the smoke, sometimes far and sometimes near. Unable to see what exactly happened in the smoke, the crowd became a little nervous. In order to avoid accidental injuries, many Ionians who were watching the excitement with their children hurriedly pulled their children out. Only a few warriors and practitioners who were more confident in their own strength chose to stay where they were, waiting for the 2 sides to decide the winner. Lester, who used magic to sense the battle, was also watching the battle silently. He didn't expect that this time he would meet one of the survivors of Icathia, the famous Weapon Master Jax, by chance. Lester would naturally not let go of the opportunity. Not to mention that he could learn new martial arts skills from the Weapon Master through sparring. Just the information about the destruction of Icathia by Jax was enough for him to sit down and have a good chat with the warlike Icathia lone wanderer. If possible, he could even try to find out the origin of the enhanced magic on the human skin scroll. As long as there was no problem with Jax. The weak attack, with murderous intent, can only deal with ordinary people. With a muffled groan, the fierce battle in the smoke has ended. In Lester's special vision, a body emitting a faint light smashed to the right not far away. Looking at the flight trajectory, Xiaoyu's hot body with bumps and curves seemed to be about to hit a man with a short haircut and wearing a white training suit. Seeing that the man who knew nothing about the danger he was facing was about to be attacked by an unknown person, Lester, who was willing to help others, naturally drew his sword to help. Took the fatal attack on behalf of the man, and shouldered the heavy fate that he should not bear. There are always people who need to carry the burden forward, and he is willing to be such a shining man. Sorry. Ouch. The inexplicable apology made the man a little confused, but before the man could react, the man who couldn't see anything clearly felt that he was hit by a giant beast and flew out of the smoke backwards, instantly falling into a coma, which made the people who evacuated the smoke feel a little scared. As expected, the smoke that cannot see the situation is very dangerous, and the consequences of being affected are very serious. At the same time, Xiaoyu's plump body hit Lester's body directly, and Lester, who was well prepared, received a full hug. The kind-hearted Lester couldn't help but feel a little fortunate that such a powerful attack was taken by himself, not an innocent passerby. For his successful rescue of an innocent victim, his face also had a rare sincere smile. Only the bluebird Ganna watched the fuss between humans with a look that saw through everything, and there was a little more thoughtfulness in her bright eyes. She seemed to know what her unique believer liked. Sorry, let me slow down. In the unbalanced state, she couldn't even stand on the ground, so it would be better to hang on the free manpower column to recover. The man, who couldn't respond for the time being, could only adjust his body to avoid suffocation. After hugging the female warrior again, the man tried to sense the female warrior's somewhat flustered heartbeat to prevent the female warrior from encountering an accident. If the breathing stops, some emergency measures such as cardiopulmonary resuscitation and artificial respiration will inevitably be performed, which will be more troublesome and easy to cause misunderstandings. After all, he is a gentleman. It must be said that, if we only consider the harmonious relationship between people, close auscultation is much better than the stethoscope. It seems that the original intention of inventing the stethoscope is that doctors don't want to get close to the sick body of female patients. Sure enough, I'm good at being a butcher, but I can't be a doctor at all, and I'm not worthy of being an angel in white. Hoo, the smoke is about to dissipate. You help me, clean it up. Don't worry, leave everything to me. After taking a deep look at the man, the female warrior hesitated for a moment, and still chose to believe the warm-hearted stranger in front of her. The smoke slowly dissipated, and everyone moved away from the peaceful man in white, looking at the field with lingering fear. What kind of strong aftermath of the battle could cause a strong martial arts practitioner to fall into a deep coma? As expected, the first thing that caught my eye was a somewhat lonely figure. Master Jax was leaning on his invincible lamppost cane alone, silently thinking about something. His not so tall but very upright body stood there, but now he seemed a little hunched. Wait, the master's cane? No, is the lamppost cane drawing circles on the ground? What is the black hair on the master's head? On the other side was a female warrior who had fallen to the ground and was taken care of by a male spectator. In addition to the light ninja clothes, the female warrior also wore men's clothes, which disappointed many male spectators who were eager to see the battle, and also envied the good luck of the male spectators. This is luck, right? They all stayed in there, but some got the opportunity to help the female warrior gain favor, while others fell into a coma. Someone suddenly realized on the spot, and the rest of the people looked at the white-clothed warrior who was sleeping peacefully again, and couldn't help but feel a little more sympathetic. Only Lester had a calm face, savoring the fragrance of pear blossoms in his mouth. Luck is something you grab, never wait for. This chapter seems to be missing something. Chapter 295, The Hidden Mist Scythe. After placing the female warrior named Xiao under a tree, Lester returned to the field again in the envious eyes of everyone. Confused by the man's actions, many people thought that the man who saved the female warrior was the next challenger, so no one went up to challenge directly, but left the space to Lester. Weapon Master Jax. Looking at the living top lane bully in front of him, in Jax's somewhat unhappy eyes, Lester politely stepped forward and held 3 fingers of Jax's right hand, appearing polite. Jax stared at the man who was showing goodwill to him with a cold face and pulled his hand back without saying a word. Lester did not care about Jax's cold attitude, but his face was sincere. I heard about you when I was in Naxos. Seeing is believing. The master is really amazing. Also, although such a coincidence is a little hard to talk about, I still want to thank Master Jax for what happened today. Xiao and I hit it off right away. Since this happened, I will naturally take on the responsibility of taking care of Xiao. If it weren't for the master, I'm afraid we would have lost the chance to meet each other. Jax, who was originally a little disgusted with the despicable man who bullied women and deliberately took advantage of others, was about to smash someone's head. He didn't expect that the man in front of him was still responsible and knew how to take responsibility. In Jax's view, a man who knows how to take responsibility can be regarded as a man, and a guy who just plays with feelings is not worthy of being called a man. By the way, by chance, he actually facilitated a marriage, which is also an interesting thing worth remembering. Seeing Lester's sincere words, Jax's anger dissipated, and his voice became much calmer. HMPH, brat, it doesn't matter if a man is a little vulgar, as long as he knows how to take responsibility. Otherwise I will have to knock your head off with a lamppost. He was a free and easy person who didn't want to be bound by the secular world. After revealing it, he naturally wouldn't care about what happened just now. Why, you're not leaving yet? Do you want to fight me too? I have this idea, but now is not the time. pointing to the female warrior leaning against the tree and looking at him in a silly way. Lester was also a little helpless and lowered his voice. "Master, I have no ill intentions. If possible, please leave me a way to meet. In addition to sparring, I also want to talk to you about the Void and Icathia. On the Valoran continent, I found traces of the Void. Even through the thick fur and leather armor and the porous mask, Lester could see that after he said the two keywords Void and Icathia, Jax, who was calm and composed despite the collapse of the mountain, trembled and directly grabbed Lester's right hand with his backhand. The words he wanted to refuse choked in his throat, and he swallowed them hard. Looking at Xiao, who was slightly injured, Jax nodded and let go of Lester's hand. "Before the Blossoming Spirit Festival, I will live in the forest in the north. When the time comes, you can whistle, and I will come over." The expected battle did not happen. The man who spoke a few words to Jax quickly left with a female warrior in his arms, which disappointed the other warriors present. The white-clothed warrior who had been lying for a long time finally woke up slowly. In a trance, the man felt a pain in his heart, as if he had lost something important. "Wait, why did I faint? At that time, it seemed that someone apologized to me. So, someone attacked me?" Trying hard to recall the memory before the coma, the warrior vaguely remembered that the attacker hit his body with great force, which made him, as a man, unable to bear it. As for other characteristics, he could not remember them clearly. "Alas, you woke up. You are so unlucky. Jax is fighting with others again. It's so good to watch. Don't you want to challenge him?" Interrupted by the people next to him, the warrior also put down his thoughts, stood up from the ground, looked around, but did not find the trace of the black-clothed female warrior, and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Under the guidance of Xiao, Lester came to the traveler's room where the female warrior lived. After placing the female warrior on the bed, Lester brought another basin of water and simply wiped Xiao's body. During this period, Xiao just stared at the man with her bright eyes, without any struggle or speech. Putting the cloth aside, Lester looked at the female warrior who still covered the lower half of her face with amusement, and slowly folded his hands on his lower abdomen, and began to help the female warrior do basic massage, to activate blood circulation and remove blood stasis through her clothes. From the female warrior's dress alone, the man couldn't help but think of a female hero in the League of Legends, but he didn't know if the one in front of him was related to the one in front of him. "What on earth did you do to make the mild-mannered Jax do such a cruel thing? Your clothes were almost torn." The man tapped her belly with a big footprint with his finger, and Xiao finally turned her face away, her ears slightly red. Although they were strangers, the atmosphere between them was very harmonious, just like a familiar lover, very natural. The ki exuded by the man was gentle, but also sharp and strong. This alone made Xiao, who was very sensitive to ki, feel very comfortable. As a martial arts inheritor of the hidden side of the mist, she didn't mind her body being seen naked. She only cared whether the man who saw her naked was suitable for her, and whether he was willing to take responsibility for her. If the man was irresponsible, she would have to fight to the death. However, at present, it seemed that the man in front of her was extraordinarily reliable and very independent. Even though she never cared about the man's appearance, it was of course more pleasing to the eye if he looked pleasing. This time, under the order of the master, in addition to participating in the exorcism activities of the Blossoming Spirit Festival, she also wanted to find a partner. Unexpectedly, she accidentally met a good man and skipped the initial stage of getting to know each other. She did what only husband and wife could do directly. There was only one last step left. In this case, she had no choice. After turning back, Xiao had made up her mind and was not going to cover her face anymore. She took off her mask and revealed a handsome and pretty face. The girl's voice was still cold, but it was a little more gentle than before. "Because I killed him, he was very angry. It's just a challenge. Why did you kill him?" Feeling the warm current coming from her lower abdomen healing the blood stasis and hidden injuries, Xiao was a little surprised by the man's unique massage technique and subconsciously clamped her thighs. "Well, because he said he wouldn't show mercy to women, I wanted to see how far he could go, so I tried my best to kill him." This is really a strange way of thinking. Their eyes met. Lester looked at the woman in front of him and said softly, By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Lister. I just came from Valoran. I'm from Narxus. In addition to me, there are a few companions. Xiao, the successor of the Mist Hidden style, in Navali province, is good at flying sickles and double swords. I have practiced with my master in the mountains for more than 10 years. This year, I just turned 16, and I went down the mountain alone to train and come to participate in the Blossoming Spirit Festival in Presidium. Lister, you are also here to participate in the Blossoming Spirit Festival, right? Lister nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, I'm here to attend the Soul Blossom Festival. Besides, I also want to go to the Palace of Eternal Life to see Karma. Karma's matter is easy to handle. The Palace of Eternal Life is in Shuanglang Mountain. Karma may be very busy now, so you may not be able to see him. Is that so? It seems we have to wait a while. It doesn't matter. Aren't you going to attend the Soul Blossom Festival? Karma will have time after the Soul Blossom Festival. I will go to see him with you then. Thank you, Xiao. I'm sorry about what happened today. I just wanted to pick you up, but I didn't expect that to happen. After going around in circles, the topic turned to the coincidence of the two people's acquaintance. Recalling what happened not long ago, even though the girl was free and easy by nature and had already made up her mind, she couldn't help but feel a little shy at this moment. Before this, she had never had any contact with the opposite sex beyond holding hands. Unexpectedly, her ninja uniform was shaken open by Jax by mistake, and she just happened to be delivered to Lister's face and accidentally shoved into his mouth. Fortunately, she got a good man instead of a mortal enemy. No, it's okay. It's not your fault. You just wanted to save me. It's inevitable that such things will happen in battle. People who practice cultivation should not be too fussy about trivial matters. Then, am I the only man who makes you not fussy about trivial matters? The girl was stunned when the man held her hand. She tilted her head unnaturally and looked at the warm sun outside the window. Her jet black high ponytail swayed gently, and her willow-like thin eyebrows stretched out quietly. From childhood to adulthood, I have only held hands with my master. For Lester, this sentence was enough. The girl in front of him was worth cherishing. Well, what about you? After meeting Karma, will you go back to the mountain with me to see the master? After going up the mountain, will I stay with you forever? Kiss me, day and night. Ahem, yes or no. After meeting the master, you can go down the mountain to do your things. I don't care. The voice stopped abruptly. The girl straightened her body, staring blankly at the man who suddenly hugged her. Her heart was dancing wildly like a mad monkey in the mountains, and her brain was blank. The stiff body gradually softened into water in the warmth, and the girl hugged Lester back, burying her head in the man's chest, and the man's low but gentle tone was in her ears. Xiao, I don't want to lie to you. My identity is actually a bit special. I can't leave Valoran for too long, and I can't settle in Ionia. If possible, when I finish all my things, can you go back to Valoran with me? Can you, Xiao? Sorry. The girl's muffled voice came from her chest, and her ink-colored hair exuded an unknown pear blossom fragrance. I still need to take care of my master, and I still need to pass on the Mist Hidden style. This is the oath I made when I joined the sect, and I cannot break it. The atmosphere was tense for a long time, and the girl's voice came again. List, I'm fine here. When the time comes, you can just go and do your thing. Just come back every few years. I will always wait for you. The emotion that had been brewing in silence burst out in an instant, as strong as fine wine, and like a flower that is about to bloom. Once it blooms in the spring breeze, it can never close again. Seeing each other is never boring, and once you see it, you will be in love for life. The belt gradually faded, the yang was full and the yin was lacking, the bluebird sat upright, and the black cat was in a mess. Deep in the lake of the soul, Elena flashed the cheerful life symbol light, and in the powerful rhythm, she told the beautiful moments between lives. The power of life has unknowingly increased a point. Pix, where is little Lenny? Standing in the crowd coming and going, Lulu and Pix stood there in a daze, not knowing whether to move forward or backward. Over there, Pix pointed to a group of low houses. But, didn't we just come from there? Stroking his chin, Pix pointed out a direction again, which was exactly the opposite of the previous direction. I see, it's over there. Isn't that the Vastea Blue Feather Hotel where we live? What should I do? I can't find it. Or we should go back and wait. Pix finally gave some reliable suggestions. Hi, Lulu. Pix, why are you here? A surprised voice came from behind. Lulu turned her head and saw a silver-haired purple-skinned Yodel carrying a large caliber cannon barrel waving his little hand to greet her. With a look of joy on her face, Lulu cheered a little and ran towards her Yodel companion with Pix. Poppy, why are you here? Haven't you been in Demacia? Lulu, that seems to be Tristana, not Poppy. Pix wanted to remind Lulu quietly, but after seeing Tristana's empty eyes, he had to shut his mouth. He was still quite afraid of this extremely self-disciplined captain of the Yodel Gunners. With her little hands hanging down, Tristana's joyful smile gradually froze, and a few blue veins appeared on the head of the leader of the Bandle Gunners. Is it really that difficult to distinguish between yourself and Poppy? Is this more difficult than training those lazy recruits who want to join the Bandle Gunners? Tristana put the heavy black powder hand cannon boom on the ground, and pointed out the mistake of the cute Lulu with a serious face. I'm Tristana, not Poppy. Lulu, look carefully, this is my hand cannon boom, not Poppy's magic shield. And Poppy's ears are much smaller than mine. Only I can hear the sound clearly from 1,000 meters away. Stuff the boom shells into the enemy's mouth. Oh, so you are Tristana. I was wondering why you looked so familiar. I'm sorry, Tristana. Helplessly hugging her good friend and saying hello to Pix, Tristana naturally didn't care about Lulu's little mistake. After all, this was not the first or second time she had mistaken someone for someone else. The strange thing was that many people, including those in Bandle City, would mistake themselves for Poppy, which made her very confused. By the way, Tristana, if you appear here, it means that the portal is nearby, right? All the book friends who have subscribed to the full subscription should remember to chat with me privately and join the full subscription group. The part about Riz chasing Galio, Jalaro, will be posted in the full subscription group. Chapter 296 Tristana. That's right. Pulling Lulu to a more secluded corner, Tristana looked around and found no enemies. She sat on the boom and sighed. Things are very troublesome. It seems that the original magic in the outside world has been polluted. The portal has to stop in Presidium for a month. I came here to investigate the situation in Presidium. The situation is not good now. What happened? Pix had also been to Bandle City, so he naturally knew what Bandle City was like. Although it was not as good as the Fantasy Wonderland he left, it also had plenty of original magic. The appearance of a monster that could pollute the original magic was no small matter. In the realm of spirit and original magic, not only can little fairies like me be born, but also some evil magical creatures will naturally be born. They also rely on original magic and spiritual energy as the source of life. Evil magical creatures are even more powerful and will actively harm innocent little fairies. It is only in the Fantasy Wonderland that there are guardian spirits to protect me and other little fairies that I can live safely. There are no guardian spirits outside the Fantasy Wonderland. Since you are in Presidium, you should know about the Soul Blossom Festival that will be held in 3 weeks, right? Tristana's serious face made Lulu hold her breath tightly and hug her flowery staff tightly. Something very big must have happened to make the serious Tristana so serious. I suspect that on the day of the Soul Blossom Festival, a terrible disaster will happen in Presidium, and that disaster is likely to spread to Bandle City through the portal. Just 2 days ago, there were many monsters in the magic forest of Bandle City. Fortunately, the Bandle Gunners cleared the monsters that invaded the forest in time, so that the magic forest was not seriously damaged. After a pause, Tristana made the final conclusion. In order to prevent Bandle City from being invaded, I must make precautionary preparations in advance and try to find the source of the pollution. If the source of the pollution cannot be solved, I must get everyone to work together and force the portal to move. Is that so? No, I have to tell little Lenny about this. He doesn't know about it yet. Come on, Lulu, there are not enough people. You have to stay and help. Wait, little Lenny? Who is that? As she spoke, the anxious Tristana realized the key point. When did Lulu make a new friend? He is my good friend. Little Lenny is a very reliable human. If you tell him about the matter, he will definitely find a way to solve it. Just listening to the unreliable Lulu's explanation is definitely not credible, but Tristana also saw recognition on the face of the little fairy Pix, which is very unusual. The person who can make Pix recognize must not be an ordinary person, just like the magic genius Lulu. If nothing else, at least he is not a bad person with malicious intentions. Lester, who was hugging Xiao and whispering, sat up as if he had sensed something, and looked out the window at the darkening sky with some confusion. What's wrong? Are you exhausted? The black-haired girl, whose face was flushed and had not yet calmed down, was a little worried. She guessed that the man might have overworked and damaged his foundation, disrupting the flow of ki. In such a situation, it often takes a long time to adjust his breathing to recover. It's okay, I just thought of my yodel friend. I have to go back and talk to her before I can come back. After kissing the girl's cheek, Lester lay down again and buried his head in the girl's arms. By the way, do you rely on magic or something else to practice in the Mist Hidden School? Xiao, who suppressed her shyness and let the man do what he wanted, explained in a low voice. It is a kind of energy called mantra. It is different from magic. Mantra needs to be replenished through meditation and merging with the spiritual realm. And as long as a complete mantra cycle is established, the mantra in the body can be replenished at any time even without meditation, but it will be a bit slow to replenish. Can you teach me some basic ways to practice mantra? It doesn't need to involve the secrets and true solutions of your Kirigakuryu, just the most basic things will be fine. In theory, it is not allowed. But if you agree to go with me to see the master, then there will be no problem. It is my duty to see the master. After the Soul Blossom Festival is over, I can go back to the sect with you after meeting Karma. Where is the Kirigakuryu sect? After hesitating for a while, Xiao said it out, because she felt that there was nothing worth hiding. In Dragon Ridge Mountain, located north of Psychedelic Forest. Lester, who has been actively collecting intelligence since he set foot on the Ionian continent, naturally knows where Dragon Ridge Mountain is. Dragon Ridge Mountain is located further north of Gay Mountain and Resman Mountain Range. It is a unique giant mountain range in Ionia. It is high in the northwest and low in the southeast. It has a steep terrain and stretches for tens of millions of kilometers. It connects the southeast and the north and south continents. The farthest point of the southern foot of Dragon Ridge Mountain is close to the Xi'an province across the sea. The middle section divides the southern Navali province and the northern Shangzhen province. It can be said that the provincial distribution of the new land is divided according to Dragon Ridge Mountain. Many practitioners like to set up camp on Dragon Ridge Mountain. There are at least 800 masters living there. It is not uncommon for the Mist Hidden School, where Xiao is located, to be on Dragon Ridge Mountain. So your master's place is not far from the Psychedelic Forest. Not far, but our master will bypass the Psychedelic Forest when entering and leaving. We have built a winding plank road on Dragon Ridge Mountain, which is very convenient. Psychedelic Forest is the strange forest with a mental maze north of Gay Mountain mentioned in Helena's scroll. It is also the residence of Amelia, the grandmother of Vastayazaru, the Catman boy Ogman. According to the current intelligence analysis, the secret place, Omikayalan, where Vastayazaru lives, is located in the Psychedelic Forest. When the time comes, we will go directly from Dragon Ridge Mountain to Omikayalan in the Psychedelic Forest to help Xia find the method of Shapa shifting. The goal of this trip to Ionia will be completed for the most part. I just don't know if Karma can give some secrets of reincarnation. Maybe we have to use some tough measures. If it doesn't work, we have to find the tree man Ivern and fleece the orphan of Emperor Liu. What's wrong? Nothing. I just suddenly thought of something. It's getting late. I'll go tell my yodel friend. You wait here for me. I'll be back soon. Watching the dressed man hurriedly leave, thinking of the master's instructions before going down the mountain, Xiao sighed softly, touched her smooth belly, and shrank back into the velvet bed with a complicated expression. I don't know if this will work. Vastaya Blue Feather Hotel, in the room belonging to Lester and Lulu. Yodel Lulu and the somewhat impatient Tristana sat on the bed. A purple fairy pix squatted on Lulu's head, and a sweaty cat boy leaned against the wall, doing handstand push-ups to exercise his body. As for the boatman Nella, who followed Lester all the way to Presidium, he stayed in the room all the time, and no one knew what he was thinking. The persuasion was ineffective, and the cat boy Ogman had to give up the futile action. Seeing that it was getting dark, Tristana's temples were bulging with veins. Your human friend is not lost, is he? Didn't he leave for a whole day before? We just arrived in Presidium today. Being scolded by Tristana, Lulu lowered her head a little aggrieved. Little Lenny didn't leave, just because he hated Lulu. Ogman swiftly turned over and stood up from the ground, wiping the sweat stains with a towel and denied it. Impossible. Meow. Master Lester came here for the Blossoming Spirit Festival. He will definitely not leave like this. Meow. And he likes you. Lulu. How could he leave without saying goodbye? Anyway, we should go. Tristana carried her artillery and boomed, jumped off the bed, and held Lulu's hand. Lulu, you have to come with me. The disaster facing Bandle City this time is unprecedented, and we need your strength. But, little Lenny is still. Why is the room so lively? Lulu, is this your friend? The wooden door was pushed open, and Lester walked into the room, and his eyes quickly fixed on the strange face. The same height and skin color as Poppy, only the big ears are different from Poppy's elf-like pointed ears, and the iconic hand cannon. Hey, isn't this the gunner Poppy? Of course, Lester didn't say such rude words in front of Tristana. Yeah. Little Lenny, you're finally back. Lulu cheered and ran to Lester, and hugged the man. The man bent down, and patted the little Yodel girl on the back. Before he could say anything, Lulu wrinkled her little nose, and approached the man's lower abdomen, saying with a puzzled look on her face, HMM, a wild pear blossom scent. Not daring to let Lulu continue, Lester's old face blushed rarely and beckoned Lulu to change the subject. Ahem. Lulu, don't you introduce your Yodel friend? Looking back at Tristana, whose face suddenly tensed, Lulu didn't realize the seriousness of the matter and hurriedly pulled Tristana's hand to Lester. She is my friend Tristana. Tristana is the captain of the gunners in Bandle City. She is very powerful. Many Yodel people respect Tristana. Hello, Tristana. My name is Lester. You can also call me Little Lenny. Tristana tilted her head to look at Lester. The moment their eyes met, she quickly looked away, her tone a little awkward. She had never seen such a charming human man in her life. Hello, nice to meet you, Little Lenny. Little Lenny, Tristana came to see me this time because of something. I have to go. Lulu reluctantly held the man's hand, and Pix also flew to the man's shoulder, seeming a little reluctant to part. What happened? Tristana, talk to Little Lenny, he will definitely be able to help. Taking a deep breath, Tristana suppressed the irritability in her heart, and returned to normal. It's like this. In the past few days, Bandle City has been threatened by some monsters from the spiritual realm. The portal happened to come to Presidium. Affected by the magic fluctuations, Bandle City's portal can no longer move. We suspect that the upcoming Blossoming Spirit Festival has affected the stability of Bandle City. We need Lulu's help to stabilize Bandle City's portal and leave here as soon as possible. You mean, there will be a disaster at the Blossoming Spirit Festival? Looking at Ogman with a strange look on his face, Lester recalled the consequences of the Blossoming Spirit Flower's failure mentioned by the cat boy. Could it be that there will be ghosts or parasitic demons like Azakana coming out of the spiritual realm during this Blossoming Spirit Festival? Yes, according to Master Presidium, the Blossoming Spirit Flower will bloom in 3 weeks, and the closer the days, the more monsters will invade Bandle Forest. There must be some connection between them, so Bandle City must quickly solve the problem of magic fluctuations and leave Presidium as soon as possible. So that's it. Then the man considered whether the girl Xiaoyu from the Mist Hidden School who followed her master's order to go down the mountain to participate in the Blossoming Spirit Festival was also related to the disaster that occurred at the Blossoming Spirit Festival. She shouldn't be mourning the dead in the dead, right? If there is a prophet or a master calling on all Ionian martial artists to jointly maintain the balance of Presidium, then it makes sense. Hey Little Lenny, can you solve this little problem? Lulu still wants to travel, and adventure with you. Looking at Lulu, who was acting coquettishly in front of the man with a strange expression, Tristana didn't know why she stepped forward and grabbed Lulu. Lulu, after the portal is stabilized, little Lenny can go back to Bandle City with us. It's too dangerous to stay here. Yes, little Lenny, go back to Bandle City with us. You haven't seen Bandle City yet, and there are many new friends in it. The little fairy pics also comforted Lester, but Ogman, who was silent on the side, looked at the scene in front of him with a complicated expression. I don't know what he was thinking, but he didn't dissuade Lester from staying. In the expectant eyes of everyone, Lester shook his head. I still have things to do, so I can't go to Bandle City as a guest. Lulu and Tristana's expectant expressions became visibly lonely, but Ogman's eyes lit up. It's okay, Lulu, you and Tristana go. I'm fine here. Even if a disaster really happens, I will stay here. Running away is not my style. After pinching Lulu's chubby face, Lester smiled at Tristana. Tristana, although this is the first time we meet, I know that you are a very reliable yodel. Her cheeks flushed, her big ears stood up high, and she was a little overwhelmed by what Lester said. Tristana waved her little hands in panic and denied it. No, I don't deny it, Tristana, you should be proud of yourself. Putting the pouting Lulu's little hand in Tristana's little hand, Lester suddenly had a strange feeling of entrusting his daughter. Strictly speaking, Lulu and Tristana's relationship should be better than his own. Take Lulu with you to protect Bandle City. I'll be here outside Bandle City. I've been having a writer's block recently, so I asked Artificial Eye to see for reality to identify it, and it gave the result of send. It seems like this is a failure. Chapter 297 Seed of Life. After saying goodbye to Lulu and Tristana, Lester explained a few things to Ogman, agreed to meet at the Spirit Blossom Festival, and left the Blue Feather Inn and checked out. If it weren't for Xiaoyu, he might still stay at the Blue Feather Inn in Vastea, but at this moment, Lester couldn't do such a thing as leaving the girl who had just committed herself to him alone in an empty room. Seriously speaking, Lester was not a promiscuous man, and he would not indulge in a casual love affair by chance. It's just that the girl gave him a feeling too much like Akali. If someone told Lester that Mist Hidden Style was the original martial arts of My Style, created by Akali, Xiaoyu was Akali's mother meme, Lester would believe it, and combining with Xiaoyu, he could also obtain a new channel to explore, Curse Power. Lester always maintained enough curiosity about the unique power system of Ionia, and naturally would not miss any opportunity. The only thing that worries men is that, if Xiaoyu knows that she will not have children after being married to him, will there be any accidents? It would be terrible if she is forced by her master to commit suicide. So he must always pay attention to Xiaoyu's condition and take her away without hesitation. After Miss Hao and Hina's wedding, according to the detailed feedback from the Angel Sisters and the process of receiving the seeds of life, Lester probably understood the problem of his inability to have children. In Runeland, the birth of a life must rely on the seeds of life. The origin of the seeds of life is not clear. Some people say that it is shaped by the Mother of Masks, by eliminating the memory of the dead souls. Some people say that it is the spirit of the soul that is born and raised by the human body. The yin and yang are condensed, and some people say that it is a soul crystal condensed by every person who reincarnates. No matter what the statement is, the seeds of life are indispensable for the birth of new life. Generally speaking, the seeds of life are stored in the seminal vesicles, and they blossom and bear fruit through the act of reproduction, so that newborns are born, and the whole family is happy. Lester's problem is that there is no seed of life in his sperm. To put it in a more scientific way, Lester's sperm was wiped out of the gene fragments carrying genetic genes by Alina from the very beginning of cell division. The so-called semen is just some purified nutrients. The gene fragments that can breed life have long been strangled. This is a more precise operation than cutting fragments in genetic engineering. It can only be described as magical magic. Even Lester does not understand the principle. Although it is said that the seed of life was strangled and wiped out, Alina did not use it for herself. Instead, she kept the vitality in Lester's body all the time, and continued to cycle and regenerate endlessly. In the words that Lester himself can understand, it is probably that the seed of life that has lost its vitality was supplemented by Alina to the telomeres of the chromosomes, so that cell division no longer damages the telomeres at the ends of the chromosomes, achieving an effect that the cells can divide infinitely. Coupled with Alina's continuous maintenance, the somatic cells will always remain in the most perfect and young state, and the body will not have any signs of aging. Speaking of these unbelievable speculations, Lester is also crossing the river by feeling the stones, and the results of summarizing experience bit by bit. Lester is not sure what is going on. So if Lester wants to have a child, he must get the consent of the green rune, Alina, so that Alina will show mercy and keep the seed of life in the body. The key is that Lester and Alina can only have the simplest communication now. Alina doesn't understand more in-depth topics at all. The most they can do is to let Alina take back the life force that is dissipated outside the body, so that Lester can reduce some of his attraction to creatures, so as not to take Silver-winged dragon Birdseye's mother home. This means that Lester can't give birth in a normal way at all, and can only find another way to create the seed of life outside the body. In the cloud forest north of Presidium, a warrior wearing an iron porous mask was squatting on one foot on a tiger-shaped bluestone. The tip of the tiger-shaped bluestone was only half the size of a foot. The masked man wearing bloated fur and iron leather armor was as steady as a mountain, tapping the tip with one foot. He held the immortal lamp column in his left hand, and stood with 3 fingers of his right hand in front of his chest without moving. It was Jax, the weapon master who was constantly practicing in the cloud forest. 2 weeks passed in a flash. There was less than a week left before the blossoming of the spirit tree. Jax's Presidium challenge was over. He had fought nearly 100 people in Presidium for more than 2 months. Only one man named Lingju made Jax feel that his trip was worthwhile. After fighting with Lingju, he learned to practice meditation. Jax Ko Rain Zykason was Jax's original name. Since his hometown Icathia was destroyed by the Void 2000 years ago, he has been using Jax as his new name to walk around Runeland, looking for partners who can fight against the Void together. The Shurima Empire has been buried in the dust of history along with the yellow sand. Revenge on the Empire is meaningless. The only thing that supports Jax on his journey is to prevent the Void from escaping from the cracks in the foundation of Icathia and to protect the surviving humans from the invasion of the Void. Preserving the first flame and the lamppost that can fight against the Void is the only thing he can do at the moment. In addition, it would be even better if he could train some powerful warriors who can inherit the martial arts. A melodious whistle came from the outskirts of the forest. Jax opened his eyes and jumped off the bluestone. The simple breathing adjustment made his breath completely stable. Recalling the strange man who saved the female warrior more than 10 days ago, Jax always felt that the man from Naxos had different ideas about him. He used the information about the Void on the Valoran continent to arouse my curiosity. Obviously, I have never actively released my attitude towards the Void. This guy seems to know me very well. Hey, another whistle came, the same direction, but closer. Jax no longer hesitated and took the initiative to walk towards the sound of the whistle. HMPH, I want to see what you want to say. It didn't take too long for Jax to find the Naxon who was walking in the cloud forest. The man in front of him seemed to be much more leisurely than himself. Master Jax, long time no see. Boy, I really don't like you very much. In my opinion, you are just a lecherous guy who doesn't even say your name, but you are good at taking advantage of others. Lester laughed, and he didn't seem angry at Jax's quick words. Sorry, I'm being rude. My name is Lester, and I'm from Naxos. HMPH, the female warrior named Xiaoyu should be better now, right? I didn't hit it too hard, but I have to say, that girl's scythe is still very powerful. Knowing that this was an active test to see if he was responsible for Xiaoyu, Lester couldn't help but feel more favorable towards Jax. Xiaoyu's injury has healed a week ago, and she has been practicing alone recently. It seems that you didn't lie to me. You really took good care of that female warrior. Jax naturally knew how hard he hit her. Although he bled, his internal injuries were not too serious. At most, his lungs were slightly shaken. In the environment of the First Land, a warrior's injury of this degree would not take a week to heal. If the man was irresponsible and said something like the injury is better to make excuses and deceive people, he would probably have to beat the narcs and lecherous liar with a lamppost. Knowing that the atmosphere between him and Jax had finally eased, Lester took a few steps closer and spoke sincerely. "Before we talk, I want to have a sparring match with Master Jax. Is that okay?" Jax made a flower with his stick and slammed the lamppost into the ground. "Do you want to fight with bare hands or weapons?" "Both. Weapons first, bare hands later." It was a rare opportunity to prove his true strength, so Lester would not let it go. His calm eyes instantly became more fierce. No magic, no auxiliary power, just fighting skills. As soon as he finished speaking, several ice blades popped out from Lester's palms. The sharp ice blades cut off a short branch of Yanmu. Lester threw the short branch directly to Jax and got another one for himself. The amazing control of magic made Jax have some expectations for Lester. In real life, there are not many people who can truly practice both magic and martial arts. If the marksman in front of him is really a genius in both magic and martial arts, Jax would not mind teaching him some real good things. Cutting wood into sticks and using sticks instead of swords is the fairest battle. Although the cloudwood itself can be used as a weapon, it is a dehydrated tung oil cloudwood pole that has been treated in a special way. The branches taken from the living tree are hard, but easy to break. They cannot be used to collide with each other with the same force as the Japanese bamboo sword. Needless to say, Jax also knows that this first weapon competition is about the mastery of weapons. How to defeat the enemy with clever strength while ensuring that your own branches are not broken is the most critical difficulty. If the sword breaks or the body is hit by the sword, it means you lose. How about it? This thing, except that it is a little light, there is no problem. The rules were set, and the two people who were 10 meters apart no longer said anything. Holding the wooden branches, they looked at each other in silence, constantly adjusting their body's center of gravity and stance. A breeze blew through the cloud forest, and the maple red branches and leaves swayed gently. The unprecedented spiral airflow guided the fallen leaves on the ground to float disorderly. Before the fight, the two began to clash fiercely. To be more specific, the so-called momentum is the understanding and experience of killing and fighting, which is a mixture of their own spirit and confidence in their own strength. This is a spiritual confrontation between the two sides. Because the material and spiritual world of the nascent earth are closely connected, the spiritual world can interfere with the material world. Putting the center of gravity on the front foot again, Jax did not find Lester's big flaw, so he decided to take the initiative. The wooden branch pointed at Lester's right chest like a sword out of the sheath. If he chose to block it, Jax could change his moves and change from stabbing to picking and pick Lester's wooden branch away. The simpler the strategy, the more effective it is in battle. Although he could not see the murderous intent hidden in Jax's offensive moves, Lester still instinctively turned his body to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack trajectory of the wooden branch, and blocked the wooden branch outside his body before the wooden branch changed its moves. Well done. But not enough. Jax, whose attack was resolved, also became a little excited. With a swing of his right hand, the wooden stick whipped the front half of Lester's wooden stick like a whip. It was obvious that he aimed his attack at the wooden stick and wanted to break it by the horizontal shear force. Without any other choice, he changed to a virtual grip without hesitation. Lester, who successfully unloaded the force by shaking his wrist, did not have time to make the next move. Jax's wooden stick just twisted lightly, and the wooden stick in Lester's hand began to shake uncontrollably. If he forcibly held the wooden stick tightly to control it, Jax would hit him. This reminded Lester of the scene when Lan Kai, the successor of the Shadowless Sword technique, was defeated. Obviously, Jax used the skill of the vibrating sword again. He is an expert in playing with hot weapons, but when it comes to cold weapon fighting, the battle-hardened Jax is undoubtedly a true weapon master. The defeat was certain. Whether the weapon slipped out of his hand or the stick hit his body, Lester had lost. Even so, the man did not give up. Instead, his momentum was even higher. Without hesitation, the man decided to give it a try. While holding the stick tightly with his right hand, he also attached his left hand. After changing to dual wielding, Lester returned to the center line of the stick and forcibly blocked Jax's thrust. He wanted to stab Jax with the stick before the weapon was knocked out of his hand. The goal is wide open, and the defeat is certain. Jax made his own comments casually, and launched another attack effortless, hitting the key point of Lester's stick trembling. Every time, with just a little movement, Jax's stick could transfer its own strength into Lester's stick. After 3 times, Lester, who was unwilling to let go, vaguely heard the wailing sound of the stick. Between the disordered twitching and swinging, the stick imprisoned by both hands had reached the critical point, and was about to break. At the same time, Lester, who was advancing instead of retreating, suddenly stepped forward, compressing the distance between the two. The next second, Jax took a half step back to avoid Lester's attack, and stretched out his arm to poke Lester's lower abdomen with the stick in his hand. At the moment, when the victory and defeat were decided, the stick in Lester's hand broke at the 2/3 of the near hand end, and flew towards Jax's chest. Without time to retract the stick, to block the broken stick that was shot out, Jax could only watch his chest being hit by the tip of the stick, and fell to the ground with a thump. Keeping the posture of being poked by the stick, Lester loosened his hands, and threw away the broken stick. "I lost." Moving his eyes from the broken branch on the ground back to Lester, and then turning to look at his chest, Jax also threw away the stick, and looked at Lester deeply. "Lester, I seem to know something about you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 298 Yunlin Night Talk. Pure hand-to-hand combat relies on one's own strength and fist and foot skills. If we further subdivide the attack methods, there are only 4 types: hitting, beating, grabbing, and throwing. In the long-term training in the organization, Lester has long understood that any part of the body can be used as a weapon, even the head, which is enough to become the most deadly part of the battle. Although the practice posture also combines the essence of Eastern martial arts training and meditation, it does not provide specific martial arts routines, but only provides a few practice postures similar to Zhuanggong. I don't know if other race killers have practiced Ki. Anyway, Lester has not. At most, he has achieved the effect of self-cultivation and a keen ear and eyes. Lester also wanted to do experiments by teaching the relevant parts to Morris, the first generation of Nightblade killers. Unfortunately, no Nightblade killer has cultivated such a mysterious thing as internal Ki. According to Lester's own experience, all fighting routines should be broken down into the simplest fighting skills. After all, the job of a killer is to kill people, not to perform fancy boxing and kicking. Using the simplest actions to pursue the greatest killing effect is the most reasonable way for a killer to act. Lester's unarmed fighting principle has always been to use a gun to eliminate the target, that he needs to use his hands as much as possible. Fighting with empty hands is the worst situation. At the very least, you need a pencil. Your movements are very pure. Logically, you shouldn't be able to do this at your age. Even the executioner of Shurima is not as cruel as you. After blocking the continuous deadly attacks such as eye poking, crotch kicking, and throat breaking, Jax gradually adapted to Lester's offensive rhythm and stabilized his position. When the bodies of the two have exceeded the level of strength that ordinary skills can affect, endurance becomes the key factor in measuring victory or defeat. After more than 10 rounds of quick fighting, Jax has recognized that the man in front of him is a genius who practices both magic and martial arts. Whether it is the control of magic or the awareness of fighting, the man has surpassed most people. What he cares about is that the pure killing action is fine. The man's physical strength is also extraordinary. His strength, reaction speed, and agility are no less than his body affected by the first fire, so that he can continuously collide with his body as hard as a rock. This is very puzzling. I just have a special experience. Without stopping the attack, Lester also became more and more fluent. He hasn't had a pure battle for a long time. The last time he had a good fight was when he was brought to the world of vision by the Red Rune. In the world of vision, countless flesh and blood monsters swarmed in. Lester used the simplest and most efficient actions to fight, and he could kill without restraint, which was something he couldn't do in the outside world. It's rare to have an enemy who can be evenly matched, so Lester will naturally not let it go easily. Seeing the fighting spirit in Lester's eyes, Jax was also willing to move around to his heart's content. He just didn't expect that this activity would last a long time. As night fell, after scaring away a large group of beasts in the deep forest, Lester seized Jax's momentary respite and flipped the weapon master to the ground, imprisoning him. Seeing that Jax had given up struggling, Lester loosened his arms and pulled Jax to stand up. I lost. I have to say that in terms of physical strength alone, you are a freak. Master Jax let him win. You know better than me whether he let me win or not. Boy, don't call me master, just call me Jax. We agreed to have a talk, but we didn't expect to fight until dark. Are you in a hurry to go back? Do you want to stay and have something to eat? It's Mylna. The two separated in tacit understanding. Because Lester didn't leave, Jax, who was a little happy, built a pile of firewood. Just as he took out the flint, he saw the man throw a flame over and ignite the firewood directly. After a moment of hesitation, Jax, facing the firelight, smiled bitterly and put the flint back. No matter how good he is at fighting, he can't easily create a string of flames with his alienated body of the absolute demon. It is also because of this that his attainments in weapons can reach the level of perfection. From the beginning, he knew that he could only rely on his own strength, will, and the weapons in his hands. For 2000 years, except for the lamppost where the first fire was placed, he had nothing, and even his hometown of Icathia was destroyed in the Void disaster. Thinking that he had become the last proof of Icathia's existence, Jax sighed softly and sorted out his complicated emotions. I have to say, magic is really useful. Lester came back with several stupid rabbits and unlucky pheasants that were scared to death by the battle. He sat on the stone pier that Jax brought, condensed 2 ice knives, and threw one to Jax. Yes, magic is the most magical thing in the world. Whether it is dangerous or not depends on what the person who uses it thinks. At least for most Ionians, magic is a very convenient tool. Jax looked at the exquisite ice knife in his hand with amazement and began to peel off the rabbit skin skillfully. He cut from the buttocks and opened the belly with a knife. The blood dyed the pure ice knife red and removed the intestines and belly. The length of the ice knife was 13 centimeters and the edge of the blade had a snowflake pattern. The azure blue ice knife was sharper than expected. Jax suddenly felt that he should use his own small iron knife. It was a bit of a waste to use a beautiful ice knife for such a thing. However, thinking that the ice knife would melt in a while, Jax gave up the idea of changing the knife himself. You can say such a thing. I'm afraid you have already found your own way in the field of magic. Way. Maybe. I just have a good teacher. Lester's hands kept moving, but he missed his teacher, Tarina. Unlike his magic enlightenment teacher Meredith, the magic genius Tarina was the one who really led Lester to the path of magic research. Although Tarina's personality was a bit strange, Lester really respected his teacher. Moreover, strictly speaking, Tarina was still his woman. I don't know how GC, who studied with Tarina, is doing now. Yes, a good teacher is very useful, but the talent of the apprentice is also important. After a few casual words, the two of them skewered their rabbit legs with clean sticks and put them on the fire and began to peel the second one. The firewood made a crisp sound from time to time, and wisps of smoke drifted from the firewood pile. It was indeed difficult to find dry firewood in this season. We are going to eat soon. Are you still going to wear a mask? To be honest, Lester was still very interested in Jax's face. After all, Jax always wore a mask in the game. I wear a mask just to scare others. It's extremely rude to judge my appearance, whether it's for others or for me, because I don't want to be like this. After hesitating for a while, Jax took off his porous mask. With Jax's vaccination, the calm Lester did not show any abnormal expression, even though the face in front of him was enough to scare the bravest human warriors to pee in the middle of the night and cry for their mothers. There were 2 ugly spiral holes on the wrinkled purple skin, and the flat facial features were basically distorted. There was no hair on the face, and there were 7 protruding dark purple eyes of different sizes. The 4 eyes near the sides of the cheeks would involuntarily shift to the sides, keeping a perfect inconsistency with the main line of sight in the center. Looking at the 7 eyes that made his scalp tingle and turned around involuntarily, Lester finally understood why Jax's mask had so many holes. Wait, maybe Master Yi, the master of the sword, also learned from Jax's life experience when using his combat goggles? To put it bluntly, Mantis Kha'Zix and Magical Girl Urgot are more handsome than Jax, not to mention the Void daughter Kai'Sa who retains her human appearance. Compared with Jax, she is no longer as beautiful as a goddess. What he thought was what he thought, but Lester, who knew how to manage his expression, naturally would not show anything that he shouldn't. Moreover, he hated judging people by their appearance, and he had great respect for Jax, the anti-Void hero. Not seeing any rude look on Lester's face, Jax, who was very concerned about his appearance, breathed a sigh of relief and his liking for Lester increased greatly. His 7 eyeballs rolled around in the reflection of the fire. Jax opened his crooked mouth, lowered his head, and looked at the campfire, and made a heavy voice of an adult man. Would you like to hear the old man's story? Lester nodded silently, leaving time for the lonely traveler who wanted to confide in him. He knew that there were not many such opportunities, so he would not interrupt the lonely person's opportunity to vent his emotions. Speaking of which, the ugly monster in front of him was actually a human warrior as persistent as Riz, a warrior worthy of everyone's respect. The difference was that Riz was running for the world rune, while Jax was working hard to prevent the invasion of the void. Whether it was Jax or Riz, immortality had become a heavy yoke that fate had made them bear. The price of such immortality was too high. Just thinking about it, Lester found that he might not be able to do it. According to the setting of a certain game company, the first flame preserved in Jax's lamppost is the last means for Rune Continent to fight against the void. It can be said that according to the setting, Jax is the savior against the void. Lester took his eyes off the sealed lamppost cane and listened quietly to the weapon master's story. More than 2,000 years ago, Icathia, in the abandoned land in the south of Shurima, was still a prosperous and beautiful country. Even though she had been oppressed by the powerful Shurima Empire and the Ascendants, she always had a group of children who loved her and were willing to sacrifice their lives for her. Sajax Ko Reigns Ikason was one of them. Sajax was naturally Jax's original name. Lester knew this, and Jax had no intention of explaining further. The light of the fire flickered on Jax's face, and Lester suddenly felt that Seven Eyes seemed pretty handsome. At least no matter which side Jax's face was facing, everyone who observed Jax could get the warm feeling of being watched by multiple eyes. No longer have to worry about being rude in terms of sight when talking to people. Since he was a child, Sajax learned from his father that in ancient times, Icathia was once an independent and proud country. It was not until the ascended of the Shurima Empire defeated the Mage King and his followers that the nightmare of the people of Icathia began. The Mage King who died on the battlefield was hung on the gate of the Shurima imperial capital by steel nails and humiliatingly decayed into a broken skeleton, and the sun, wind, and rain, the Magic Legion, Corey, responsible for guarding the Mage King, voluntarily followed the deceased Mage King and committed suicide together, but after his death, he still did not receive the respect of the Empire. They were torn to pieces by the Shurimans, their bodies cut in half by the Shurima soldiers, and thrown into the streets of downtown like lowly stray dogs. No one dared to collect the bodies of the heroes of Icathia, not even the Icathians themselves, because the Ascended were too powerful, so powerful that neither magic nor all the top martial arts would pose any threat to them, so it was natural for Icathia to lose. No matter how many years have passed, in this world, the one with the bigger fist is always right. After a pause, Jax suddenly added, during the hundreds of years of Shurima rule, the Shurima Empire's upper class committed crimes in Icathia, but never received a fair trial in Icathia. The political committee that succeeded the Mage King to rule Icathia could only watch in vain as the Shurima soldiers who raped more than a dozen pure Icathian girls were sent back to the Shurima Empire with a smile to receive the Empire's fair trial. However, the so-called trial was nothing more than a few months of imprisonment game. Killing Icathians for no reason was only a few years of jail, not to mention treason. This is the sorrow of a weak country. Icathia lost the battle of national destiny. If it wants to continue its country, it can only completely surrender, bury its head in the ground, expose all its vital points to the Shurima Empire, bow its head, and let itself be slaughtered. Only after being completely dominated by the Shurima Empire did the Icathian elders who had clamored to surrender to the Shurima Empire before the war came to understand that from the beginning to the end, no matter how well they did, or how much they desired to submit to violence, they had no status in the eyes of the Shurima Empire. A dog is a dog, and it is a property of its owner from beginning to end. Except for bones, a dog can never actively ask for a piece of meat from its owner. If a dog gets meat one day, it must be because it has pleased its owner by wagging its tail. The funny thing is that when those cowards with fantasies finally realized this, they did not think about how to defeat the powerful enemy, nor did they reflect on their own wrong compromising ideas from the beginning. Instead, they began to blame the Mage King who led the army to resist the Shurimans and the Kori who died in battle, and used rumors to slander and defame the real heroes who died on the battlefield. They felt that Icathia's humble status was due to the atrocities of the rebels in their country, rather than the kind, merciful and tolerant Shurima royal nobles. Unfortunately, the emperor of the Shurima Empire did not give these people the opportunity to lick their boots. After all, the Icathians did not have the power to enter and leave the Shurima Empire freely. If they set foot in the capital of Shurima at will, they would be arrested on the spot as refugees. Lester saw a hint of sarcasm in Jax's crooked mouth. Fortunately, in addition to those spineless cowards, the Icathians also have many unwilling rebels, including those black wizards who began to go to extremes, began to study the magic of destruction, and did not hesitate to turn themselves into undead. It was they who supported the broken body of Icathia to keep moving forward. Although the Mage King and Kori are dead and even their bones have been ground, the seeds of hatred have never been extinguished. The submissive Icathia has never forgotten who broke her hard knees and made her kneel on the ground. Jax took over the anger of hatred from his father. From the beginning, he understood that the Shurima Empire is his most powerful enemy. Good guy, since it was put on the shelves, there is a good baby that has not been seen on the main site. Caillou has come. Looking at this Caillou push, my face is not much different from Jax's face now. I laughed out 2 big black holes. I wiped my 7 eyes and found that there was still a lot of snot. By the way, why don't you guys come to the main site to support me? PS. Readers who still have monthly tickets in their hands, please remember to keep them. From March 29th to March 31st, there will be double monthly tickets. If you support this book, just vote at that time. I see everyone's enthusiasm in my heart. Thank you very much for your support. The average subscription has reached 550, and it is steadily sprinting towards 600. I promise that this book will have a minimum of 2 million words, and I will definitely do it. If I can't do it, I will pick up the keyboard and run away. Doghead, I promised to add more chapters before, and there is also a book friend. If time can go back, I choose Dogbelt, who directly voted for me with 10 monthly tickets, to urge me to update. I will fulfill my promise to add more chapters. On the 29th, 30th, and 31st of this month, I will add 1 chapter every day, a total of 3 chapters. I hope everyone can forget the overly heavy title of Male Winged Man. Here I would like to advise some otter people that the male winged man is really long, but whether it can last depends on the female winged man. Note, from now on, each chapter will have 4K words. 1 chapter is better than 2. Dear readers who support the book, please don't count the number of chapters. Just read once a week or once a month. Otherwise, it will take me half a year to reach the chapter requirement for your support. By then, even the artificial eye can't save me. This is what Riz said. Chapter 299 Icathia. After thinking for a while, Lester still didn't ask about the Icathian destruction mage. After all, the legacy was in his hands. If Jax, who missed his hometown, suddenly asked him for it, it would be difficult for him to deal with it. He couldn't return the dark seal that he had cultivated for a long time to Jax. Jax said in a deep voice, not knowing that the guy who inherited the legacy of a certain destruction mage from his hometown was right in front of him. Just like that, amid the dissatisfaction of the Icathians, the Shurimans ruled Icathia for hundreds of years. Icathia tried to integrate itself into the Shurima Empire. After several battles, Icathia wanted to let the bravest soldiers of its country become Shurima's ascendants. As long as an Icathian warrior passes the Ascension ceremony and becomes a member of the Ascendant group, Icathia's national status will be improved. Having its own ascendants will prevent Icathia's own citizens from being bullied. Unfortunately, the Shurima Empire never agreed to this most humble and simple request. The imperial family of the empire just took it for granted to exploit everything in Icathia and use the vassal army formed by the Icathians as consumables on the battlefield. In their view, the death of 1,000 Icathians was not worth it for the omnipotent ascendants to take action once. Even if it was just to relieve themselves, they would rather let 1,000 Icathians die. Resistance, compromise, and even numbness are useless. Icathia is still Icathia, a vassal state bullied and dominated by the Shurima Empire. Fortunately, although the backbone has been broken, the flame of resistance has never been extinguished. Sajax, who inherited hatred, is gifted. No matter what weapons and combat concepts he learns, he can quickly integrate and master them thoroughly. He did not lose himself in the praise of people around him. Instead, he studied all the knowledge that could make him stronger more diligently, seeking unrealistic methods for Icathia to defeat the Shurima Empire. The clan elders of Icathia, the weapon masters of Shurima, and even the Yunta in the Rainforest Kingdom, Ixta, that is also dominated by the Shurima Empire, the ruling class of Ixta who mastered the original axiom, all of them are Sajax's teachers. Unfortunately, Sajax, who has the talent for fighting and learning, does not have the talent for magic. This is the only regret of Sajax. He can't even rub his hands to make fire. The four eyes on Jax's left face looked at him, and Lester shrugged helplessly. In order to prevent the roasted rabbit leg from turning into charcoal, he had to put the roasted rabbit leg that was beginning to ooze oil from the branch into his mouth. The turning point came when Sajax was 23 years old. A terrifying earthquake occurred in the southwestern coastal province Sabura. The earth cracked, and the living villagers passed the news to the elders of the Icathia committee with the pain of their deceased relatives. It was heard that there was some extraordinary dark power under the cracked ground. The elders who were attracted by the power sent a group of mages to Sabura to investigate the underground things. As one of the most powerful young warriors in Icathia, Sajax successfully became one of the guards of the mage group. Jax also tore off a rabbit leg, biting the rabbit meat with several broken purple teeth, and continued. The mage investigation team soon found the location of the crack. It was a small village close to the inland. The grief of the deceased relatives had not yet dissipated from the village, and the investigation team came to the crack. The crack was like a huge funnel. The deeper it went, the narrower it became. However, no matter how narrow it was enough for more than a dozen people to pass through side by side, like an endless abyss. After more than half an hour of going down, the mage team found that the chaotic magic element could no longer provide stable lighting. Speculating that the power in the crack could suppress the magic element, all the mages became excited, because this meant that, as long as it was used properly, this mysterious power might become a deadly weapon to defeat the powerful magic of the Ascenders. Without powerful magic, even the most powerful Ascenders are just mortals. Everyone thought so. Looking at his companions who suddenly became fanatical, Sajax felt uneasy in his heart. He had only seen such emotions on the faces of those crazy black mages, and they should not appear on the faces of rational white mages and determined warriors. After a brief discussion, the investigation team used local materials, clothes and regular grease, to make more than a dozen torches, and continued to explore downwards. The investigation team soon arrived at the crack in the ground. The dark purple rock that had never been seen before was flashing with an unsettling glimmer. A dark crack about 1 meter long and 20 centimeters wide was just below the purple rock. A strange power rose from the crack in the form of burning flames, emitting a lavender light. Rather than a purple flame, it was more like a purple shadow that would wriggle, like an octopus tentacle. Lester swallowed the last piece of barbecue calmly, and put down the stick in his hand. He was very interested in the void in Jax's mouth. Jax still talked to himself. Outside of the purple living phantom, the mages could hardly sense the breath of any magical element. This discovery made all the mages ecstatic. After many repeated experiments, the mage group proved that this group of living phantoms rising from the purple rock cracks had the ability to devour magical element. As long as they could obtain a sufficiently stable purple phantom, Icathia could set up a magic forbidden battlefield and pull the lofty ascenders down to the level of ordinary people, reducing their bodies that were difficult to be hurt by swords and magic to the shells of mortals. As long as there was no omnipotent ascending group, the Icathians would not fear any war. Everyone thought so. How to bring this group of purple phantoms back to the Icathia Council became the first problem. Fortunately, the accompanying magician thought of using the magic crystal that came with the torch staff to forcibly construct an elemental shield and use element to imprison the purple phantom. As long as they fed the purple shadow with enough magical element, they could use the torch staff to transfer this magical energy. In fact, they did it, successfully bringing the evil thing from the abyss to the elders of the Icathian Council, giving the evil creature and the power it represented its own unique name, the Void. The cold and ruthless words drifted away with the wind, and Lester's voice echoed in the vibrant cloud forest. For a moment, the chirping of insects and birds in Jax's ears dimmed. Deep in the woods, he seemed to see the culprits who destroyed Icathia again. It was a deep purple void, full of powerful void monsters, vowing to slaughter the whole world. Yes, the Void. After eating, Jax put on the porous iron mask again, and wrapped his face with a cloth strip. No matter what Lester thought, Jax himself hated to expose his face. It was better to wear a mask, to make him feel more comfortable. Through the development and research of the power of the Void, the mages of Icathia have determined that the Void has the special ability to devour magical element and guide matter to mutate. Obviously, this unknown power is too dangerous, but no one cares about this, because there are mages who claim that they can communicate with the Void. As long as they follow the steps of the Void to perform the ceremony, the Void will fall from the sky and help the people of Icathia defeat the army of the Shurima Empire. Although Sajax had a bad premonition as early as when he came into contact with the Void, his hatred for the Shurima Empire still made him feel lucky. Even if the Void is uncontrollable, as long as the Ascenders can be defeated and Icathia can be freed from the rule of the Shurima Empire, in Sajax's view, it is worth it to pay some casualties, because the people of Icathia have been waiting for too long. So long that many heroes who could not hold back and continued to watch coldly sacrifice their lives. Soon, Sajax was immersed in hatred of the Shurima Empire. Icathia obtained the power of the Void, and the parliament began a further cleanup operation. First, a highly respected elder mage was re-elected as the new Icathian Mage King, and the Kohori who protected the Mage King was rebuilt. Then, in the name of resisting invaders, most of the Shurimans in Icathia were killed, and those traitors who surrendered to Shurima were also eliminated. Sajax was immersed in the joy of victory. With the help of Kohori, Sajax used his powerful martial arts to kill a proud and complacent Ascender. The Shurima Empire Ascender who was dominating the border city of Bezek became a corpse. No news could be more inspiring than the great fact of a parading Ascender corpse. All the Icathians went crazy. Everyone dreamed of breaking free from the slavery and oppression of the Shurima Empire, and longed to rebuild the ancient glory of Icathia. There is no doubt that such a move completely angered the Shurima Empire. The ascended group arrived as expected, and the Icathian villages along the way, that had not yet been evacuated, were slaughtered by the Shurima Legion. The war entered its most brutal stage from the beginning. Sajax and his brothers, the Kohori, fought in the northern wilderness. The blood dyed the land into scarlet clay. You could easily squeeze out blood drops by scooping a handful. As more and more soldiers died in Icathia, the war in the front was on the verge of collapse. The Archmage in charge of the power of the Void obtained the consent of the Kohori elders. Several mages began to follow the instructions of the Void, set up the crystal array, and infuse their power into the Void at the core of the array. Picking up the lamppost that he never left, Jax seemed to see the dim flame inside the closed lamppost. That was the hope in his heart. More than 2000 years had passed, and only the eternal flame that was born when the Void disappeared is still alive. Although he doesn't know what this immortal flame is, he knows that this flame that can annihilate the energy of the Void is the strongest weapon against Void creatures. The fact that he can live from 2000 years ago to the present is also closely related to the eternal flame. Perhaps several centuries had passed, or perhaps it was just a breath of time. The disaster came without any warning. At the moment the formation took effect, a deep purple light column that pierced the sky rose from the ground and shot into the deep space. With the formation as the core, the light that cracked all matter tore the earth apart, instantly annihilating the mage who presided over the formation and the magic crystal. Then, a terrible ray fell from the sky and directly penetrated the surface of the earth, from the distant star elm, directly to the cracks in the ground of Sabra. The underground fissures exposed by the earthquake exploded directly, and the passage of the void was completely opened. Countless purple phantoms gushed out from the cracks in the ground of Sabra like catkins and dandelions, flew into the sky, and sprinkled on the entire land of Icathia, as if they had self-awareness. All creatures infected by the void have undergone extremely terrible changes, whether they are birds and beasts or flowers, birds, fish, insects, and even the high and mighty humans. Any living thing that touches the void quickly changes into the form of deformed monsters. Because insects have the strongest survival and combat capabilities, after the fight, most insect-type void creatures survived and gained stronger attack and thinking capabilities. The void creatures transformed by humans could not resist the attacks of insect creatures at all, and soon died out. In the evolutionary war of the void, humans were defeated. Lester nodded, not knowing whether to do so or not, but did not continue. With a sigh, Jax's body hunched a little. On the battlefield, even the omnipotent Ascendants witnessed the horrific scene of their companions being infected by the void. After most of the Ascendants died, those high-ranking Ascendant warriors abandoned the mortals and mages of the Shurima Legion, and fled the land of Icathia alone. The funny thing is, that the Icathians won the anti-invasion war, but lost the entire country and the people who loved her. In less than a day, the land of Icathia became a nest of void creatures. If there were no Ascendants resisting the Void Organization's defense line, I'm afraid that even the Shurima Empire and Ixal would not be able to escape the poisonous hands. Sajax struggled to escape from the flying void shadows, and avoided the attacks of the void creatures with his superb combat skills. Even so, he was eroded by the power of the void, and his life gradually withered on the road of mutation. Later, even the void creatures thought he was a companion, and stopped attacking Sajax. Jax lowered his head, looking at his 3 ugly purple fingers, and his voice became a few decibels lower. He came to the pit of summoning the void with self-blame, looking at the devastation, recalling the first void he saw in the underground crack of Sabra. He took out the dagger with difficulty. The dagger reflected his ugly face. He pressed the dagger to his throat, wanting to end his life in repentance. He didn't want to become a void monster. He wanted to atone for his sins in the simplest way. He was no longer a warrior, he was just a coward. He regretted that he didn't listen to his intuition, and left the mages affected by the void in the void under the crack that never saw the sun. He regretted that he didn't stop the investigation team halfway, and let the investigation team put the void in front of the elders of the parliament. He regretted that he couldn't save it earlier. He regretted that he had the ability to stop it, but watched it happen, and finally ruined the entire Icathia. There was silence for about 3 minutes. Seeing that Jax was still immersed in unspeakable sadness, Lester lowered his eyes, took the initiative to pull Jax's ugly right hand, and held the dark purple rough fingers. Jax's body trembled, and he looked at the man who took his right hand with some disbelief. The lamppost in his left hand fell to the ground with a thump, and he didn't even realize it. Chapter 300 Master Confucius. At this moment, the flexible fingers that could control most weapons and kill countless powerful creatures were stiff like a shy little girl. In anxiety, he wanted to shrink back, but he used force, but Jax found that he couldn't pull out his right hand at all. He never thought that this Narxan man named Lister was so strong that he couldn't muster the courage to resist. Sajax is not a coward, he is the strongest warrior. After the disaster, he did not escape, but chose to put down the sword in his hand. He chose a more difficult and painful path than death. This path is destined to be lonely and long. Jax, can you tell me why Sajax made the final choice? The man's gentle voice was like a refreshing lakeside evening breeze. Jax's heavy mood eased a lot. The weapon master who gave up struggling let his right hand be held by Lester. He turned his head to look at the fire, and Jax, with a warm heart, whispered, "Sajax." In the deep pit where the formation rose, he saw the torch staff, brought out from Sabra, which was the core of the entire formation. A ball of eternal bright fire replaced the void that was originally trapped in the elemental shield. He held the broken staff, and the alienation of his body suddenly stopped, just like his time, that was like a dying man, and was frozen in that eternal moment by the bright first fire. In that broken and dead world, that was the only light, belonging to the crying Akasha, the only hope to expel the void. When Lester let go of his right hand, Jax pulled his hand back with a sense of relief, and held the lamppost with both hands. Compared with Lester's warm hand, the reassuring lamppost seemed a little cold. After calming down the little emotion just now, the weapon master's voice returned to its previous calmness. Jax decided to spend the rest of his life protecting the last light of Icathia. He held the torch staff and fought his way out of Icathia, which had become a ruin and a nest of the void. Jax is dead. The one who survived as Jax, who covered his face and sought powerful companions to fight against the void together. The atmosphere suddenly became a little anxious. Jax, who subconsciously spoke out his inner monologue, felt ashamed of boasting. After a long silence, Lester pointed to the jujube stick that was slurred and broke the dull atmosphere. So, your lamppost is actually the torch staff? Scratching his head awkwardly, Jax nodded embarrassedly. Yes, the original torch staff was eroded by the void, and it was in a mess. Later, I asked the blacksmith to reinforce it, and it became what it is now. Pointing to the square cast iron thick crystal shell of the lamppost that could crack a person's skull, Jax took the initiative to hand the lamppost to Lester. You can see that the eternal flame is still burning, but it is much dimmer than when we were in Icathia. I don't know why, but it seems that the farther away from Icathia, the dimmer the flame becomes. In order to prevent the flame from going out, I dare not run too far. After taking the lamppost, Lester first looked at it with his eyes closed to it, and then tried to observe it with his own perception method. Through careful observation, it was found that there was indeed a little flame in the thick crystal cover with alloy as the frame. Magic perception could only yield nothing, but through the spiritual perception given by Alina, it can be seen that there is no flame in the lamppost, but a group of moving luminous things. It is somewhat similar to the original void fire mentioned by Jax, but it is a completely different thing in nature. This flame is not a magic element, but a very strange substance. After confirming that he could not get more useful information, Lester returned the lamppost to Jax. Lester, can you see anything? Shaking his head, Lester couldn't explain what he had observed through Alina, but just expressed his guesses and opinions. Speaking of which, this is somewhat similar to the Eastern Take-Eye concept, where positive pole produces negative pole produces negative pole, and negative pole produces negative pole. The positive and negative poles complement each other and restrain each other. If the void before was a ball of energy with extremely dark attributes, then this ball of primordial fire is a kind of bright energy that is completely opposite to the extremely dark attribute. The attributes between the two restrain each other and give rise to each other. If it is true as you said, since the light column ascended to the sky, the void flame in the torch staff has become this ball of eternal flame, then my idea should not be wrong. This is also an important reason why your body, which was eroded by the void, stopped alienating after you touched the staff. Perhaps the energy of the void and the energy of the eternal flame neutralized each other, and your body functions were fixed in a perfect balance, avoiding the punishment of the passage of time. Like a spring thunder exploding in his heart, Jax listened to the words in his ears blankly, his head in a mess. Lester's seemingly simple conclusion contains great truths. In more than 2000 years of practice, Jax has never thought of this extent. This statement can be said to be very consistent. This is most likely the truth of his immortality. What you said makes sense. I never thought of this point. My situation is exactly the same as you said. Patting Jax on the shoulder, Lester spoke earnestly. You have to slowly explore what is going on. Maybe you can really find a way to spread the eternal flame and fight against the void. Yes, this matter can't be rushed. It has to be done slowly. First of all, I have to protect the fire. After calming down his emotional fluctuations for the second time through breathing, Jax regained his composure again, stood up, and respectfully bowed to Lester. The wise are the teachers. Lester, thank you for your doubts. Lester accepted Jax's bow with peace of mind, and he also stood up. In Jax's dazed posture, he bent down to Jax. As the saying goes, when three people walk together, one of them must be my teacher. I have also received your guidance and advice in battle. Jax, we are friends. Only by helping each other can we make progress together. You learn from me, and I learn from you. Just keep your gratitude in your heart. Don't be so polite at ordinary times, otherwise you will keep bowing to me endlessly. After a pause, Jax also put down his hand that wanted to help Lester up and felt more relieved. I thought that the biggest gain from coming to Presidium to participate in the Blossoming Spirit Festival this time was to learn entering meditation from spiritual perception, but I didn't expect that the real gain came from a friend from Narxus. No, it should be said that it was an old friend. Jax suddenly understood what the so-called friendship regardless of age and at first sight meant. By the way, which philosophical master Zen saying is, when three people walk together, one of them must be my teacher? Is that Master Ionian? Lester straightened up and pulled Jax to sit down again. The two looked happy. It's the quotations of Master Confucius. Master Confucius is not from Ionia either. He comes from a very great country. Master Confucius? Wait, I don't think I've ever heard of Master Confucius' name. Can you tell me more about him? Jax asked curiously. I can't say much about him, but there are a few words of Master Confucius that I can talk about, such as if you don't learn etiquette, you can't stand, which means that if you don't learn etiquette to respect Master Confucius will beat you until you can't stand. Jax took a breath of cold air. Those who don't respect him will all submit. He dominates the world with his fists. What a domineering attitude. Lester seemed to feel the shock of Jax, and he rarely boasted. It's quite fun to tease Jax. For example, Confucius said, do not be ashamed to ask questions from those below you, which means that anyone who sees Master Confucius and does not feel ashamed of himself will be sent down by Master Confucius himself. If you ask me where down is, I guess it's to the mother of masks. In short, no matter who you are, you can only be a younger brother in front of Master Confucius, and you must not try to be a big brother. Hearing this, Jax was shocked. So even the mother of masks is afraid of Confucius? That's right. Nodding seriously, Lester thought for a while, and continued. For example, Confucius said, if one's body is not upright, even if you give orders, no one will obey, which means that if you are not strong enough and your muscles are not pure enough, then even if you give orders, no one will respect you. Recalling the strength of the Shurima Empire and the weakness of Icathia, Jax deeply agreed. Anything else? Every philosophical quote from Confucius is thought-provoking, so shocking. There are many more, such as a dying man's words are good. Wait, Lester, let me explain. Is it true that, as long as a person who doesn't say nice things is beaten to the point of near death, that person will be able to say nice things? Lester looked at Jax, who was learning by analogy and was about to graduate from the Confucius Institute, in surprise, and nodded silently. Jax clapped his hands happily. Anything else? The master said, since we have come, we should make the best of it, which means that, if you choose to challenge Master Confucius, you must be prepared to rest in peace and meet the mother of masks. The master also said there is no distinction in teaching, which means that when Master Confucius teaches, he doesn't care whether you are human or not. Even goblins and evil spirits have to be obedient, otherwise they have to meet the mother of masks and reincarnate. What a magnificent scene. Who is Master Confucius? His philosophical word should be recorded by someone, right? Ahem. Since you want to know so much, I can only tell you a little. You just listen to it as a story, but don't spread it around. Don't worry, my mouth is harder than the walls of Icathia. Nodding, Lester patted the blue badger, who was in tune with him, and almost laughed for him, reorganized his words and calmed down. The man finally regained his trained professional attitude. Let me put it this way. Master Confucius is a physical warrior who is 2 meters and 2 meters tall. He founded a gang called the Confucianists, which is a grey force that is more powerful and domineering than the Navali Thieves League in Ionia. The Confucianists have set up 72 halls and have more than 3,000 disciples who like to use swords and reason with others. In the chaotic world, he set his own rules for all forces. The rules are respectfully called Lunai by all forces. All forces that violate the Lunai will be beaten by Confucius, Confucianists and other forces, and cannot get out of bed. Lester patted Jax on the shoulder and sighed. Such heroes are destined to be saints who establish their own schools. As long as mortals can learn even a fraction of what saints do, they will be able to gain a foothold in this world. Yes, if I can meet Master Confucius, I must have a good exchange with him, even if it will allow me to meet the Mother of Masks earlier. But who should I give the eternal flame to? It seems that I have no other good choice except you. The two sighed for a long time. Seeing that the night was getting dark, they did not show any signs of fatigue. Instead, they became more and more energetic. Whether it was the Rune mutant Lester or the Void First Fire mutant Jax, they were not ordinary people. It was not difficult for them to not rest for a week. When the day was bright, Jax got the topic back on track, which had almost led to Master Confucius conquering the world with his body. By the way, Lester, what was your original purpose in looking for me? Oh, was it because the void appeared in Valoran? Yes, under the Frostgate Fortress, there is a land of true ice sealed by a stone bridge. Under the true ice, there is a sleeping Void Watcher. Lester decided to change history a little. He was curious about what Jax would do if he revealed the information about Lysandra to him. Frostgate Fortress. I've been there, but I didn't go deep inside. I just passed by. Is your source of information reliable? I just heard about it, and I didn't investigate it myself. It is said that the Frostgate Queen Lysandra of Freljord hides the secret of trading with the Void. Every once in a while, Lysandra will bring some people to the Frostgate Fortress and sacrifice them to the Void in a special way, so that the sleeping Void Watchers can get emotional satisfaction and continue to sleep, so as not to break free from the true ice seal. I don't know whether this news is true or not, but after hearing about your deeds, I know I should tell you about it. Maybe you can go there to investigate, if you have the chance. After pondering for a while, Jax nodded and kept this matter in mind. I heard you say, Void Watcher. Did someone separate the Void into different types? Or did you give this name yourself? Lester thought about it and explained. He didn't expect Jax to ask him this question suddenly. I didn't come up with this name myself. I just happened to read a scroll of an ancient wizard's notes, which recorded how humans who were invaded by the Void in ancient times identified and resisted Void creatures. Among them was a type called Void Watcher. It is said that the Watchers have a huge eye with several terrible tentacles. The eyes of the Watchers can emit terrible Void rays. There is also a saying in the notes that the Watchers will continue to learn the essence of the material world in the dark of the material plane, analyze all the creatures and material structures in the material world, and when the time is right, the Watchers will open the transmission coordinates for the Void creatures through the Void rays, allowing the Void creatures to invade the material world. After a pause, Lester continued. Considering the purple light column that fell from the sky that you experienced, I doubt whether the source of the light column is a Void Watcher waiting to invade the world in another world. As for the story of Master Confucius, everyone can just watch it as a joke. We still have to respect the Confucian ancestor, mainly because we really can't beat him. The double monthly ticket event will start tomorrow. I wonder if I can get 600 votes this time. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.